The first thing I like to do when I'm caping the deer out, or the deer's already been caped out and you're wanting to cut the rest of the skin off for a good shoulder mount, I want to make sure these two legs are pretty well lined up. The deer kind of on this side, there's the brisket, and I'll line the legs up, and I'll make sure to cut just a little bit more than what I need in case some of these newer forms have a lot more shoulder and everything. I'd rather have too much skin than not enough. So I'll come back here and just cut. Actually, I already cut it. And it had legs on it. I cut the legs off. Here's the legs. They can make good gun rack mounts. So I'll line the legs up and make sure I cut straight down. And look how much brisket I got left. I even still got the front legs. I have been known to cut right down between the white and the brown and then go all the way back. Between where the white and the brown meets, and go all the way back. But the main thing is you leave all this for the shoulder mount, because like I said, some of these newer ones have a lot more shoulder. Now with a sharp knife, what I'll do is I'll lift the lip up here. Now a lot of times, if they got rigor mortis and their jaw's hard open, the sharpening steel works real good for prying that mouth open. You know, if they're a little bit frozen still, you can still get open up for your skinny mouth, is what I'm getting at. And I'll lift back here, and then I'll get my X-Acto knife and run. I'll leave as much of this lip, I guess you call it the inner lip. I get close to the teeth as I can, like right through here. And you can tell I already started. And then I cut back so much on the cartilage. I'd rather have too much of nose cartilage than not enough. We can always, later we can skin that stuff out, with a knife. And a lot of times they use a good sharp knife of doing this. It doesn't have to be an X-Acto knife. But I want to get as close to the gum line is what I'm getting at. Get as close to the gum line as you can, so it'll have enough of this right here to tuck. And we actually split this. We get up under here and cut it and open it up. And that's what we tuck down in the grooves of our deer head mounts. So I like to leave plenty of this. I always end up cutting some off, but I still, just the way I got where I was doing it was cutting close to the gum line as possible. You work your way down to about as far as you can where the upper and lower lip meet, right there on the side of the jaw, staying close to the gum line as possible, as close to your teeth as possible. You'll feel the bone underneath as you're fleshing. Just stay as close to the gum line as possible, and feel free to work your way around a little bit more. Like this. When you separate the skin, you'll see that white membrane that's connected to the bone. It connects the skin to the bone, that white membrane. That's where you run the edge of your blade of your knife. And takes it right off, see? I failed to mention about measuring. There's 3 measurements Mackenzie tends to use. Might as well show you that first before I completely skin the head out. First measurement is the eye to nose. And you basically, I like to go from this way. And then go right there where the tear duct meets the eye, and all the way to the end. And this is 7 1/4. Okay, so that's our first measurement, 7 1/4, which would be A. You're going to get the guy that skins his deer out himself, and he goes all the way up to the base of the skull. And it's going to happen. You can either go ahead and cape the deer out and then get your measurements by spreading him out. I'll try to show that to you later too. C measurement is this measurement right here. And I came out with an 8 1/2. So 8 1/2, and down here was about like a 20. So that's what okay, that's the C measurement, the one right at the base of the skull. And the B measurement is like 2 inches down. And basically there's a C, and then I go down about 2 inches and get my B measurement. If you got like a lot of blood around the mouth area, borax is good. Just mule team borax that you buy in the store. It's fine for getting rid of a lot of that blood. You can use it when you're even, you know, around the lip line in the lip area if you got a lot of blood. It's a good drying agent, and it's also good for like ticks. I mean, they may crawl off or something, but they'll dry up. Borax is a real good drying agent, and it's a good preservative. You can preserve birds with it, which I do quite often. Now right here at the bottom, I didn't skin this out yet. You can still get relatively close to the gum, see? And it gives you plenty of skin. And plus you're going to flesh him out later. Get as close to the gum line as possible. It'll help you out. Like right through here even. Continue on around. You'll see that membrane. You just keep separating that membrane from the bone. Like you're skinning anything else out. And just keep bringing this on down. You'll get where you're cutting through a little bit of meat on the side of the jaw, but that's all right. Just keep working him around. Now the skin is thin right here under the jaw. It's kind of thin there, so you gotta be a little careful. And once that blade goes over it, it just separates. See, it just kind of separates instantly. See, I'm already at the bone on the side of the jaw. Kind of strategically grab it where you can tug the skin and pull it down. It's coming on down. Working it around. Look at that. Coming right off. It'd be great if all animals were this easy to skin out. Just keep on bringing it around. And eventually you're going to work your way down to where the upper and lower jaw meet. Like right here in this corner. And I just keep working it along. Basically, yeah, right here at the gum line. Still want to be conscious that there's some skin still connected to the face or the skull. So I could help you go even further down. See, now I can go further down on top, which I wasn't really far enough down anyway. But what you do, you eventually work your way around to the tear duct. You know, we get to the inner part of the eye, the tear duct. See, I'm right here, the upper and lower jaw meet. And I'm still, I got all this. I'll end up cutting some of that off when I mount the deer. Easy as pie. I just rake the edge of my sharp blade and work across it, and it just comes right off. I like to feel an X-Acto knife doing this, but a lot of times I'll use my fleshing knife for it. Now, it's good and sharp too, and so anything that's good and sharp is good for keeping these guys out. Or skinning the head out, getting it ready for fleshing. Just raking across that membrane, separating the skin. And it just kind of brings it on down, just a little bit of pressure, you know, from your fingers even, is enough to keep on and going and going on down. A lot of blood while you're fleshing. It's not wrong to get a little borax you can put on there, and you know it'll dry up that blood, or soak it up, I guess is a better word. Now, if you feel like you've gone far enough down through here, I'm going to go down just a hair bit. Then now it's time to go ahead and make your incision and go from the back forwards as far as skinning him out. Which, all we got to do is get past the eyes and then we're in good shape. So, maybe just do a couple more passes here. Get it down real good. Nice and deep. A lot of times I'll go far enough back to even start on the eyes a little bit. A lot of times when I put a hole in the tear duct, which is not uncommon. There's a tear duct. Just turn him around. And what I want to do, sorry this is a strange deer, but from the back, I want to visualize a V. You can almost see the hair pattern makes it on a deer. So he's got that little hair pattern thing. That almost makes your V for you. But from the back center, you want to think of this as the center. Kind of like this. Now, I'm not measuring anything, just using this as a straight edge. Now, a lot of times, from like the back center, you go this way. I do like I guess what I do is a Y incision. I'll go back from the center right there, then back from the center of the burr right there. The center of the burr on both sides to where they meet and make your typical V. And then I go down a little bit. And that is for your, I guess, a Y incision. The Z incision, which I don't use it, but I might have used it once or twice. But basically what it does, it goes up behind one burr and then goes straight across. And either way works because there's so much hair up here. I guess an incision right through there would probably be not a bad idea. But I tend to do the V and go down the least amount of length that I can go. On this one, because he's skinned it out so close up, then there's not going to be much of an incision at all. And then I'm just going to be able to pull it forward. A lot of times I have trouble getting the skin over the nose. So I end up having to make my Y incision, you know, go down so far. But a lot of people, they get the hair down far enough and then go ahead and saw the antlers off with the cape still on it. And that means you have very little incision back here because the skin just slides right off. And basically all you're doing is cutting around the antlers, the burrs of the antlers. And you're basically just cutting around those and making your little V incision. And it can stop about right here because they already went as forward as far as they can and they cut the antlers off. I tend to do the Y incision, and it's what I think most people do. You get a good sharp knife. On here, the X-Acto knife, the blade's a little bit too little for me to contend with. So I get my fleshing line, or what I skint the deer out with, and I'll go back, I'd say about right here. Now, a lot of times I can just give it a tap like that, and it gets up under the skin. And then I'm tickled with it. Make sure you're up under the skin. Well, I'm going to go ahead and use this X-Acto knife. This is the one I flesh my deer out. This is usually a pretty sharp knife. You separate the hair and you got to see where the angle of your blade's going. And you want it pointing right to the center of the burr. And just a good guesstimation is usually pretty good enough. And yeah, see, it's good and sharp. We're using that area of the X-Acto knife that hadn't even been used. You can see how it's cutting up under that skin. You don't want stitches showing on the side of your deer, in other words. Like, because you were a little bit sloppy with where your incisions were made. That's a no-no. So I know I got that one. And I go back down to where I started my V again. Is way down here. Now make sure all the skin is back like it was. Make sure the point of my blade is facing towards the center of the burr. And then I start the same thing again. Start right in the center. And you can feel it going up under the skin. And a lot of times you can just do it like this. You don't want to cut yourself, that's for sure. A good long pointy knife is best. But basically what I'm doing, I can actually, now the reason you cut it from underneath is you do less hair damage. And in turn, your seam is not going to show near as much because you hadn't cut through hairs to make your incision. So a lot of times I can hold back here even and make sure everything is lined up good. And I can do it like this. And I just lifting up. The blade is so sharp that it's cutting through that skin, you know, without completely coming out of the skin. Which is why I like using a big long knife. But an X-Acto knife will work. See how it's separated? And I'm not all the way at the burr on this side, but you can start making things easier on you by doing this. But just skinning him out still. This one, guys, all the way to the end here. Get closer to the burr, the skin gets more tougher or waxy, or I guess that's how you say it. But notice how I'm trying to get right at the center of the back of the burr. As good as I can within reason, you know. I make sure no skin is loose moving around, causing it. You know, causing me to get a false reading. And then I just keep on skinning up. That's done, and you go straight to the burr with it. Another good thing about the X-Acto knife, you can get so close up under that burr. I'll tend to go in and almost dig out just to make sure I get. Sometimes I go in from the top of the burr, but I would rather go in from underneath for the purpose of not cutting any hair. Do the other one the same way. Now I may want to go ahead and free the ears up a little bit. Now borax will dry these ticks out. It's a real small one, I don't know if you can see. I'll even use a little drop of lacquer thinner on them, and it usually does the job. Just a little bit, just a drop of it, he's already dead. Now to free up where I can do more digging up on top, let me see what I can do here. See all that, you want to leave all that hair where it goes right up against the burr. But there is some, a lot of times, some thick cartilage skin there underneath, and you can see how it's coming off. See how it's coming off. I'll tend to dull my X-Acto knives a lot during this process because you're wanting to get all the skin off. A lot of times you can get real close to the burr, and even if you leave a little bit of hair on there, as long as you tried and done a real good job, it ain't gonna matter. So I come up from underneath, all that skin. So I don't know if you can see it right there, if that's what was around the burr. There we go. Okay, that's a good start on that side. So that's just coming forward. You're still getting that membrane, separating it from the skin for the most part. Look at that, that's all burr right there. He definitely was in some damage. it's separating. That's almost as far as I can go without cutting the ears. But you can see, you can get down pretty far. See how I got down. Now, I'm going to go ahead and skin down a little bit and cut through the ears. Loosen some skin up around the ears first. I'll go ahead and, I guess, take some more of this out, yeah. Now the good thing, you do have a little bit of stretchability in the skin, so if you leave just a little bit of hair on the burr or something, it's not going to matter because you're only going to be able to stretch the skin anyway. Get a couple of sweeps down here to get the process started, I guess is the right word. So although I didn't get a good neck measurement yet from him, it's going to be a good amount because it's not going to have a big seam in the back. And then I can pull back and get a little bit of this here and make sure it's still separating. See, the X-Acto knives have an advantage. The way you can get up under there and claw that skin out. Look at that. Coming right out. It's a little hard right here because the way the antler goes right down to the... He couldn't even bring one of his ears forwards. You can carry this down a little bit further if you want to, or go ahead and... I'm going to go ahead and cut to the ears. Got my knife. Use a sharpening steel on it, try to get it sharp. Every now and then you got to use the grinding wheel to make sure it's good and sharp. Let's see, right now is a good time to try to cut through the ears. And it doesn't matter how much you leave. The main thing is you want to leave some of the base of the ear. See, I'm cutting through the canal right now. See, it don't take much. You don't want to accidentally cut through the skin underneath. But you can see them kind of, I don't know if you can see that. There's the canal. Probably a good idea to go ahead and get some more of the skin off. This just with my knife. See, as long as you're underneath the skin, you're good. I'm gonna come through here. You know, a good sharp knife or an X-Acto knife does fine. Make sure you get most, if not all, that hair from around the burrs. What I'm getting at. And this will free up for skinning your hair out a little better and all that. We're cutting the skin from around the burr, and we're also freeing up skin so we can cut through our ear real good. So I'm constantly getting more loose skin than I can work on, because you free up one spot, it gives you it relieves tension in another area. Now I can use my knife and it cuts through all that stuff that's not really skin, but like gristle material that the skin is kind of like really connected to. Sorry about the bad view there. And a lot of times when I'm moving the deer head around, I'm conscious about this part being up, so I'm not rubbing hair off. And sometimes you can't beat a good knife though. It's getting that cartilage stuff. So I'm just kind of letting the knife do its thing, using the skull as leverage, and then coming up with it. Next thing you know, you're out from around your burr, see? For the most part. There you are, it's freed up, see? I can use whatever knife you got handy. Free up some of that space through here. Keep on going, keep on trucking down. Just separating skin. And if you leave a little meat on your skin, that's why you flesh them out anyway. So, got that. I got around the burr, working my way down as far as I can without running into something. But about 3 days or something like that. And that is what kills them out. Seems to do a better job than anything. And no one likes to have ticks crawling all over them. I'm one of them. You'll know the ear canal when you cut through it because it's like a round hole. It's like a cube that you cut through. Now, if I lay the skull up like this, I want to make sure, you know, this nose is up. You can do damage to deer if you're not careful with it when you're skinning him out. Now, all that cartilage at the ear base, I cut through that. And here's the ear canal. I don't know if you can see it real good, but it's right there. So I've already cut through the ear canal. Now in the olden days, they used to cut them all the way down the middle and then just sew them back up. And a lot of times they had enough hair that you couldn't see it. But in modern times, you know, the taxidermists try to leave as little of an incision as possible. Keep freeing that up. If you do a bunch of them, you get it a routine, and I used to do a lot of them. I had a routine down where I was getting them down, I was getting them fleshed out really quick. I'll turn the deer around however I needed to do it. Make sure I get him good. See the cartilage there? That's his ear canal. When you get to that, you know, you got your ear freed up. Just keep going down. This guy didn't have any neck, so it's going to be real easy to just kind of go around him that way. Here's the ear canal again. Go ahead and free him up a little bit around his burr here. My good fleshing knife here. Yeah, you'll feel that waxy cartilage right before you get to the bone. You kind of feel it with your knife, but dig up, come up from underneath, and you'll see how good of a job I'm doing around the burr of this deer. I'm gonna go the other side. And I also try to, when I'm skinning around the eyes, I'll show you that later. I don't want to rub hair off the eyes, which a lot of times it'll do if you're not careful, and you'll have like a deer with like areas where small hairs around the eye that they're rubbed off. So I try to avoid doing that for sure. Okay, I'm cutting through the ear canal. Bring me over and do a little bit more cutting here. Okay, once you skin down far enough, you'll see where the tear duct connects. It's kind of unmistakable. It's not hard to cut through the tear duct. It's just more repair work for you. And the tear duct goes into the form anyway. So if you put a hole, it's just a little extra pinning, and gluing. But if you can keep from cutting through the tear duct, that's even better. And some deer, the tear duct goes real deep, and some it doesn't go very deep, which is probably the reason why a lot of them accidentally cut through the tear duct. But I don't know if you can see it, but it's just where the skin is connecting right here. It's the inside corner of the tear duct. And you just want to make sure you know, if you can dig out cartilage with the tear duct, which is good because that means that you got the whole tear duct instead of cutting a hole in it. So just make sure you dig down deep into that groove there where the tear duct is, and you know, free other skin with you while you're at it. Here again, I usually do that just with my knife on, skinning him out, you know. And just make sure I dig in there good enough to get his tear duct. The more you free up skin around the face, the more you have room to do other things. Like skin the tear duct and all that other stuff. So you just kind of keep working on him. You'll get a routine down after a while. I've been out of practice for several years, so I'm a little bit slower than I would be if I was doing it every day. But you can kind of tell, you know, where the tear duct is, where it starts, because it kind of grooves in real good. You can see I'm kind of cutting down into it right there. Yeah, that's the corner of the tear duct. Cut through it. It's just a little old canal. That's the main ear canal. Not only the canal, but the ear bud itself is a separate piece of cartilage. And so you don't just cut through the canal, you cut through the ear bud as well. It's two separate pieces of cartilage there. You just want to make sure you don't cut to the side of the face or anything, you know. Make sure, in other words, you're sticking where the skin and the meat separate. That's kind of what I done there. Depending on how much long the incision is, depends on how much you got to go down as far as. See all this? Just keep going down. Look at that. All that fresh meat I can skin out. And once you get the chance where you can actually twisting them around like that, you're doing good. Now I can feel under my knife, I can feel the eye burr. Right here is the back. I can feel the socket, the corner of the back socket. I can feel it. So I get my sharp knife and just pull real good, because I've learned from experience that that's good enough. I can even see the pupil. The thin is so skin right here, or thin, sorry. The skin is so thin around this socket that I can actually see the eyeball. So I know I'm good as far as, you know, accidentally cutting through. See there, I went through. That's just that thin membrane skin. A lot of pro taxidermists, they replace this in their mounts. You know, that little, they do, I mean, it's unbelievable. But let's see. See, I can actually see the corner of the eye. But you gotta be careful when you reach in there to feel, to make sure you're separating the eye. You got little hairs around your eye. And when I first started skinning these deer out, I had a bad problem rubbing that hair off. So you just want to be careful not to do that. Now what I'm actually doing is working my way down towards the tear duct. Sorry. A lot of times I'll make sure, it's better to skin too much off than not enough. I just make sure this is in front so I don't, and I'm actually still in the socket at the very end corner where I'm making an incision, because I'd rather do that than cut through a tear duct. Although it doesn't matter really if you do, I just, now I can see here's a little bit of the tear duct right here. See, it's starting. Try to, you know, let it run on the bone and separate the skin from the bone. That's kind of what I do. This area is really easy to mess up, I guess. Although you never really mess up, because you know, it's just more pinning. It goes inside on the deer too. A lot of times you can't really even see it. Depends on the deer. Some have tear ducts that you actually see them. And then some have it where you can't see it. And it's very hard to not put a hole in it. I don't think I put a hole in it, but even if I did, I'm not worried about it. So, now free some skin up and get ready for the other side. Now usually there's a lot of neck that we have to work around, which basically just means a bigger incision at the bottom. But since this guy cut most of the neck off anyway, which not the best thing in the world for, it's not the best thing in the world for, you know, getting a good measurement, but he's not going to have much of a seam in the end, that's for sure. Right here at the back of the eye again, right where the eye orbit starts, you know, you can feel the bone. Right here at the back. As I cut that skin, I get where the skin starts pulling forwards. You know, plus, I'm applying a little pressure into it, but see, I can see the eyeball. So I know I'm already good there. I can actually pick it up and, you know, the skin above the eyeball, not the eyeball itself, but the skin above it. Start my skinning process. Here again, freeing up skin that's maybe holding it down, keep me from, you know, maybe having a better, easier time to do it. Oops. Go ahead and rake my sharp knife over it, and it just pops it right off. Free me up all kinds of skin so I can work. This is the brow area. I'm pulling down right now by running my knife over it. See, I can actually look in and see where the tear duct starts. I mean, I'm actually looking at it from the inside, but better have too much and not enough. Super easy to cut into the tear duct. Super easy. I mean, you might as well accept the fact that if it does happen, no big deal. I'd say X-Acto knife is the best choice getting that tear duct off. Here it's coming. Didn't even put a hole. And pretty much as soon as you get that tear duct done, right here, you see where some of the jaw muscle is? Go ahead and cut through that because we know we got plenty of lip where we cut. Now, unless it's open mouth, you want to be more conscientious about that. But since the majority of them are closed mouth, I probably even got enough for open mouth even. So you're still holding a little bit. A lot of times you can check it. Look at that. Here's where we cut. There's your jaw, where it connects to the bottom of the face. A little borax in there if you don't like all the blood. Run that knife off of it. Here's some of that jaw muscle starting. Always end up cutting all that stuff off anyway. There's the neck. So a lot of times they'll hold like this too, but not this guy. Not this guy. So I got that separated. Look at all that. He's going to be a closed mouth. I'll end up having to take all this off to about right to here. Same with this side. Now if it's open mouth, I'd want to save all this. I want to get back as far as I could if it was open mouth. About right to there. See, if he was open mouth, I'd want all the way to the back, even a little bit more, which I may have left on there. But since it's not going to be open mouth, all this can come off, see? That's why if you skin a deer out and then they decide they want to open mouth, you know, later afterwards, you could be in the, you have a situation there. There's a good way to fold it to keep freezer burn to a minimum. Straighten your deer out. Put the nose like that. Put one ear like that way. One ear like that. Then you roll him up. They got special bags you can use that you can buy through McKinsey, but then again, Walmart or Dollar General bag will work. You want to mash all this out, especially if they're not going to be in the freezer super long anyway. And twist her up real good. And just tie her in a knot. I have used just regular garbage bags. This string that you sew your deer heads with and other animals is usually strong enough. But I have even used like a borax box. Put enough room for a hole in there and then use this string. Write all your info down on there. Sometimes you want to put like 8-point number 1 because you may not know the guy might kill another 8-pointer and then you're confused later on when you try to mount them. So good records is essential. You can go by a number program, which is a good way. Still put his name on it and stuff, and then use like a number, and then get like a zip tie, and put it through. You get a hurricane come through, just the winds from it. They'll find a way in your building and blow tags off and everything. So make sure you got a good setup, I guess is the right word, and put them in the freezer. If a person pays attention to the detail, they'll never run into that situation, even if they're skinning 8 to 10 deer a day. As long as they got them numbered, then they can't get them mixed up. Yep, use whatever tag system you feel right with. There's just an old borax box with a hole put in it with an X-Acto knife. I got these. Zip ties help, especially on antlers. But this stuff is strong. This will work too. This is what you sew your deer heads up with. If you know you're going to be rummaging around in your freezer and you're afraid tickets may come off when you're trying to look for, for somebody's animal to mount, use a good old zip tie and a ticket that's reinforced right back in here where it won't ever pop off. So first and last name and how many points it is. Because you might get one guy that kills 2 or 3 different deer and they're all different points. Or they may all be the same point. So, sometimes I'll put a number on it. This one's number 35. It's real good record keeping, and you'll never mess your records up and have disappointed customers. Okay, basically that's what we done. The dotted line shows you where the incisions are. We didn't even go as far as it shows in this diagram. So there's not going to be much sewing, and of course you've got ears and cutting the cartilage. But you fold this skin back, after you've caped him and the skull is already out. You can get a measuring tape and measure around the inside. For your extra measurements. If you get a cape to the male or something, you can. One corner goes on one side of the incision, the other corner goes on the other side of this incision. And I would want you to stretch it a little bit to get a good accurate measurement. Because if you do it with real loose, you're going to get a small deer form. Make sure you got a good eye measurement and the good all around. I forgot to show you before I put the other one in the freezer. But basically you're measuring from the inside instead of the outside. and give it a little bit of stretch so you get a good measurement, and that's how you can get your other measurements. Now, the way I cut my antlers off on my deer, I always usually tend to have more than not enough skull, which is always a good thing in case you have to trim it up. According to what form you use and all that, it can make a little bit of a difference. Like in between the eye, well, first a lot of times I'll get a measurement like this just to see the center of the back corner of the eye to about the middle of this burr is kind of messed up. Looks like about 1.25 inches. But the good thing is we've got a good one on this side, and plus we'll level the skull with the form, and that will also help you get a good idea how to set it. You know, if the skull is level and your antlers are level, then you know you're in the right area. But this side tend to go down probably about the center of the burr from the side, about right here. And it's about, well, it's about the same, but this side's about 1 inch. I may even put a little bit of a mark there so I know where I took my measurement from. Yeah, right there. And that'll come off anyway. Looks like I left a little bit of hair right there on the skin. Well, in general, it tends to be about 1.75 inches. But let's see what we got right here. We've got, okay, from the back center of the eye, should be about right back center. Should be about right here. Yeah, that's about right. And then it's 1.5 inches. Okay, so we got 1.5 inches from there to there. Let's see what the other side is. From the back center of the eye, just kind of guessing about right there. It never fails on me. And see how the burr is down so low, you can't hardly find the center of it. But it's about the same, 1.5 inches. So I'll mark that in my notes. My burr measurements, sometimes I'll do each side and put it in my notes. I'll literally, on his paperwork, I'll put eye to burr 1.5 inches, and that's what I'll tend to do. Or I might put right side 1.5 inches, and the other side might be different. I'll put 1.75 inches. You know, we'll use that as an example. So now I'll know what I kind of need to be at. And the skin will match up real good. And a lot of times I'll just kind of eyeball it, but I'll go half and half, maybe a little bit more towards the eye, just to make sure I have enough skull if I need it. And I just eyeball it and cut straight down. And here I'm cutting through the skull. Now when I go down at least halfway past the eye, I know I'm down far enough. But I'll find the where the base of the skull ends. Okay, just about got it. I think it's about as good as it's going to get. Should be able to break it loose. It's barely holding. I think a little on this side maybe. There we are. Then you just pop the brains out in the trash can. There you go. Deerhead goes in there. Got all our measurements from our burr to eye and all that stuff. Now comes the part where we take all the meat off the off the skull. I like to go ahead and do it. I like to go ahead and get it done, then hang it up in the rack, in the rafter, whatever you use. Get it done while you're out here and you're working on it, and it's something you don't have to worry about later. It's just a good habit to get into. Just to go ahead and make sure you go ahead and get him, or you're already working on him. Right here on the sides, there tends to be a lot of meat. Go ahead and start getting that off. That way later on when you're working on your deer head, you ain't gotta be trying to carve on him. You can just mount him straight up. He'll be good to go. But you get the idea. You just keep using borax and rubbing it on and kind of drying the skin out so you can flush real good with it. You even get up here around the burrs, you can take some of that, or I guess you could say it's more like cartilage than bone. And you get some of that off, or get as much as you can get off. But I'll keep working on this. I'll show you what it looks like when I get done. Oh, also down here, a lot of times you can get just up under that and lift that up and it'll pop right out there. Let me see if I can do it. It's like a thin piece of skin, screwdriver or something. And it should just pull right out, see? There you go. And all that is just bare bone, a little borax on it. I'm going to spray a little bit of water actually on it to help so borax can cling to it. Just to help preserve it real good. So basically get all the cartilage and meat off you can around the burrs, everything. Here I'm getting all that's coming off. And it's basically right up against the bone. But I can get up in there and get some of that cartilage out. That's basically what it is cartilage. See, it's coming out nicely. This is where an X-Acto knife reigns supreme. Is right here. I have been known to use my X-Acto knife blade on a sharpening steel and kind of get an edge back on it even. Back there. that meat from up in here is coming off real good. Just a little bit right there. I get as much as I humanly can possibly get as far as that cartilage around the burrs. And when it dries, you might have to go back over it a little bit more to get some of the extra membrane off. But if you do it good now, you don't have to worry much about it later. That is bone right there. And if you get cheaper brands of X-Acto knife blade, you know, from different companies, some of them they just break, and you get a piece stuck in your eye or anything. So if you use a blade, try to make sure it's an X-Acto knife blade, unless you really know the company that makes the blades and had good luck with them. In other words, there's cheap versions of X-Acto knife blades that will fit your X-Acto knife, but they break and snap real easy. And it could be a hazard. I might even get a little bit of water or something. You know, if I really want that borax to stay on there and soak in, just get my borax put on there. It'll even kind of frost up a little bit later. After it sits for a while, it really, this is doing its job. Doing its job real good. Make sure it's good and damp and get that stuff on there. And later I'll get like a toothbrush or something and get all that junk off. Some kind of brush. And a lot of times there's meat back here too. Make sure you get all that as good as you can. So it's good and preserved. Good and preserved. Get behind a point or something so it won't ever fall off. And keep your record straight. Even the form, you know, you might order a bunch of forms at one time. And so you don't get them confused. Make sure you write the form number, the type of form that you bought, what turn it is, what size it is. Put it on your paperwork. That way, if you get a bunch of forms in, you'll know who's this who. You might get 3 or 4 different forms that are all the same size, but at least you'll know who gets what. They may all be, you might get 3 or 4 of the same turn, but if you keep your record straight, you'll never have any trouble. Write down all your information on your paperwork, everything. I have lost some footage, but when this was connected to the skull, I went from the back center of the eye, the eye orbit, where the bone is, and I put a mark there. Now I went to the center of the back of this burr and got a measurement of 1.5 inches. I went to this side, where the back of the eye, you can see a little bit of it right here. That might be good enough. Hold on. And then I put about where the center of the burr is, about right here. And then I went to where I made my cut. It's 1.5 inches is the back center of the eye. That measurement will come in handy when I mount my deer. In other words, I'm going to do some sawing on the skull when I'm mounting the deer. That's obvious. And because he's a little bit messed up. But when I mount my deer, I'll know how far this burr needs to be from the back of the eye of the form. So I'm transferring my measurements from the skull to the form. And this should lay flush with the top of the form, since I ordered the right head size. And then you want to look from the side to make sure your pitch is right and everything. You know, you don't want your antlers too far back or too far forwards. You want them just like how they were. The skull will give you that little bit of extra information. The pitch of the skull, you'll tell if it's not right. And so all those measurements, everything transfers over to my notes. It's all on one sheet of paper. So from start to finish, I'll know who gets the right form, what turn it is. I got measurements from when I place a skull. I've got good measurements. So it all comes into consideration. So that way you can't mess things up. Just hang him upside down on the rafters. I usually just eyeball it. I mean, you'd be surprised how good God made us able to just look at something and balance it right. I mean, you almost don't really need to look at a bubble is what I'm getting at, to level it. I usually look at it head on, get a good idea. You'd be surprised how good you can get. Unfortunately, I don't have a deer that's not skin out yet to show you. I made this video before and it got completely deleted. And what it is the video was how to accurately set your antlers accurately every time. First try. First measurement is usually, what I do is I write on a piece of paper, and then later, you know, when I'm mounting it, transfer the dimensions to the form so I don't have to keep running back to my paperwork, you know, for all my measurements. But a lot of times, I'll go like to the end of the nose, and I may even look from the side to kind of like get my end of the nose measurement. But I'll like maybe, I might take 2 or 3 on each side. You know, not like if it's a 20 pointer, you know, you wouldn't want to do them all really. But like from the G1, you know, this is making believe the deer hadn't been skin out yet. I'll go from like the G1 to the tip of the nose, and you know, get a measurement. Looks like this one is right at about 17. So I run over to my notes and write down that measurement. Looks like in reality that was my G1 16 3/4. You know, of course that's not accurate right there, but okay, my first measurement 16 3/4. Okay, the G2 is 22 13/16. What it is I just go, you know, I'll put this on the end of the tip and go down to the end of the nose. In this case, this looks like 23 1/4 or something like that. The real measurement off the deer was, these are measurements taken before I saw the antlers off the deer, before I even skinned him out. These are measurements off the fresh deer. And I get those measurements. What it is the antler tip to the end, the G1 antler tip to the end of the nose, the G2 antler tip to the end of the nose, G3 antler tip to the end of the nose, G4 antler tip to the end of the nose on the right side. Left side do the same thing. G1, G2, G3, G5. Okay? You know, just get enough to get a good accurate measurement. And then you replicate it onto the form. And what it is you Bondo the antlers to the form, you know, because everything lines up. Okay? Now after, I wish I had a real deer to show you. The first video had this, but it got deleted somehow. I don't know if I did it, you know, maybe having my phone in my pocket or something. Not sure what happened, but it got deleted. And it's a shame. But anyway, now what I mean by the eye to the back of the burr is, you see the right is 1.5, left is 1 3/4. After I skin the deer out, this is the measurement that I get after I skin the deer out, is from the back corner of the eye. Like on this one, it's about right here, like the back center corner of the eye, somewhere in that range. I'll get my measurement from about the middle of the burr, somewhere in that range. Sometimes I'll mark it for accuracy, and I'll go to the back corner of the eye and get a measurement. And although this isn't accurate, looks like we got 1 and away, up or down. I think this one actually in reality is like 1.5 inches. So now I'm gonna get the deer accurate by using these measurements. But the key is, before you skin the deer out and you get your eye to nose measurement when you order your deer, you want to make sure you don't deviate from that eye to nose measurement, or it throws off all these other measurements. So make sure your eye to nose measurement is accurate when you buy your form. You want the eye to nose measurement to be the same as what's on your deer. I guess if you did go a little bit longer, you'd have to add that little bit of length to all your dimensions. But if you get your eye to nose accurate, it makes life a lot easier. Antler tip to the end of the nose, to the center of the end of the nose. That was like 17 inches. And that's the farthest one out. 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess the G4. There's a G5 on the other side. Do your G1s, G2s, G3s, G4s, so on and so on. Do it for your right antler tip, or right antler, and then do it for your left antler. You know, you can use math to get your antlers perfect the first time. There you go. Right antler, G1 to G2. I know that this is off definitely, but this one's saying 17. No, actually a little more, like 17. Somewhere in that range. For the G1, you do the same thing. This is before you skin your deer out, you do this. Your G2, like 23 and 23.25. You do this one. Looks like 21 and somewhere in that way, 21 3/4. Then you get it like within the ballpark. Yeah, okay. And that is 21.5. That would be the one. The G3 on the left antler. Okay. You get all your measurements like that. This measurement is one you take after you skin your deer out and before you cut the antlers off. You get this one measurement, center of the burr to the back corner of the eye. This says 1 3/4, but I know it's like 1.5 inches. And the other side is, I think I wrote it down, I think it's like 1 3/4. Like about 80% of the time it's 1 3/4. It's just the way deer are made, it seems like, in this area, you know. Although it can vary greatly. Sometimes they can vary very greatly. But now I'm going to saw the antlers to match all the dimensions that I wrote down from that deer, you know, from before I skin him out to the eye to the back corner of the eye measurements. After I skin him out, I've got it all wrote down. You can see it right here. And you can even replicate them. Instead of looking back at your paperwork, a lot of times I'll write them on the back of the deer. That way I don't have to keep running backwards and forwards to my paperwork. It's just a lot easier just to write it on the deer. That way you can just glance down, glance up, and you're good to go. But like here on this is the right side. Let's see, eye to burr. Let's see, eye to burr. Or I can just go, I can even write it right here, but it's, I mean, I know what it means. Okay, on the right side, 1.5. 1.5. Then you put an arrow up there and an arrow down there. You know, 1.5. Kind of like the center of the burr. I just kind of eyeball it to the back corner of the eye. A lot of times it's 1 3/4 inches. Then I'll do like, okay, this is the right side. Okay, G1 equals 16 3/4. G2 22 and 13 16 is what I got. G3 27 8. G4 equals 15 and 5/8. 5/8. Then you do the other side the same way. That way when you're setting your antlers, you might be holding your antlers in place or whatever, and with a measuring tape in the other hand or something. They set up perfect every time. Obviously I got to do a little bit more cutting on that. But do the other side the same way, and your deer antlers will come out perfect every time. Okay. Now I already know I got to cut some off the bottom, so I'm going to try to probably even those out a little bit, maybe cut a little bit more off. I don't worry about getting too close. I got Bondo to help me out. You know, if I'm a little bit off on my cutting, which I always am. Sometimes I hold it at a corner. I've gotten where I like to hold them. Yeah, about like that. Try to go even as I can on both sides. And kind of start a track with it. So I cut the bottom off a little bit, see what she fits like. Oh yeah, it's a lot better. Oh yeah, you also want the skull plate to match up with the top of the form, and you want to get pretty close on that measurement. Just letting you know. So I'll go back to my measurements. They're already wrote down on the deer, so let's see how close I am. Okay, we got the G1 is 16 3/4. May not be too close, maybe real close. On the money. We're getting pretty close. You figure, okay, the G1 on the right side, 16 3/4, there's the center, about right in the middle. It's about right there. It's pretty close. Let's see the next measurement, G2. Let's check the back corner of the eye too. See, the middle of the form has a little bit of a point or a ridge, and the ridge falls right to the skull plate. So that's why you have a kind of a seamless look, you know, on your deer when he's done. You see the eye eye to the back, the bird in the back corner of the eye is 1.5 inches on this side, and it is 1.5 inches. I mean, you have to kind of subtract the you know that, but back corner of the eye is definitely 1.5 inches. Can you see it? Okay. That's perfect. I'll check the other side. Other side is 1.75 inches to the back corner of the eye. It's a little bit high. That's like 2 inches on that side. See what the other measurements are. Okay, that is okay. I guess I could turn the deer around. Hold on. Well, then after sawing and all that stuff, the times matched up. I didn't have to cut any more. I Bondo it down, drill my screw holes, shoot my screw holes into it, then take my screw holes out. And then I would get a knife or something. I usually put a little bit of preservative or something there so it doesn't stick so hard that antlers don't pop back off. So basically, I'd love to show you, but I've already done it once and it got deleted. But you drill, I like to drill 5 screw holes, 2 in the front, 2 in the back, and 1 in the middle. And after I sit it down on my Bondo and keep it in place with the time measurements, a lot of times I'll hold it like this and use my measuring tape to measure the tips of my antlers to the end of my nose and see if it matches up with my measurements. And I hold it till the Bondo gets hard. Then I drill my 5 screw holes, shoot my screws even down into it. A lot of times I'll put like little pilot holes. I'll put a little bit of a, I don't know what you call it, but I want the head to sink and mesh down into the skull. And a lot of times I just use an oversized drill bit on top. That way it makes a seat, you know, for the screw head. I usually just do the 2 front ones, sometimes the center one, and don't even worry about the back ones. And then it's in the video, you know, after I pop them back off and I'm ready to mount my deer, you know, I put my hide paste on, I sand my form down a little bit so the hide paste adheres, put my cake back on, put my antlers back on. It's all in the video. Then I'll build up around the corners to make it look like it was before the antlers were cut off. And then I do my sewing up the back and all that. But that's how you set your antlers. Just use your measurements. The middle of the bird to the back corner of the eye is a good one. Make sure the skull cap is matching up with the top of the skull cap on the form. And make sure all your time links match up to what your deer really had before you skin him out. You know, the G1, G2, G3, 4s, and 5s. And make sure they all line up on both sides. And your antlers are set. You don't have to do anything. You use the math. You put your measurements are accurate. The inside corner of your eye to the end of your nose is accurate. Everything is just like it was before you skint the deer out, and he looks good. Now for the skull cap, I cut this wood wool, or they call it Excelsior. I just get however much I need. Get me a pair of scissors or shears or something and cut it. And I'll get a little of my Bondo and some hardener. Start mixing it together. So, yeah, you just mix it together. Put your hardener in it. And what I'll do is I'll fill the skull cap up with it. And then put it to the form. Let it dry on the form. I'll make sure I got a little bit of like preservative. I'll show you that a little bit in a minute. Just mix it up real good. And apply it to the skull cap. And then some on the form also. Put a little Bondo with my Excelsior mixed together. A little bit of hardener. And then I put it on here. I've got all my measurements. So I just kind of try to match up my skull plate with my antlers. You want them to ride, you know, kind of, you know, about like that actually. This we got, I'll look down the end of the nose, make sure everything's lined up good. Make sure my antlers are looking good. G1, the end of the nose on the left is 16 3/4. Okay, whoops, that's a little bit off. Okay. G1, 16 3/4. Oh, it's a little bit off. Okay. G1 on this side is 16 7/8, almost 17. Yeah, it's right on the money. The G2 on that side is 22. So I'll go down here, match it to the end, and as you can see, it's right at 22. So I can go through all my measurements like that. My G2 on this side, 22 and 3/4. It's pretty close. A little bit off maybe. Oh, okay, it's moving around. It's hard to get it just right. But that's how you do it. Make sure it's right in the middle before it gets too hard. That's kind of what you got going on. G2, 22. Yeah, that one's on the money. And the G5 is like what? 14 7/8. Go down here and 14 7/8, roughly. Yeah, somewhere in that range. So that's how you do it. Now what I like to do is kind of, I think about a lot of things. I'll look down when I'm trying to set the antlers. I'll look at it from underneath, make sure everything lines up. Look at it from the side, make sure the pitch lines up, you know, real good, like it's supposed to be. Even from the back, I look at the balance, make sure everything is like balanced real good, you know, where it's not uneven or something, you know. So yeah, I take a lot of stuff into consideration from the side. You know, just make sure he lines up all the way around. And, you know, you can tell by looking if they're crooked a little. So you keep those in mind along with your dimensions. Now I put the dimensions both on this side, so I don't even have to go the other side. You know, it came in handy for the camera. So this is for the other side. Yeah, like right here, you can tell they're pretty well level. You know, you can tell if they're crooked by looking from the back. I do that a lot. Now with that, along with your math and all that stuff, it adds together. Your deer is going to be set perfect. And yep, you can't go wrong. Okay, what I got here, I'm going to drill holes for my screws. You know, I hadn't busted the bond, you know, the Bondo from the cap yet, but I'll So there's one, here's one. I put 5 is what I usually put. And you can kind of tell when you go through the skull cap, you know, you can tell when you go through the skull cap, you'll hit the wood and you just kind of tap to make sure you're on the wood. And so that's how that works. Then I'll come to the back, then I'll put one in the center. That's through. I put 2 in the front, 2 in the back, and 1 in the middle. That's usually how I do it. Yeah, these back ones are usually smaller, shorter screws. Then I'll get like a real large drill bit or something to countersink for where the screw heads will go flush with the skull. You can either use a large drill bit or countersinking stuff like that, you know, to just to countersink. So you got options there. But a big old drill bit will work just fine. Yeah, the screw heads will sink just perfect. And then I might do the middle one. Don't even worry about the back ones because there'll be clay covering all that and you'll never even notice it in the back. On the back one. So it's great if the thread pitches go all the way up to the bottom of the screw, but if they don't, make sure that, you know, the thread pitch starts before it hits the wood. There's a little piece of wood in there. But yeah, I got longer screws for the front, and for the back, you know, I got the smaller screws, which is totally fine. I'll grab my drill bit. Whoops. And now you just get a drill, cordless drill if you got one handy. And then you just snug everything up. Whoops. See how they sit flush with the skull cap? That's what you want. And then you take them right back out. So you've already made your pilot holes. And if you had to sew the cape up the back, you could leave the antlers on. You know, if you get a cape that's been cut all the way down the back, there's places out there that still do that. But if you don't like all that sewing, and you skeet him out, you know, where you only cut down so far, then You just pop the antlers off, slide your cape on, put your antlers back on, and then sew them up the back. So I take all my screws out. I've already started all my holes. And I usually have a favorite knife somewhere that I use to kind of bust the seam and take the antlers where they'll pop off. And what I like to do is I like to kind of bust the seam so I get like I got a knife somewhere that doesn't have a handle on it. You know, it's just all metal. And I like to help it out. You know, kind of try to help it out. There you go. What you do is take the antlers off, mount your cape, put your antlers back on, shoot your screws back through there, tighten them down real good, and you've got your mount done. You don't have to worry about sewing all the way down the cape. You take that off, slide it on like a sock, and then reattach your antlers. That's how it's done. Now we're going to mount a deer from start to finish. Back of the deer form. Make sure I got a screw to start with. Make sure you got enough skin to tuck around back. 4 screws in the back. We definitely want to Dremel some right in there, and we're going to tuck some skin in there at the tear duct area. A lot of times they go pretty deep, so that's a good place to do some pinning. You don't want no drumming right there. I used to Dremel some through here even, but a lot of times on a real deer, there's not much sinking down right in there. Right there is where we're going to pin. We're going to put a pin to hold the eye up close to the eye. We're going to do some Dremeling. I don't want to destroy the contour of the form because they're realistic forms. They're really good. I'm going to take my Dremel tool, and I used to have a reference head that I used to use and a reference nose that I used to use until I kind of got familiar with the way they are. So I'm using the Sharpie pen to try to give you an idea. I may pan in a little bit, but basically we're going inside. We don't want to destroy all the good parts of the form. In other words, we want to use everything to our advantage to make this deer look good. And when we Dremel, we want to make some tucking room right back in here. But we don't want to destroy all this on the outside if we can keep from it. I guess what I'm getting at, if you're real careful with your Dremeling, it saves you on having to do some clay repair work a little bit later. Now I used to like to Dremel this out and give a little bit of a jaw, I guess is the right word. Even some of this and that right there, but it's already in the form, so you really don't have to. But now down in here, all that needs to be kind of Dremel pretty good. Now if you got flashing, just like you on a fiberglass form, you can use like a little sanding block or something, piece of sandpaper, or even your Dremel tool. I haven't known just use my Dremel tool and just cut off a little bit of the flashing there. You want to hold real good in the form, you can use it on the form. Or get you some sandpaper. I'd pay something good to hold on to. Sandpaper is better for getting inside the details. Now as far as Dremeling, I just use like a 1/8 inch Dremeling tool. It's what fits inside the shaft on a Dremel tool. And that's what I do all my Dremeling with. A reference is a must. But believe it or not, I like to go up in here just under the nose and not too far out from the top of this. And I'll Dremel all that out. There's like a, I guess you could say like almost an inside corner of the nose right here. So all this gets Dremeled out. This gets Dremeled out pretty far through. I have been known to even cut through to the other side a little bit. Then right down through here, almost kind of flatten out. Kind of right in here. A good reference, or even a live deer will show you this. Kind of stay flat, almost a 90-degree angle from out here. And then, now I don't want to go far past this. I'll go in about like this. And then go down so far to try to meet with all this. It's flat right here. But a lot of your depth comes right in here and back up in here. You got a lot of depth. A live reference or a reference cast. You can buy them through McKenzie Taxidermy Supply. And it shows you how to Dremel there. Another interesting point is right here. I tend to go in, not straight down like this, but kind of at an angle coming in this way, right through here. And then as I get down here, I even lean my tool over like this to taper it out so it's not drastic. Towards down here, we'll show you that. And then I get here and then I Dremel all that out back in there. I tend to go up real high up this way. So there's a lot of room for tucking skin, more than I need, always, right up in here. And so I tuck the inside corner of the lip between the upper and lower. The inside and corner of the upper and lower lip tends to tuck in there. If it's open mouth, you'd need quite a bit of that. But since it's closed mouth, we're not going to need all that. And then I tend to go in maybe slightly inward angle. But we go around here and then around there. But I'll show you. And basically what we're doing is we're trying not to destroy any of the anatomy of the form that's going to add to the realisticity of the mount. You know how realistic it looks? We don't want to destroy none of that, but we want to do what needs to be done so we can tuck skin. Now go down, straight down, and slightly inward angle. Now I may even use a little bit of this as an outline. I go straight down but slightly inwards, and I may use this as an outline to kind of shape the contour from up this way. Use a reference material, and you want this to look pretty good and like it's supposed to. Just what I'm getting at, right here, there's an imaginary line where you don't want to go too far with your Dremel tool. If you even wanted to do a better job than you can do with a Dremel tool, they got stuff for that too. You don't have to do this. Obviously. Now there's people out there that dig these details out and everything. Too carried away with it, but I will show you what I do. There's people that like to dig out a lot on their forms, and there's a lot of people that don't do nothing. And I have not even done anything. You're still going to get a good form. But a lot of times this right here, I don't know why, but I'll tend to continue it on. Let's see, I might even do it like that or something. But just for the heck of it, I'm not even going to do any of that. But these details, they'll show in the form. If you push them in, they will show. So that's just something else to think about. I'll go ahead and show that. That way when I'm mashing details in, I've got a hint of where it's at a little bit. But after the deer is mounted, you might want to pin some around these, and strip it, where some of these details show. You can see this goes up here a ways. There's this little knot right here that's really kind of neat. And then this goes up through here so far. And this one goes up through here so far. And this is all detail to make your deer look realistic. You don't want no drumming right here, and you want these wrinkles to show. So all that, you just kind of push in with your fingers, or you pin it, or a little bit of both. Work it for the next few days while it's drying. This side, same thing again, except this is on the side that's further. In other words, deer's head's turned the other way. It goes right here and then it stops. Then it starts up again right down here. Well, I like to go ahead and just do a little bit of connection work like that. And then that way my fingers know what to push in after I get the skin on. In other words, I'll try to find it, and if I can't see it, then I can't do it. So through there is good. I'm not claiming to know any more about anatomy than the guy that made the form, obviously, but it's just, I don't know, it just feels right to connect the two for some reason. And add a little bit of detail on this side that actually shows. I push this in. This right here, you don't want it to drum, so that's your shoulder detail. if you want to use a deer just straight the way it is, which is always a good, safe way to do it, then by all means, don't even do any of this. Still might want to do the inside of the tear duct. Right down here, I see where the form is got a little bit of flashing. You definitely want this dent right here. I mean, right here behind the, I've seen deer that were just straight all the way across and they don't look right. In other words, right here, there's a little bit of an indentation. You know, right there before the, I guess before the lower jaw starts. But right down here, right through there. Just make sure you get that flashing off. The end even. You're going to want to pin it up right here or do screen it or you want something that glue itself a lot of times will hold, but you don't want it to drum right here. And I've seen it happen before. And now, my Sharpie pen, it's not pointy enough, but you get the idea. Where the upper mouth and the lower mouth meet, you want to go right there. You don't want to be messy with it. And you could go in, but I like to go almost straight down. Maybe slightly inwards so you don't come out right through here. But almost straight down, because when you tuck, you're going to want to tuck straight up in. But I start right there in the corner. And I want to be neat with it because this will mess your form up and stuff like that. But I'll show you what I mean. And went halfway on this side. I didn't destroy none of the anatomy. There's a little flat spot anyway where the upper lip on the form, where the upper lip and lower lip meet. You want to find that flat spot where it meets right up against the mouth and almost go straight down from there. Because you don't want to destroy the bottom contour of the bottom mouth either. So I use that little flat spot that's there to almost go straight down from the side of the upper, from the side of the lower lip. Yep, it's upside down. But from the side of the lower lip, I tend to want to go almost straight down. That way I'm not eating into the anatomy. And when you tuck, there's going to be so much fur, and the fur's going to be touching each other right there. That a lot of times, you know, it's good and flush. Now do the same thing to the other side. That's been done nice and good. Now turn it back upside down. You'd be amazed how you can eyeball and get your eyes as straight, if not straighter than you would if you used a level. The drumline stuff comes right out. Now right here with my Dremel tool. Right there. And what I did, I went up in there and just dremeled out enough room to tuck some extra skin. Now we do the other side the same way. And depending on what eye you use, you want that even. And you can usually eyeball it and get it pretty good. I just like to use a little super glue and pop it in there and hold it for a second. Glue gel is best. I just like to use super glue. I mean, a lot of people use clay, but a lot of times, you know, your cape may not be thawed out and you need to be working or something. And it just frees you up so you can do other stuff. Make sure the pupil is straight across. Just hold it like that for a little while. It really don't take long. When you work with clay, you got to worry about things wobbling and breaking loose and dropping on the floor in the middle of while you're working on it. Even while you're putting the cape on, you know, it could pop off. I just kind of like to make sure everything's slightly durable to withstand some of the traumas that you put it through while you're getting it mounted. You know, the mounting process. Super glue gel is best. You can get a good discount on this other super glue. They're, you know, $5 to a pack or whatever. Super glue, make sure the pupil is even. And then set your eye. Now we're going to set the antlers on this deer. You want the antlers to pop back off. In other words, we're gonna fit it first, make the antler. We're gonna set the antlers and then we're gonna take it off. We use Bondo, and we want the Bondo to come off, so I just got a little borax toss on there if you need to. You might not even need to, but in case you do, you got it right there. For the antlers, you want to make sure you get all this borax and everything off. Toothbrush is fine for this. Perfect, most perfect deer, that's for sure. You know, to show people, but we're going to run into them. But you can kind of see what we're dealing with. Kind of gives you a better angle, close but not perfect. Sometimes I consider, I don't know, a few angles almost at the same time. If this is just sitting like you want it sitting, well, obviously this goes, it goes kind of back like this to the center of the back of the skull. Back of the skull is right here. And we're just going to kind of draw an imaginary line as straight as we can there. So you get the idea. So you can look. And then here you've got the center of the form even. Which you can't always go by them, but you can kind of just get a rough eyeball. And yeah, about like that is about like what you want. So we need to cut a little more off on this side, looks like. A lot of times I may write right on the tag, you know, that's the eye to burr right there, 1.5 inches. And I already know without even having to look at my paperwork what the eye to burr is. Now, of course, the eye to burr is what I'm referring to as from the center of the eye. Extra measurements for antler placement. You can, right here at the tip, go from the tip of this antler to the end of the nose, right in the middle. 15. There's 15. And maybe 15 1/4 on that side. Then you transfer those measurements over to your deer form. And, you know, if your head's like 1/4 inch longer than it originally was, make sure you include that in your math, or your antlers ain't gonna be set right. A lot of times I'll hang the deer back up and let gravity be another helper for me. Since I already know I got it far enough where it'll just come off. A lot of times I will turn around and hang the deer back up. Oh, it's just a few seconds work. I just got used to using a little extra help. About the same. There's a little raise up in the burr right there. I can even put a little mark there. Nobody ever see it, just a little mark. Looks like 1 3/4 inches on this side about. 1 3/4 on the left out of burr and 1 1/4 on the right. I should have done this before we took the hair off the deer, but the same thing is the overall pitch of the antler. It usually rides with the top of the nose, but the overall pitch, along with your measurements, you know, it's another good technique is when you figure with the skin on there, the top of the antler is going to be right with the top of the nose. You can tell by the way the skull relates to the form. That'll give you a hint whether your antlers are upside down or not. And I like to go down even with the skull and about half and half. I just eyeball it. Yeah, about half and half between the burr and the eyes. And I go as even as I can. You can see it's a pretty even rack anyway. So I'll go about like this and just start cutting. I'm cutting from the base of the skull back here and meet up about halfway in the eye socket, somewhere in that range. Got like a bandsaw or something that's even easier. We just got our Bondo. And if you cut a lot off your skull and you want to save some Bondo, a lot of times I mix my Bondo with Excelsior, and what it does, it just thickens it up where it all just don't run out, you know, run down the side of your mount or the side of your form. Excelsior to put with it, just to thicken it up a little bit. Make sure it's in the skull cap real good. Stick to that bone real good. And the excess, you know, you can take some of that excess off, and I'll go ahead and put the rest on there. Trying to line it up in every way possible. Top of the skull, just seems like everything works out much better if this skull cap is lined up at the top. You can even look down the end of the nose. I've done that before. There's just so many things you can do. See, when it's setting up, it can be your friend. When it gets a little rubbery, Bondo the antlers, we want the skull cap to match up. And we want it to be 15 1/4 on the left and 15 on the right. I think that's right. Yeah, that's what it is. 15 1/4 on the left, which is right on. I set my antlers right there. And then 15 on the right. So yep, that's how I set my antlers right there. Don't have to do any cutting with my skull cap or anything. Up there. Skull cap matches up nicely. The general pitch of the antlers matches up real nice. You know, generally. That's pretty good. Can't be wrong. Looks good and even from the back. Okay, now we're going to drill the holes to this skull cap so we can shoot screws into the piece of wood that's in the top of the head of the form. We've got 5 of them. 2 in the front and 1 in the middle, 2 in the back. That's the top of the skull cap. And what it is, screwing it down to where it fits into the top of the form. And there's a piece of wood already molded into the form. And we're going to drill the holes first. We go straight down as possible in a 90-degree angle with the piece of wood. A drill that's about as thick as your screws. You don't need a bigger hole than what you have. You know, you don't need any bigger than what you've already got. One right in the middle here. Some people like to angle them a little bit different. I guess the main thing that matters is that you can find the screw holes again. Just find a good spot towards the rear of the skull cap. I want the screw head to sit flush with the top of the skull cap. So I'll get a bigger drill bit. And just kind of Of course, you can get like a super big little drill bit that'll take care of this, but I don't have one. So the back don't matter as much because skull cap's going to fill it in anyway. Now I've got me 5 screws to go in those 5 screw holes. Got one there, one here, one in the middle. Now notice the screws don't go all the way up on these screws, but it's so far, I guess what I'm getting at is the clear part that doesn't have any threads. It's never going to get so far down into the wood anyway. The back ones might, and the screws don't have to be as long anyway because the back, these are plenty. They're going to go through the wood anyway, so that's all you need. And I don't want the skull cap moving or anything. Sometimes it'll move minutely, you know, if it tries to break away from the Bondo underneath. This one's good, it's not moving. And I've got these in the back. Okay, now that I've got my screw holes made, I'll go ahead and back them out. Good thing about electric drilling, you'll never have to worry about batteries going dead on you or having to recharge. The only thing you got to deal with a cord, tripping over a cord and getting in the way and all that stuff. Now remember we put like a little bit of borax and stuff underneath so we could pop these antlers off real easy? The reason we put screws out is so we can try to pop this off without it breaking off from the already. There we are. See how that broke off? Now we just screw it back in. Antlers can stay there while you set the eyes. I like to set the eyes with the rack on. You want the eye even with the ground, I guess is the right word. Maybe slightly upward, just a hair. I would say, like right here's the back of the eye, the back center, I guess is the right word, about right in there. And then the front would be about right here. About right like that, yeah. Yeah, that's about even. Something like that. Pupils are so dark on this deer you can't see it. But that's kind of what we're looking at. Doing just the same as everybody else will do. And, you know, filling the gap in. There you are. That's a whole lot even. That's okay. That's what we sculpt for. Do the same on top. Some of these new forms, it don't seem to take much. Well, that's all the way to the back of the eye. Sometimes I'll go ahead and get a general shape of the eye the way I want it before I, you know, start maybe adding more clay. But I have noticed some things anatomically. It shows up in the references about the back part of the eye. This part being the lowest part. And it will kind of come down. Take much right in here. You look from the back and you can't see the front part of the eye, and vice versa. You go from the front and you look from the front and you can't see the back of the eye. Well, there's almost as many ways to do eyes as there is taxidermist. I don't know if you notice real close, but I think to make it where the form to get out a lot better, they actually took away a lot of the roundness of the, like right in here, it's just flat. I think they did it so they can come out of the forms better. Because in the olden days, they used to be rounded off right here. You could almost get away with just putting an eyelid. You want this rounded off like on a real deer. Same with this right here. So it affects how much clay you have to use. So you have to think a little bit three-dimensionally while you're working on these guys. You know, you kind of want the form to go this way, come out. You know, from a front view, You want it to look like a good smooth transition. Then of course you want to right here where it's flat, I mean it just comes out and it's flat. The older forms didn't have that. The older forms were rounded out. You know, they had a fully made brow. That's the only drawback of these new ones, I guess you could say. Every form is sometimes a little bit different. It affects how you do your eye a little bit, or how much clay you use anyway. I want to put this in here just to, oh, that's just enough. That's way too much. But basically where the form has been you want it round right here. It's just the new McKenzie forms that are this way. Now you gotta do the same thing with the lower lid. I'm gonna take away the kind of squared off look right here. It's just flat and it goes in. So you want to make that rounded too. So about right here. Like that. All I'm doing is taking out where it's so squared looking. You know, like, make it where they can get it out of the mold a lot easier. Don't want to lose the general shape that you're trying to get with your eyelid, of course. Which is pretty much all the way back to the rear of the eye, which is about right there. And of course, right here, there's the main part of the eye right here. A lot of times in my references, it's thicker here. It's thicker here. It's actually pretty close right there. And then it dips down right in here. The lowest part of the eye. And then it goes up to meet the upper eyelid right there. That's about it right there. Okay, now that's what I've got from the side. Starting right here. Critter clay is a lot better with this. You know, some latex based clay. And you snap it off right here. There we are. Yeah, generic clay don't work all that hot for this, which is what I got. Okay, so I made kind of the lower eyelid here. For the upper, you're basically making the eyelid. And on this picture, I'm using your picture of a real deer. The main concern, you can see where the eyelid is. You have to look super close though. Not sure if you can see the eyelid. It's a little faded. Okay, here's a picture of a deer. You can see how basically it's the eyelid. And that's where your crease is. And I guess all deer differ a little bit, but that's the main crease I'm worried about. For the eyelid, well, I'm just going to poke the eyelid in with this, but it looks like you're basically just making the eyelid. And then it goes around like this. So, I want to get enough of a bite, that's for sure. See, it tapers close to the, it's almost like it's just wanting to make the eyelid, basically. That crease is just wanting to make the eyelid. Then it kind of fades out as it gets to the back. On this deer picture, it fades out about 2/3 back, but it looks like it kind of goes up about like this. And that's it. About like that. Of course, if you want to that's what my reference picture is showing. Smoothen that up a little bit. And so I don't tuck the skin either. If I was a skin tucker, I'd be a nervous wreck right now. And all these details you can just push in. You've got so much glue on. You can always just push in, and it will give you what you want. Some deer, I'll even see a little bit of something back here. I don't know, maybe something like coming down right here, but a lot of times it's, I just push it in because, you know, the deer you have may not have it. Sometimes I'll have like a wrinkle at the back of the eye. It comes down so far. Kind of like that. You can kind of see it, I think. From the front, you'll see it's flush with the form. Kind of comes off from the form. And then that your clay looks like it's an extension of part of the form kind of coming out and making the eyelid and the brow. The brow and the eyelid, I guess, is the right word. So if you wanted good roundness with the brow, you could even put more clay up here and make your brow, and then maybe a little strip of clay right there to make your lower eyelid. But for commercial grade taxidermy, and plus you're going to use glue, so you're going to have a little bit more filler in there to poke in your details and stuff and make it look round and realistic. Here again on this other side, I start right here at the tear duct, and basically just wanting to fill in that lower eye. And here again, there's like some real strong, harsh, I guess to make it where the mold comes out easier. But as on the other side, you know how it's like almost flat right here and then flat on the bottom? I have to rebuild that brow up just a little bit to make it look, you know, realistic. Like right here in the back, this is all just almost 90-degree angles here. You know, from the eye socket, and then it goes up so far and it just goes in real quick, like almost like a 90-degree angle. So I got to round all this off with clay, preferably critter clay. But they've even got some good stuff like at Walmart, some air dry stuff that's apparently latex based. Filling that seam for the most part. You know, first off. Same with the inside corner of the eye. Just put a little bit right there to, don't want to get carried away with it. So this is just preliminary. Here again, the inside corner of the brow. Want some clay there because right now it's flat. I mean, almost like a 90-degree angle. So I put a little in there. And I don't worry really about how much. I mean, that's what we got our modeling tools for. And our brushes and our water. To make sure it's good and rounded off. But I don't want, unless the deer is doing something, you're doing a competition mount, you want both ears to, or want both eyes to be doing the same thing. Unless you're doing a competition mount and he's like licking a branch or something, you know. And he's got one eye squinting and one eye not squinting. Right now I'm just kind of worried about that inner brow and getting it straightened out. Just rounding it off, but not much more than that, really. So I'm just giving you I did it on the other side from a side view. I figured it'd be a good idea to go ahead and do it on this side from a front view. And see if that maybe helps you guys a little bit. Yeah, I used a whole lot of clay. I went down here almost to the tear duct here. Get the bottom of this eye now, and basically the same thing here. Used to be the forms had the lower and eye socket like really built real good and rounded off for you, but not these new ones. You have to do everything by clay so that they can get the forms out easier. If I'm not mistaken, that's what it sounded like that they were saying they were doing. You know, when they first come out with a new way to make I think maybe the foam itself, where they could pop out of the molds easier, and some little upgrades to the forms, quote unquote upgrades. Sure that lower eyelid right here at the front, it's usually real thick and meaty on your deer, you notice that, and then right through here it drops down, and then your upper eyelid comes through, which we hadn't put on yet. And of course, you come through here and then kind of break it off about right in there. You can just work it back. Here again, putting the eyelid in. I mean, it literally looks like it just almost comes in right here and then goes around. And starts to taper down back here. Use a good reference. Now you can get a little bead of clay, or you can go ahead and do it like this, or you can kind of mash it in with your glue when you're mounting your deer. I've done it that way too. See how the eyelid kind of makes a smooth transition from the brow. I mean, part of the brow is clay, I guess you could say. Some of the brow is clay and some of it is the form. And there's kind of like that transition. Got to sort of, I guess, think a little bit three-dimensionally. For commercial grade taxidermy, you're going to get a lot of people that don't even do this much. And that's what I'm seeing. Almost that sharp of a contrast, depending on the deer and I guess maybe his expression or something. I see this more, a lot of times more than this. And now on this side, I just kind of went sweeping like most other people do, making it sweeping back down. But here, I kind of made it come and then kind of even go in a little bit. But I do see that on some of my deer. You know, some of my reference pictures. Sure that brow is good and rounded. But no more than that. Don't need any more. You want it to look pretty neat from the front, in other words, I guess is the right word. Use this brush to slowly take some off. Use it to push stuff back in and all kinds of neat stuff. I don't want to take any much more clay off up here than that, that's for sure. But my main goal was to get rid of that flatness that some of the older forms didn't have. Well, they didn't. I guess what I'm getting at, it's a relatively new phenomenon within the last, I don't know, 4 or 5 years or something like that. Got my super small lower eyelid material. This is the way Joe Meter does it, or relatively close. And it shows on the skin itself. You can see it. You know, when you're mounting your deer, you can see it. But I want to get it really small, about what I think it needs to be. And it does need to be kind of small. Earbutt clay, I don't know if you can do it with that. It's might be a little bit too sandy and coarse. But you get I guess the critter clay, or latex based clay or something like that. It'll work pretty good. Ought to be enough. Right here, the inside corner of the eye, and then it breaks off towards the back of the eye. There you are, just like that. Oop, took some of the other clay out. But you get the idea. And it's the same thing I've done to the other side. Here again, you can't just mash it in. I mean, you can make it with the clay itself. Feel free to use reference material for this too. Both those eyes look pretty good and symmetrical to me. And I'll show you what we do next. Now, if I was a skin tucker, I wouldn't do this. I'd have the cape ready, do this probably right before I put the cape on. But since I'm not a skin tucker, it used to be a long time ago that you could get forms through the mail that were clayed. And, where the eyes are already in for you and they were installed already. Van Dyke's used to do it. But since they done away with that, probably, then I'm just going to find a way to dry the eye out without the clay falling off, and then put something over it to kind of seal it and keep it in place. Like Mod Podge or contact cement or anything that'll keep it from popping off. Now, the kind of clay I used didn't help either. That stuff that shrinks real bad, but a lot of times I'll use a Q-tip too. It doesn't have to be a brush. Now, there might be something you can find that's better than using this. Mod Podge would be good if you can wait, but if you can't wait, you might want something, just anything to keep the clay from falling out. The type of clay is probably a big thing. I'm always trying to get by as cheap as I possibly can. That's not too good sometimes. Especially when you're doing intricate clay work on the eye, you don't want to be using stuff that's not good. Critter clay is the best. But you can also get that latex-based clay at, like at Walmart. Crayola makes a pretty good one, believe it or not. Find that in the kids section, or arts and crafts. If I was getting ready to tuck skin or something, I wouldn't do this, but that's not the way I do it. I do it the probably a more old-fashioned way, I'd say. Just glue things in place, make sure the eyelids are down and kind of stay down while it's drying. And watch other things, make sure they're not droning and all that stuff. All I did was use a blow dryer to blow dry the eye. And I guess it's also important to say that you want to go back about as far as you can to show as much of the eye as possible, because deer have big eyes and you don't want a small-eyed deer by not taking advantage of the full eye. So when I do the lower eyelid, I make sure I go all the way to the very back of the eye to give you as much of your eye as possible. Because if you see deer out in the wild even, they've got real big eyes. Not as big as like an antelope or something, but yeah, they definitely got big eyes. So you want to replicate that if you can. Although I like the eyes, they look a little bit flat for me, which I guess for commercial grade is okay as far as, you've got glue and a dry preserved skin, and you can still tuck in pretty good. But I think I want just a little bit more lid and a little bit more brow. I think I do just like I did at the bottom. Just bring a little bit of this in. Kind of want it fuller in front, is what I wanted. Not so much the back. You got another one, kind of thick. I guess what I'm thinking is I want to fill the brow a little bit more right in here and accentuate the eyelid crease is my goal, I guess. So I kind of want to put it pretty close, and we're just going to smooth all that out. So it's a lot more clay, but don't get me wrong, the way I had it was pretty good. I don't want to add much more clay to the back, that's for sure. We definitely want to be able to, not see you want to make sure you got all the eyelid, is what I'm getting at. Now this brow, the clay rolls over and then meets with this. meets with that, meets with that, meets with that. And even if you do feel like you end up with too much, you can always take it back off, see? Let's see, there's our eyelid was right here. I think that's it right here. I want to destroy my eyelid shape, but I just wanted to add more body. None in the back. Not much anyway. On this deer. Moving it off. Shape everything with your modeling tool. So it's going to tuck. Just filling up this brow just a hair bit. Well, that looks good enough for me. I just want to get it where it looks pretty good from the front. Accentuate the eyelids a little bit more, and maybe the brow a little bit. But you've got thick skin and glue, so it may not have mattered a whole lot. But I definitely like this better. Now I got the deer turned inside out on a fleshing beam. And here's the nose. Here's the nose. I got the head inside out. Here's the nose. There's the cartilage. Made sure my knives were good and sharp. And here's the stuff that's on the... You got whisker follicles. You don't want to cut them. But if you can get down, you know, where you can see them, and maybe some in between them, you're doing pretty good. And the preservative will take care of the rest. I'll show you that later. I can see the follicles, and just get where I use the tip of my knife and just kind of cut away at some of the stuff in between the follicles. And every now and then you might get a follicle. It's no big deal because it's going to happen. But you don't want a bunch of hairs falling out of your deer if you can keep from it. You know, whiskers. Yeah, there's other ways. I think salt and aluminum sulfate, or salt and alum, I think you can. I think it's like 1 pound of salt per gallon. And then I think it's like almost the same for the alum, I think. And you can preserve a skin that way. Sure can. There's a lot of different methods, so I just use dry preserve for commercial taxidermy. And the glue I use is set up for it too. The hide paste and the glue. But for dry preservative, you can't beat it. Glue, you have details in your face and everything. It's really good. Now I've also got a fleshing machine. I like to use borax as a fleshing agent. You can see right here is the cartilage. And I'm just getting what I can on the beam, and I'll do the intricate work later. With a razor blade is what I've always used, or you know, that's what I was taught with. I guess a person can use a knife. They're pretty good with it. So yeah, borax or dry preservative, whatever you want to use, you know, to flesh with. I'll use borax and then use a dry preservative to preserve it and stuff. Some of this is you just got to do it to really know what's going on, I guess. I mean, you can watch it all. Watching's going to help. But, you know, to get the real feel for fleshing, like knowing how your knife digs without going all the way through, you get a kind of a feel for it. You know how to angle your knife, how much pressure to put. And I tend to use the tip of the knife more, or about the last third of the knife. And we're going to utilize the beam and get what we can. Get as much of my beams. It's about 4 inches across, like a 2x4. So this borax is a good fleshing agent, and keep getting it as good until you think it's good enough. Till you get all that meat that comes off. And you probably want a good knife that doesn't dull too easy. You can get it. There's some knives with good metal out there. There's knives, that don't have good metal. And you have to constantly keep sharpening them all the time because they dull so quick. But if I'm not too sure of how fresh the deer is or something, I get a little wary on manhandling the capes too much. Because I don't know, how good a condition the cape really is in. Because I don't know. Unless I know, that there's a little bit of race against time. If you don't know how good the cape is, or if you're pretty sure it's not very fresh, then there is a race against time. Especially, can't dilly-dally with them. Once you start on them, you need to get them done. It's just peeling off. It kind of wants to come off. I guess what I'm getting is, I put a blade on it and it comes off, then it's meant to come off. When you get close to the skin, it's not that easy. I know I got it pretty good. I may get a little bit more of the nostril right here that I'm seeing. Not nostril, but the hair follicle area right behind the nostril. So I'm just kind of bludgeoning it a little bit to keep from cutting through the follicles. And there's a follicle. There's a follicle. And I never don't not cut through a follicle. I always tend to. But I see them. I'm pretty close to them. Yeah, these hair follicles right here, I don't know. There's several of them right here. I haven't went into them. I know they're there, so I try to miss them as good as I can. I still get one quite often, but you get a little better at it. There's hair follicles right under the chin. Right below the lower jaw, there's some. For those hairs, there's some hairs there. You just gotta be aware. Well, that's good enough for me. Hair follicles and all the meat around it is off. Process. Fleshing machines help you get it down to like 45 minutes or so. Now I got my water bottle again. Make sure it's good and damp. And it is. And I'll let you in on a secret. I have been known to go ahead and wash the cape. If I don't know the condition of the deer, or if I assume it's in pretty bad shape, I have been known to go ahead and wash the cape first. Maybe get some of the big meat off of it. And then I can preserve it while I flesh it. As soon as it's fleshed, as soon as I flesh a spot, I can preserve it. Then go ahead and start to another spot. That way you're not worried so much about longevity as far as getting it done, and you're kind of preserving it as it goes. Especially on places like the face. High slippage areas is what I focus on. Like if you got a green cape or something and you want to salt it real good or something before you start. Now I'll tend to roll the whole deer over. Sometimes you got to roll the cape too. Not on this time, but I know you can't see it. too good. You can see it from the other side, which I'll show you that later. But here is between the upper and lower lip. This is what's on the inside. This is what would tuck. If you had an open mouth, that's plenty. But we're not doing an open mouth. See, here's the lower lip and all that, and the lower jaw. But right here on the side, here's a bunch of meat right here that I can go ahead and get off. Basically what I do is I run my knife right above this skin. You know, the lips that we haven't split yet. That's a good terminology, splitting the lips. So now I'm back to the borax to make sure I got this stuff off. You know, go around the eye a little bit. Get all that meat off, or get all the moisture off. And not only that, where I preserved it, I can see where I preserved it too. So that helps. Now, if you trust the cape and all that, you can go ahead and flesh the whole thing out first. But I'm just saying, if you don't know, you can do it this way. Especially if you're not super fast at fleshing, wouldn't be a bad idea to go ahead and get the face first. The other stuff is easy and faster, is what I'm getting at. And but since we're doing a closed mouth, I know we don't need all this. So I already know that I run my knife way down here and just try to get that excess meat off. And take full advantage of my beam in the process. Yeah, the warmth of your hand and everything causes decay. You know, it helps it speed it up, I guess is the right word. And since I've already preserved it, I'm kind of fighting against time, sort of. Well, also soaked it in a good salty solution, about 1 pound of salt per gallon, and killed bacteria that way. Then I went around, turned around and washed it and let it rehydrate. That saves you a little time. And all in all, I've noticed I tend to have less hair slippage. Even if a cape don't go bad, little patches of hair don't start falling out or anything. It just seems like the hair holds better. So a lot of times I'll salt them first and kill any bacteria that's on them. You know, where they may be set in a slaughterhouse for a little while. And you can tell. If you look at a deer and he's all dried out in the face, he's been sitting a while. And that's a good candidate for one that you would want to maybe preserve. You know, put 1 pound of salt per gallon in some water and kill bacteria that may already be on it that's starting the decaying process, and you can save them. But also, if you notice that these are real dried out in the face, it lets you know you want to work fast. And, you know, they'll give you little hints. You know, in other words, you know ahead of time how much time you got just by looking at them. You know, little telltale signs. That's another tidbit of information. Because these deer, they do sit in slaughterhouses. A lot of times people aren't in a hurry to pick them up. And I don't know how long they sit and when. Maybe they don't get skin out right away or something. I don't know. But they, a lot of times you get them, they're not too fresh from the slaughterhouse. Sometimes people have them in their freezer and the freezer goes out and then or shoots a breaker and then they refreeze it and then you get it and it's bad. Or going bad or something like that. So it's just a lot of stuff to think about. And right down here, I got one finger kind of rolling back on the lip because I'm right here at the lip area. And I could also split the lip, a little while I'm at it. I'm right here, and that's more for me to flesh on the beam instead of having to flesh it later with a razor or something. So it is kind of like I'm splitting the lip on the fleshing beam. And yeah, getting close to the end right there, you can feel when you're getting close. You just got to use all your senses. You can feel when you're getting close to the end. And it's the old adage, get as close as you can without going through and you're in good shape. See, this freed me up all this to flesh. And I think on the alum solution, it's like 4 ounces of alum per gallon or something like that. And then a pound of salt or something. Something like that. You have to let it sit for a while though. So I'm taking advantage of the fleshing beam and getting anything I can get while I can get it in the face. Probably ought to be focusing on the eyes first, but since I got on this side, I'm not too worried about it going bad. See how all this red meat right here on the side of the face, it's important to have good control with your knife and know what it's doing right here, because you can really put a hole in it if you're not careful. It's just thin right here at the face is what I'm getting at. There again, the intricate work can be with a razor where you're looking at it real close. You're sitting down and you're a little more relaxed. So that's the best way to do it there. Now, usually, a lot of times the skin starts slipping. The nostrils usually is one of the first places. Like inside the nostril, there's that thin layer of skin. That a lot of times will let you know that you're starting to go bad, but you might have just pulled it off where it's okay if you're super careful with it. That real, there's like some oils and stuff usually like in the nostril and even on the ear, kind of like an oily feel. And it seems like they tend to start slipping right there. You know, like in the ears and inside the nostrils. You know, we're starting on the little bit of the eye there. Now I'm just going to start chucking off some heavy. I know it's a lot of heavy meat right there. And go ahead and get that eye done while I'm here. I even threw some preservative on the other side of the eye to kind of try to help it out. Both eyes. Put some inside the nostril already, even though I hadn't fleshed. Inside the nostril where I know they start going bad real quick. I went ahead and got that. So basically all I'm doing is fleshing the head out, not getting the ears, not, we'll do that later. Splitting the lips and skinning the ears out. We'll do that later. Right now we're just worried about the body and getting preservative on it as soon as possible. And get where we don't have to touch it anymore. So it can be doing what it's going to be doing on the form, which is preserving and drying, while you're getting the rest of the deer, and you're not having to touch it anymore. That makes any sense. So I flash with borax and I go back over it with some dry preservative. Which I'm not sure, but I'm thinking a lot of that preservative is almost like borax and salt, I think, or something. I've gotten so used to using the dry preservative. You know, I went back and you know, tanned a few cakes and using them and mounted them. And it seems like there's less pinning with the dry preservative because the skin is tougher. It's not as limp. In other words, I got used to using the dry preserve so much, I know how to work with it better. And then my glue and all that's set up for it too. It's the fastest way. Customers get their deer backs a lot quicker. The tan cake does look really nice. I'm just cutting that off. Save some camera time. Okay, this is the side of the face. I guess you could say the upper side. And yeah, I want to put preservative on it because I got it fleshed out. That way I don't ever have to touch it again. Now we're going to do the eye. This is one, and then we got to do the other. And I'll turn the whole cape even. I'm going to throw a little borax on there just to keep some of the moisture down on the part that I'm not having fleshed. Okay. Okay, now, so I've fleshed above it and below it for the most part. And back here behind the ear, I'll get some. There's just a little streak that I didn't get. All this has been done, all that's been done. Now, if you know your cape is good, go ahead and flesh the whole guy out, you know. But if you don't know, I want to speed up the process, I guess. Of course, the salt probably helped. Letting it soak overnight in that stuff couldn't hurt. Actually got a little hard on the face. And on this side, same thing. See all the red meat? There's preservative on it, I know. But you just, and you got all kinds of eyebrow hairs and everything. So you just kind of work with that in mind. And, but you got so much meat over the top of it. And I'm not going in the eye or nothing. I'm just staying right here on the outside with a good sharp knife. So I'm just cutting that stuff off, not putting any pressure on the eye, you know, do any damage on the other side is what I'm getting at. Good sharp knife and you're good to go. And all that red meat. Starting to see the eye a little bit. There's the eye. Now if I was doing the tucking method, I'd save a good amount of that skin to tuck. And it's kind of like splitting the lips. It'd be like you're getting the skin all the way to the end and leaving some of that excess skin so it'd tuck. But you can skin closer to the eye is the tear duct, or the eye, I guess. The lower eye or upper eye. A lot of this intricate work we're going to be doing with a razor. But get what you can while you can. Get it close enough where preservative is going to be doing its job while you're fleshing other parts of this cape. This is all the excess thick meat above the eyelid, all that meat that makes up the brow. That's what I'm cutting right now. I'm getting down to the follicles. Trimming all this back here. So we're working closer to the eye. Now you can see the eye real good. And see all this, we can flesh right up to the eye. Get this, there's a lot of stuff in the tear duct area. But it's always a danger zone for the tear duct. Skinny mount was just one part of the danger zone of the tear duct. You know, you gotta flesh him without trying to put a hole in him, which is not always super easy. If you're afraid you're putting too much pressure on the other side, then you go ahead and wait and do that later with a sharp razor blade, straight edge razor when you're, you know, when we're doing the final fleshing, detailed fleshing. Okay, here's the That's real easy right here to put a hole. I'm leaving some that I know that I can take care of later when we start fleshing him out. But I am leave the final detail work for when he's off the bench. But I can throw enough preservative on there that I feel confident that he's not going to ruin on me while I'm working on other parts. Heck, this knife's so sharp anyway, you could almost use it, which I'm sure a lot of people do. Don't even worry about it. No doggone. Having to use a razor. Cartilage here. That's from me digging and being careful and not wanting to put a hole anywhere. I dug out more than I had to. That's good. All that meat. Look at that meat come right up here. That's pretty darn good so far. I almost get the eyes just right here. There is a little cartilage right here that I kind of want to get off. It's that stuff right here. Right there where the tear duct was. I think some of that could come off without putting a hole in it. But it is super thin right there. Yeah, I got super, super thin. You see the excess meat that'll come off, go ahead and shave it off. Sometimes you can hit it from a different angle when you're fleshing. It's like going to it against the grain, going a different way, and you can dig a little bit more meat off. I do that a lot. So I was going the other way, now I'm going this way. There's a little bit right here behind the eye. Probably should wait later to mess with it. But it came up pretty good. Here's some right here at the brow. The rest of it's going to have to wait and be done with a razor. So I'm going to go in this little spot right here. Got some dry preservative on it. Right here looks like that even could still come up. Here on the back of the eye, right where it goes up to the burr. Yeah, got a bunch off right there. A little bit right here. It's that waxy skin, hard waxy type feeling skin. And it'll come up. Preserved real good. Now, I want to get as much of a bite as I can. That'll work. Okay, all this lip right here, you know, that's got to come off. If it's an open mouth, I'd probably save about that much. Or maybe even that much. But since it's going to be a closed mouth, you don't need much at all. You just need enough to tuck up into that junction area between the upper and lower lip. We do it's all coming off anyway. That's all laying down, almost coming off already. And why not? It's got to come off anyway. See all this coming off, digging all the way down to the skin, letting the meat roll off. I might help a little bit with my other finger. But 90% of the time, if I do it like this and I'm fleshing in between, if I run into that circumstance, I end up nicking myself. Okay, I'm going to come here and get some of this off on this side. And like before, we can go ahead and roll the lips back a little while we're got him. Be less work we got to do later. I mean, we got him on the beam already, right? That's close. You'll develop your own technique and you'll hold it your own way, and you'll do what you think needs to be done, when it needs to be done as far as this fleshing. You'll get your own technique, your own method, but it's all a necessary function of taxidermy. You got to get it, got to get the meat out. All this, I know it can go ahead and come off. Technically, that don't need to be on there either. There we are. Flesh that out later. There again, if I was tucking, I'd want to leave a lot of this. Left some cartilage from the tear duct there. Definitely made sure I didn't put a hole in him. That's for darn sure. Alright, now just kind of working on the inner part of the eye here. There's the tear duct, some cartilage from that sucker. All this can come up. I kind of baby it because I don't know, the whole complete condition of him, but I think he's a pretty good cape, but not 100% sure. Got this done as much as I can within reason. Make sure it's good and wet, and I'm going to throw the dry preservative on it. Right here around these whiskers that I fleshed around. Around the eye. Just being damp, I'm sure is good enough for this preservative. Use my fleshing agent, dry preservative, or borax. I tend to want to save my borax for the last step, or dry preservative for the last step. There again, I know where to put my blade. Right here where the lip ends. And then there's like on a lot of animals right here. You got that funny material where all the whiskers are on the bottom of the lip. Coyotes have it, bobcats have it, deer have it. Definitely rollable. There, I think that's it. Yeah. I can see the follicles underneath. Looks like about 4 or 5 of them. And make those big whiskers that stick out on a lot of deer. Person wanted, they could split the lips a little down here. I mean, if it seems convenient and a good time to do it, go ahead and split them a little to be less work you got to do later. And it may help you get what you can while you're on the beam too. So a lot of times I'll leave a little of this little lip for tucking, so the lower lip sticks down a little bit where you can see it. I usually do it with my razor blade. But I run some, yeah, we'll do that later with a razor blade. But basically the preservative will seep down. You put some score marks with your blade down into this material, where all the whiskers are, the padding. And I got most of it. You can, use your knife and without going through, dig pretty deep, and that preservative will actually find its way down in there, especially when I wet it. Like a game of seeing how close you can get without going too far. You know, you just gotta kind of think of it that way. Get as much of this meat and membrane and that other stuff that you can. So later, when you just work with your razor blade, all you gotta do is the fine detail work. You know, around the eyes and the mouth, splitting the lips, etc. Well, we'll move on to the next thing. Got my preservative on here. Preserving as good as I can. It was already wet when I put it on, but I don't know. Let that soak into all that padding material. All that preservative is getting in there real good. Getting flush and everything where since the hair slips around the face pretty quick, and you know, I wanted to get that out of the way first. The back of the corner, you know, between the upper and lower lips, we don't need too much since it's not an open mouth, but still we don't even need this much. You know, I'll end up splitting it later. All I've been doing a little bit of lip splitting on the beam with my knife though, but I guess what I'm getting at is you ain't gotta. This is real dangerous with a knife right here in this inside corner, because I usually use a finger to feel. And that lets me know if I split my lips far enough, because I'll feel that little bump, you know, where the lips ain't split, and I'll feel it disappear when I rake my knife over it. Or my razor blade is what I should say. But I could probably use my knife if I wanted to. I mean, it's sharp enough. But that is splitting. Doing a fine job. But we'll worry about getting all the meat off of it later. That looks good, just like it is. I mean, kids can surprise you. Sometimes they start slipping on the body first. But it tends to usually be in certain places. Most often the inside of the nose, that oily skin that makes up the inside of the nose, and inside the ear, the same thing with the inside of the ear, that oily skin. That tends to be where it starts. Don't want to get carried away and put a hole in my deer, that's for sure. Getting pretty close. That was real close. I think I'm done with that. Now this comes off right here. Now, since I'm already here, don't have to turn the head anymore. Got the head completely fleshed, you know, except for the detail work with a straight edge. But see, we're going right to where it's already been preserved. Bam, comes right off. Now, since we're here, time to start preserving the body. Same old thing. Just raking a knife and getting all the meat off, getting close as you can. You know, a little bit later. So basically, so what we're doing, we're taking the body off. Just getting as close as we can until the skin is like, you know, till it's so tough that you can't hardly get anything off. And you'll get a feel for it. Then you know that you've went far enough. Sometimes even though you got preservative over, you can still go down a little bit more. You know, if you hit it from a different angle or something. Some people have those big things. You scrape all the meat off at one time. But you got to brace everything. But I've got a fleshing machine. I'm not using on the next one. A lot of times I hit a different angle to get more meat off. Or, you know, just shave the skin better. Okay, like right here, some of that membrane is sticking, but I can separate it. It's a little tough. Using gloves don't help. But yeah, it will separate. Sometimes you can use your fingers, cut through this little tendon right there. I don't know what that is. Membrane or something. See all this. I know this ear is supposed to go out further to the end. So I can, what I'm getting at is you can pull with your fingers a lot of times. Get it to come right off. Going out all the way to the end. Kind of using the side of the razor, kind of pushing and this here's done. Maybe a little bit of pulling right here on the end, if I can get it. Let's see. See how it pulls? Yeah, we can get all the way out to the end that way, see? Using my thumb. A lot of times you gotta pull through these little membrane things. Some on this side. So, coming all the way out to the end. Just using my hands and you hear it popping and crackling and busting those tendons loose or whatever they are. Little strands, whatever. I'll go ahead and preserve that and show you what we do next. Get everything good and wet. Wet dry preservative on there. Make sure you flesh everything out real good around the ear. A lot of times, you know, you'll have to do that when you get your ears turned and everything. Make sure those seams got a lot in there. Right here in that corner there. Right here on the end, all of this. Looks pretty good. Really ain't got to wet it. It's probably worse to wet it as far as bacteria setting in and everything. But now, one glove's not doing me any good. Why am I wearing one? Okay. Now I'll tend to try to use my pinky finger to get it started. Then I'll poke it through on this side. A lot of times you can grab a little bit of it. There you go. And there we are. There's your ear. Just like that. And turn the lips and finish skinning the ears out and everything. And different things you can use to turn the ears and the lips and finish getting the meat off your deer. For the detail work, can't beat a scalpel. I like to use them on my ducks. The X-Acto knives work real good, like on ducks and everything. But I got used to using these straight edge razor blades, you know, with the single side on them. And these single-edged razor blades, it's what I got used to using when I first started, and I tend to use them. They'll work good for other animals too, like ducks and what have you. A good old sharp, like a fleshing knife, you can still use your knife to get a lot of stuff off. Heard of some people have gotten good with just scissors. Just kind of cutting meat and stuff off, just using scissors. So I've heard of some wild stuff like that. But it's whatever you get used to, but we'll get started. First I'll go ahead and turn the deer inside out. So we can access the face a little bit better. This meat off the lip now. So I went all the way around and split the lips. Use my index finger for a little ridge between the lip and the mouth. Run my razor blade right over that little red streak that I feel with my finger. Now I'm fleshing the lip out. That's what I'm doing. I'm getting the meat off with the razor blade. Now I'm here on the inside corner of the mouth. I go all the way around the deer that way. I'll end up spinning him around, twisting him, and then I have to lift him up and let him unravel, but that's just the way I do it. And you get it good within reason, you know. Try to get all that meat off. And I'll wait until after I mount the deer a lot of times before I cut my lips. You know, trim my lips just so I, so I can use what I need to use. But like all that lip is not going to be needed. We're only going to need probably about 3/8 or something like that. So I can go ahead and cut all this that I'm not going to use. I can go ahead and cut it off, see. Or I can go ahead and mount the deer and then do it, which a lot of times I do. I guess I feel like I got an extra hand or something. So a lot of times I wait until I got the deer on the form. You know, right before I tuck the lips, and then I start trimming all the excess lip off that I don't need. It's just a habit I got into. See, all this is not going to be used. You gotta think there's a whole lot of lip there. Especially after you split them, you know. So I can still see that red streak a little bit. But I got it for the most part. You can still run your razor through there and get it up, see. Oh yeah, that red meat's coming right up, see. Right here on the lower lip area, it's real easy to put holes. I mean, super easy. It's this place right here. It's where the lower lip kind of raises up a little bit. It's real easy to put a hole right there. But you gotta rake right there where the lip's at. It's doable. Just gotta be extra careful right there. It's almost like a little envelope of skin. You can't really get on it, but you run your razor through it and you can still split it. Yep, that thin area right here. That's done. Right here. This is the padding. I can feel that bump. But I can feel it give way when I run my razor blade over it. Sometimes you have to change the angle of your blade to ensure that you're split where it needs to be split. Because you can, you can feel it under your fingers. Well, you get the idea on the lips. You've got all this cartilage right here too that we need to get through. Get my razor, start working it down a little bit more. We got some with, we did some with a knife on the beam. Just keep pulling back until you don't see much of that. And what I like to do is I'll get my blade right on, it doesn't matter which corner, but one side of the cartilage. And you can even cut some of that off. But I'll go right along the corner of one side of it. My goal is to pretty much go ahead and just cut through it. So that's already been fleshed anyway. So we just carry it on down. And you want to be careful not to get in these holes. The nostril area, because that skin, we want to do that. Now this is a high slippage area too, so it's probably good we're going to go ahead and get it now. And so you can pull back and you can see membrane, so we're still skinning the nose out and fleshing it both. That's what we're doing. All this red meat right here, that's the front of the nose, the black padding. That's what all this is. You want to be very careful. Certain areas are just literally just skin around this nostril area, so you got to be super careful. Pay attention where the cartilage is. Try to separate the cartilage as good as you can. Like right here. This is this is the area, the cartilage, it's, I guess, above the nose. All this is coming off. Basically, all this meat right through here has got to come off, and you got to be careful not to cut through the skin. Same thing right here. You can see where it's still connected, where it could come off. So that skin right there, that's got to be split. Right, that's the right word, split. But you pull and you can see the membrane. You run your little razor right there. See how it comes off? And you can even kind of pull a little bit with your thumb and just a little bit of pressure, and it comes up. And you let the areas that need to be split kind of tell you where you need to go and where you don't need to go. I'm going to go ahead and focus on this nose padding. See right here? This inside corner is basically skin. That's the inside of the nostril. It's the first, when you're looking right head on at the, at the nostril, this is that skin right here. So we've got to be very careful. And the black padding is up under all this red meat we got to shave off. It's like the membrane stuff that's on the lower lip. Below the chin area. It's that same kind of material. And you've got follicles too. On both sides of the nose, and you've got some even on the nose, real small ones. That makes the hair that's on the... See how this is all coming off? You get it close as you can within reason. Make sure you got a good sharp razor. Let the slicing action do the work for you. Now this is intricate work. It's got to be done. There's no way around it. It's got to be done. Sometimes stop and look and see where you're at so you get a good bearings of where you're at and what you don't need to accidentally cut through. Sometimes I just slightly pull with my thumb. Get some of this other detail work. And so I can separate just ever so lightly right there. It's just more loose skin. What it is, there's thin skin under here that you don't want to cut through. So you gotta be oh so careful. You run your razor until you can almost see through the skin, and then you know you went far enough. The good thing is when you get so far down, a lot of this is going to get snipped off anyway. So all that is just meat. It'll come right off. A little cartilage, some of this meat right here can come off. Here again, super thin skin. Inside corner of the nose from the front, super thin skin. It's this part right here, that's super thin. But there again, a good sharp razor and being super careful, knowing exactly how much you can take off. I mean, you can almost see through it. That's how thin it is. Just doing whatever you got to do to get it off. Okay. You see, I almost got this good enough. I mean, for first go. There's this one little corner right here. This one little corner right here. I think that's cuttable. That is. This is cuttable. That is. Super thin right here. Take some meat off right here. You just know you're playing a real good balancing act as far as trying to not put a hole in this area. Oh yeah, that's pretty good. Pretty good. Run my blade down through there. And then some of the excess meat right here. We've already got everything, the lip split and everything. Now I'm raking just above the follicles. Get as close as you can to the follicles without actually going through them. And that's what I'm doing. See them, in other words. I'm getting close enough where I can see the follicles. Not cutting through them. Or trying not to anyway. Like a soft gristle material. Here's the bottom of that nostril. Right there. So I can run my knife probably a little bit and help that out even. See, that's the nostril area. It's this part right here. I can feel it. You want to try to be quick because the warmth in your hand is actually enough to cause things to start slipping a little bit. I think we're pretty good on this guy for that to be happening. Plus I did a lot of fail-safe things. This nostril is done. A little bit of padding here can come off. You get the idea. So I went all the way around the nostril. This little bit of smooth skin right here. The meat right here I can get off still, but my goal was not to cut through it. I see a little bit of red right here. Ever so slight amount. You can get even better than that if you want to. Sometimes scissors can come in handy, like this big red chunk of meat right here on the nose. If you're careful with it, you can just cut it off, see? And it's not in the way, and you don't have to worry about trying to flesh it off or anything. And it just keeps everything under control a little bit better. See, this is all the padding, and that's padding, this is skin. It's a layer of skin, and I feel like you probably ought to get that off, you know, for the preservative to go through, kind of. So this layer of skin is super thin. I can see it's coming right up. Well, I'll keep working on that until I get this done. The upper and the lower, the nostrils, got everything, skin out, or fleshed. Got the lip split, everything. But now as far as the pad material, you don't want to cut all your hair follicles out. Well, here's what I like to do. I like to run a crosshatch pattern without going through with my razor blade. I put some preservative on here already. But you can see where I'm going through, but not all the way through. It's going to allow the preservative to penetrate. You could probably put a little water first, or put your dry preservative on first. Make sure it's all good and preserved. A little bit of excess right there. Make sure that's all good and preserved. And what I'll do is go ahead and wet it again, make sure that stuff gets in there real good. You know, soaks down in there. And it'll be fine. Right here on the side, get a little bit of grizzly material. Although it's a lot thinner. Now I may go ahead and do a couple of slices in between the follicles. Same with the other side. Yeah, I shaved it down so good they're not really even noticeable. Here again, the same thing. I like to go ahead and wet it up real good, maybe. Go ahead and throw some dry preservative on it. Let that soak down in there. Same on this side. Throw some more dry preservative on there. Let that do its magic. Oh yeah. That should be good enough anyway, but I might go make sure it soaks down in there real good. Excess comes off anyway, so make sure it's all nice and good and done there. Not really any hair slippage on this side. That's good news. Oh yes. Let me go ahead and go inside out with them right now. That'll work. The dry preservative works quick too. And it works quick on me. Works quick on my hands. We got them pretty good. I try not to touch as much as I can. And I went ahead and got me a new razor. And I just want to basically slice off excess meat around the eyes. And getting pretty close. We done a pretty darn good job on the fleshing beam, if you remember, when we first started. And so I'm not trying to force anything off here. You know, hair slippage is always a concern, especially if you don't use a fleshing machine, because your fleshing time is about 3 to 4 times longer without a fleshing machine, so it's more of a worry. Here again, you don't want to go through anything. And I know I fleshed everything else out except for very close to the eye, so I want to keep that in mind. I want to get carried away on the fleshing, in other words. So I'm getting as close to the eye as humanly possible, since I'm not saving skin to tuck, which a lot of the commercial taxidermists do that. I just glue everything in place, make sure the brows are down, or make sure the eyelashes are in a downward position, make sure the glue is doing its job real good, and I usually have really good results that way. I just never learned the tucking method, but I can see how it's super easy. Just wait until your cape is fleshed out before you even do your eyelids. The clay is still going to be damp when you mount your skin onto it. So you can do all your adjustments and everything. And you tuck the skin under the clay. So I know I just never done it that way. But that's all there is to it. And then you make all your adjustments before everything dries. But I would definitely make sure you use a good non-shrinking clay, which they already got that stuff. So you don't have to worry about slippage around the eye. It's not as big a deal to me because I make sure everything's dry first before I put the skin on. Although I probably don't have to. See, this is super easy after we done most of it on the beam. Just making sure I'm not going too crazy with the pressure, you know what I mean? See, yep, I learned a completely different way than what most of everybody else did with the tucking. But as a result, I use good glue, make sure everything's in place, and try to control shrinking. Although I do use the dry preserve method. Of course, I've got epoxy sculpt on my side to help with skin separation. Plus, I'm going to be watching it while it's drying. Now we're getting down to the area where it tends to be real easy to put a hole. but I got most of that on the beam as well. All this is loose skin. It's just you can see it. It's just a little pocket of loose skin that goes down in the tear duct. I might could trim it a little bit, but I could put a hole in it. I gotta be careful. Now I might go ahead and throw some preservative on this side and wet the eye up real good. Looking good. Now she's doing good. Fully preserved. Kind of fold it a certain way to minimize touching. I don't want to get my fingers in there and raking around. I used to do that when I first started. You rub all the hairs off, the small hairs. You'll rub them all off and everything. I also use the Bondo method on my ears, so I don't worry about taking the cartilage out, in other words. So right here I can already see. A lot of times you may need to do some fleshing around in here too. Just keep on going like this. The only real place for concern, I guess, is the inner ear is real easy to put a hole right there. See, I'm just kind of helping to pull it as I go. Right here. Just like you do if you're caping something out or anything, you know, or you just rake that sharp edge over that membrane. Use some kind of pressure that you get used to using. Like me, it's my fingers. You know, you might develop your own technique. You may hold things different. You know, that's what I'm getting at. You get your practice in and do these ears relatively quick. If you don't have ear separators, you can skin them out all the way to the end. Eventually it gets to be a little bit tougher as you get towards the end of the ear. I'm getting close to this is the inner part of the ear where it's real easy to put a hole. So I know I'm getting relatively close just by past experience. But even if you do put a hole there, it's no biggie. It's just, you'll have some Bondo come out there, and a lot of times I'll get up so far and then I'll turn my attention to something like this, all the meat that's down here on the bottom. And I start working on it and getting it off. Part of the ear canal we don't need. And right here is at the bottom of the ear. I guess you say there's a flat part at the bottom of the ear. There's a lot of meat right in there. And so it'll come off. Now there's ear canal, and then there's a flat part right there. A lot of meat in there that will come off. And then we just get it. I usually save a little bit of the canal because when you Bondo your ears, if you're not careful, you'll have Bondo coming out of your ears, and it's a lot of headache. So I like to save some of my canal. Now we just keep on working, and I'll pull that up so you can pull it up and rake a little bit more of that membrane away from the cartilage. And do it on that side even. I'm not tugging on anything. I'm just bending it real good is the right That's where all my force is in bending. It's not, and maybe pulling back a little bit. I'm not forcing anything. Definitely not pulling anything by its hair. Now, air separators are good, but if you don't have them, it's not a super big deal. But it does make life easier. Be careful with the ear separators. You can pop your ears and then you have to glue them back with like super glue or something. If it pops along the corner, a lot of times you gotta sew stuff back. I try not to have blowouts is what I call them. That's what we always call them. It's where your ear was probably a little bit tough to get to cooperate, and it popped instead of splitting. You know, like we want it to split, like we split our lips. That's what I mean by split. Now we went this way. I'll show you the ear separators. Although you can just keep doing it like this and pull in and doing ear separators. And of course you get them through pretty much the only major taxidermy company that's out there, McKinsey. You can get them in other companies. Okay, well, we got our deer inside out. Now's a good time to go ahead and put our holes in it. And what I'll do is right here on the end, I'll put one. But you don't want to get too close to the edge. You know, the edge of the skin. And I'll go up about, I guess about a quarter of an inch space. And then I'll put another one. And I'll put another one. And what I do is put one at the point. Then I put another one at this point. This is where I went around the burr. You know, for making the Y incision, I went around the burr. You basically got a point here, point there, and a point there. And so that's what we're doing. Make sure it goes all the way through. You'll hear that telltale bat. That's what you'll hear. You know it's went all the way through. It goes around the burr. Then you've got one right here on this corner. And sometimes I'll even put one kind of further in to make sure I secure that burr real good. Like this is where the burr ends, or where the skin around the burr end. I'll put one there, quarter of an inch down. Go down again about a quarter of an inch. Going down about a quarter of an inch, not too close to the edge. Pop another one. So forth and so on until you get to the back. Let's see. Here's another one. Going down. Going down. Going down. Looks like one more, maybe. Right here. This may be an old rusty sucker, but it's a good one. And yeah. Go to the other side and do the same thing again. Okay. Now here is where the point, the last point before we start around the burr is. So I'll put one right there. Not too close to the edge, of course. And go down a quarter of an inch, put another one. Don't get too close to the edge. And go down 1/4 of an inch, put another one. I kind of eyeball, it looks like maybe room for about 2 more. So I'll go one right here, and then one right here. See how that looks? Okay, this is where the burr was, and here's where the burr was on the other side. Now, same on this side, you go all the way down to the, start right here on the back one, pop a hole, work our way down to the end of our Y incision, 1/4 of an inch apart. But since I'm right-handed, I tend to want to go from left to right. I may start at the bottom and work my way up. Kind of meet with the other one. And go up 1/4 of an inch. Put another one. 1/4 of an inch. Put another one. Another one. So now we've got our holes for sewing already done. You use a smaller setting. Go ahead and do the deer inside out. The incision small, and I don't want to wrestle with ears with Bondo in it, trying to get them to go through the neck and all that. There we are. It's good to have like a big old pan to do this stuff in. A couple of McKenzie box cardboard. It's a good use for them. Some people use paper plate, and a couple of popsicle sticks for digging down in there. Gotta try to be neat with it. I'm gonna go out as far as I comfortably feel like going out. Try to be careful with it by maybe laying some paper towels underneath it or something. Something to control a little bit where all that Bondo goes. I might feel about right there. Get some Bondo and put it on your this has been a little bit worn, so it's going to be kind of soupy, but try to eyeball, think how much you might need. That's probably even too much, but want to put a little bit of hardener on it. I want to have time to work, but I don't want to work all day on my ear, in other words. So you just get you some, put that in there, and then start mixing. And when you hold your ears, you don't want to hold them so wide where, your ears look like flags, but you don't want to not hold them and then look just kind of cupped around like cone-shaped. I've seen both instances. You want to just try to apply medium pressure, I guess is the right way to say it, as far as holding the ear until it dries. So I don't want to dilly-dally too much, but I'll get the back of my ear, start putting this stuff in. And I like the way it's runny right now. I want that so I can, so what you got to do is you got to mash that stuff into other parts of the ear. So you want it to be like this. You want it to be real mushy, is the right word. Mushy, mushy, mushy. And when you accomplish that, then you grab hold of the end of the ear and you pull it through, and then you now's the time, if you feel like you need to put a little extra Bondo, go ahead and do it now before she sets in. Start setting up really quick, in other words. So you want to, I grab 2 sheets of paper towels. I'll put one in first, I guess. Then I'll put the other one in. Usually 2 gets it. And it's wadded in the end. And then I hold it like this. I'm squeezing right at the base of the ear. And I feel the Bondo in there. I know my time is limited, but I feel the Bondo. This is why I left so much ear canal on, so I don't have to worry about it coming up from out through the bottom of the ear here on the inside. Okay, it's all the way to the end, I think. Yes. Oop, yeah, it's definitely to the end. Had a small hole there. Didn't even notice it. But I want to even the, make sure the ear is not, make sure this is not cupped around it. They tend to cup around right here a lot. So you want to make sure everything is good. Kind of hold it. You don't want it real big and flaggy looking. But you definitely want to make sure it's a good looking ear. As natural as possible. Some people hold it upside down. They get a better, I don't know, they view it better or something. If they hold the deer upside down. Oh, it's setting up now. It sure is. Medium pressure. I don't want an ear that's shut down. But I definitely want one that's kind of open. But I don't want it flaggy looking like too big. Hold it, even while it's rubbery. If I want to hold it to have a good shape of the ear, I don't want to let go of it because it'll still flex. That Bondo sets up really hard. And for commercial grade taxidermy, this is a lot faster than ear liners. Dry preservative is a lot faster than tanning the skin. The cake's got to be pickled, you know, pickling and all that stuff that's involved. You know, just throwing powder on the skin and mounting the deer up. Well, you figure all the pickling. It's pretty close. It's still limp. I'm going to hold it. I know it's good and hard. Then I can go ahead and start doing stuff like cutting canals off. Now, a lot of times when I dig out, I want to go up probably about right here. When we put the earbuds in, we want that to be what's doing what needs to be done. And also, you want to do this before your Bondo gets too hard. There's all our paper towel stuff. Trim some around here. Trim some of that off. I still want to leave the butt of the ear, you know, the bottom of the ear. But now, since I went ahead and bondoed my ear, I can cut this canal off. You can use a knife, sharp pair of scissors, or a knife, either one, and just kind of, cut it off. The Bondo's still good and soft. If you need to trim some of that out. See, I'm right to the butt of the ear. The very bottom, right where the canal starts, that's where I trimmed it off. If I want to take off a little more, I can. But I never go past this. Bondo got down in there. See, if I'd have cut all this off first, I'd had Bondo dripping out like crazy right through here, and it'd have been a mess. That's for sure. So, we got this ear done, now we do the other ear. Your antlers are still on your deer form. Now's a good time to go ahead and take them back off. And where we busted them loose, it should just come right back off. I don't worry about the face. I glue the face. I use killer glue on the face. For pretty much anything else, I try to stay on the lower half of the deer as much as possible. And you know, I'll make sure it's in the details real good. Let's see, right through here, right through here. Right through there, right through there. This whole shoulder detail. Let's see, right here. Let's see. All these details. And what I do while the skin's drying over the next few days, I'll come through and we'll just work those details in. And say you had like a super tight fit, then little tricks to give you a little bit of extra skin. Flush the skin super good, as thin down as you possibly can. Use the least amount of hide paste you can use to give you as much width as you can possibly get. And that's how I do that. You know, if it's going to be a super tight fit. I get just under the neck, and make sure I got enough for all of this. I already know ahead of time this guy's going to be a good fit. But other than that, I usually try to keep the caulk as low as I can, but there's so much detail up here, it's hard not to, you know, put your caulk or your hide paste or whatever you use. Some people use carpet glue. The reason I don't go ahead and put my facial glue on now is because it'll start hardening. By the time I get to the face, the glue will already be hard. So I learned to control my timing. So when I apply the glue to the face, I'm ready to, you know, go ahead and get everything in place. Now allow yourself a tube of caulk. Depending on the size of the deer, you may not use a whole tube. I got pretty darn close, but I didn't use a whole tube. Now what I like to do, I like to get a little wet. It softens it up a little bit where it smears better. So I'll throw a little water to it. See if I can just smears a lot better and it don't stick to your glove as much. In this case, I got one rubber glove. And I just wet my glove. Everything just real smears real good. There's some stuff out there that's even better than this. This stuff is a little bit, I don't know, it's almost too smooth. Too slick. This will work. The Walmart high paste is the stuff I like to use the best. You just smear it on there real good. The consistency of the Walmart's pretty good. I guess that's the right word. Okay. Right here behind the crown, and you just take your glove off and toss it. Now after you've stretched your deer, and you know, you might want to stretch a little bit more. I know this is going to be a good fit though. I want to find the top of him. I want to find the top of the cape. And I want to fold over. What my goal is to minimize how much of that caulk I get on the hair. So now I'm just thread him over the face. How's it looking on that side? Uh-oh, not too bad. Okay, I can see the face right here. Whoa, got a little bit. Didn't expect that much. Well, there's other little things you can use to help you out. It's an AWL awl. And seems like, okay. There's the top of the head. You see, this can help you thread stuff over. A lot of this is because the incision was so small, it can create some minor headaches. I mean, it's cool you got a smaller incision, but still, you know, you got some headaches you got to deal with. You just got to keep sliding that skin on using this. There it goes. Face is lined up relatively good. Wow, see, I just kind of almost just lays over. I got plenty of cape, no doubt. A lot of it's going to be cut off. I can worry about alignment a little bit if I want to right now. Making sure everything's aligned up real good. Oh yeah, there's a perfect spot for the wrinkles because there's a lot of loose skin there anyway. Oh wow, that's perfect. Get as much skin as possible. If you got a lot of loose skin, it's going to naturally make a wrinkle anyway. There we are. Now's a good time as any to go ahead and put these antlers back on. Looks like a good fit. Make sure you're nice and snug. You ain't going nowhere. Couple of skewers. And I just want to start getting things kind of organized where I know they're going to be. This ear is going to be right here. So I'll go ahead and You know, it's where the ear butt material, I guess that's what I mean to say, where the ear butt material is going to go. It's going to be right here. Going through and putting the ears where I know they're going to be, you know, for the most part. I'll pull this up to where I think it's going to be. Stick a T-pin in there, just kind of keep things organized. Nostrils are in the nostril groove. Lower lip's perfect. Cape is already, for the most part, symmetrical. Maybe a little bit movement here to the side, and like that. Those are things we'll worry about a little bit later. Yeah, I've kind of shifted the skin in place. Right down here is the brisket. You can see where the brisket was split when it was caped. There's the brisket, perfect. Up here, for the most part, I think it's right. I think everything's been shifted right. Yeah, the dark spot. Yeah, for the most part, I think it's perfect. And right here in the center, I don't want to get right on the edge. I'll go down, oh gosh, maybe a ½ inch or so. And I'll start putting them in. Now I may not go all the way to the, I'll just put a few on top. Right down through here, right here. Maybe one more right here. Good idea to go ahead and put some in the bottom. And what I'll do is I'll hold that brisket area up. That way when I turn it, I'm not going to get latex all over the cape, per se. Plus you can also do a little bit of straightening up. You know, on your hide, if you want to, pull one ear forward, one ear back, or whatever. Or use your awl. This gets right down the middle. Wow, that's looking good. Let's see, that goes here. Oh yeah, that's perfect, right there. Right down the middle. This could be pulled a little bit right here. See what I'm doing, I'm aligning the cape up. I caped it out and put a hole right here in it. Oh man, bad spot. I want that just to hold in place. But I'm going to show you what I see and how I think it's going to look nice. I'll ride that white on the corner, either just on the inside or just on the outside. On this form, I usually do it right here. Well, anatomically, it's good to let it show a little bit. So, maybe right here, just a hair bit. There we are, right there. Okay, see how everything's kind of centered? Sometimes it'll stay by itself, but if you want to help it, feel free to throw your little T-pin in here and there. To kind of keep things centered the way you like it. You know, like that little black streak of hair, you want it going right up the middle. So feel free to. We got plenty of skin, so we don't have to worry about stretching really. So you got things kind of like how you want them, right down the middle. That's the way you want it. Now here on the ends, on this end, see how it's kind of flaring off to the side? Now a lot of my other, I mean I mount them sometimes where it's And it's correct where this will actually be about right here. But a lot of times I'll mount it where it just goes, rides right up the corner of that leg, like right there. Now if this groans on you, if it's a tight fit or whatever, go ahead and use some screening material. And screening material like this, you get at Walmart. You can cut it to shape, dip it down into these areas that are likely to drum, you know, where the skin tightens up and expands and pulls away from the form. Cut these to shape. Get them down here into these grooves here. Yeah, it's doing a little bit right there, so I will screen it. Then you go ahead and pin it. Staples have a tendency to want to cut hair. You got to be careful with staples. It'll always be, there'll be a cut hair spot right there and it'll always show. Pins don't do that. Okay, right here in the corner. Let's see. Put a few more of these. Put some on the side. Put a few on this side. See, that's going to be right here. A lot of this is going to get cut off. Now we're going to turn the deer head around, back up on the top. Tighten everything back. All this skin on the side. You just pull it where it's around on the side. You don't want no wrinkles in the skin, so make sure you got that taken care of. Let's see, no wrinkles there. That's going to lay perfect. That's going to lay perfect. That's going to lay perfect. And then you just start popping up the side. Don't want to get too close to the edge. Let's see what we got here. Right here. And right there. That's fine. Go to the other side, same on the other side. No wrinkles. Wrinkles is a no-no. Definitely don't want wrinkles. Let's see, we got that. That's perfect. Yeah, so you're kind of like wrinkle management too. You make sure your skin's pulled just right. And that's not hard to do. See right here, no wrinkles through here. Oops, there's the edge. Here's the edge. Don't want to get too close to the edge. I just got where I kind of eyeball it. You might have a good staple gun or you might have a faulty one. So I might tap this back in a little bit. Or heck, it's easier to go ahead and cut it off with a good knife. I'm going to cut a bunch of this stuff off. Yeah, it's just folding around to the back, so you don't need a lot. Yeah. Don't want to go right to the staple. Maybe about an inch or somewhere in that range below the staple, and I cut it off. Okay, I think that's pretty good as far as leaving a little bit of extra and not going too insane with my cutting. Right down there at the bottom, I'll probably even throw a few more in there. A few more staples. If you're afraid it's going to like flash out or something, just you can be neat with it. There's a brisket area. Again. Now we already put staples in it, of course, but we're putting a few extra. Pop a staple into it. These other staples seem to be holding pretty good. That's just hair, I think. Yeah, it's hair. Make sure no hair is sticking where it don't want to be. There. Pop our hammer to them. If you think they're not in deep enough or something, or your gun's getting weak, that happens. Basically, you fold the skin over in the corners and then pop, pop. And that's how you take care of that stuff. Kinds of hangers are, you got the old hinge hangers. You know, you've seen these. And for a long time, I used these a lot. But now Mackenzie's got these. And they got slots in them. And they're hard to beat. It's got 3 short screws. They don't have to be super long. Preferably with thread all the way, relatively pretty much all the way up to the head is great. You kind of center it where the top of the deer is. And that right there is good. So you just get your drill and screw them in. There's one. Try to be even with it. Make sure it's good and even. And the deer is kind of even. I try to at least eyeball it and make sure the deer is level. That way everything you do is a level. You know, when you're working on your deer. Putting hangers on. You know, it all makes a difference. go. Okay, I can go ahead and take my ears out for now. Let's see. I mean, my ear hole almost hard to see. There again, it's all a result of the super small incision on the deer. But you can see the skull cap. It's almost good enough. Okay, now you can see little gaps here. I'll pan in a little bit shortly. You can fill in these gaps, even build up the skull cap. Usually my skull cap is not built up like this. This is a lot of Bondo. But there's gaps right here. And gaps right here that can be filled in. And pretty much common sense as far as building up the skull. You've probably seen a lot already, but around here I like to build it up where it's just up, the clay is just under the burr. I'll leave maybe about 1/8 of an inch or something like that. Enough where the skin can wrap around the burrs. And then the rest of it will be clay or mache. Mache is good. I've got some mache right here, plaster of Paris, molding plaster. And then cellulose insulation. And you can buy that at Lowe's. Mix it together and it'll harden up. It should give you time to build your skull cap up, but it will get hard. It retains a little bit of moisture, but say you had enough for a couple of fish that you got to do and you've got a whole bunch of clay, then you might opt to use clay. And this is just like the old earbutt clay. It will shrink a little, but what I'll do is I'll get in there and just start building my noggin back up, building my head back up. I don't want to take away from the form any that I can. But see right here where it's supposed to be up around the burr a little bit? I will build it up right there. I'll leave enough room for it to tuck, for skin to tuck. And I may go back with a screwdriver or something, or my modeling tool, to make sure I have enough tucking room. But you get my point. See, I see a little bit of area right here that could, I don't know how good you can see depth, but there's a big dip. And I don't want skin sagging down into there, which it probably wouldn't, but I'll go ahead and build it up. And then smoothing it out. I don't worry as much about the front because when I sew it, I'm going to be pulling back this way. But I want to make sure that it's, I guess the right way to say it is that it's going to go up flush up against it. And there's going to be some body below it. But I'll show you what I mean. You can see where I built that up. And if you see any irregularities, then put a little bit of clay there. I basically had the skull cap anyway from the Bondo. Unintentionally though. But you can see how that's going. You can get as fancy with it as you want, but that's pretty much what we got here. And you do both sides that way. On a regular deer you would. Okay, like right here. Now when you're using mache, you know, you get a popsicle stick and you just put all this stuff. But at the top of the skull, or I mean I want it to, usually it's flush anyway. Or pretty darn close. But if it's not for whatever reason, you know, I've got a deer with a wild set of rack on it or something, well, it's still going to happen. Then I may, I just want it to be a smooth contour change up here to the bottom of that burr. And I want something to kind of lock it in. And this will lock it in. course, the burr's a little bit, the burr's jacked on this side too, just like it's messed up a little on the other side. And it's kind of like that here too on this side. Here again, I'll go back with a mauling tool or even a screwdriver or something. Mash that clay down to make sure I have enough room to get that burr around there where it needs to go. They can be a little, it can be cantankerous, a little tricky. The way they're, this one's a really messed up deer. Not probably the best one to try to show things on either because it's messed up, but that's kind of what we got. You know, there's some irregularities in the form right here. Just a little bit of clay missing, or a little bit of foam. Go ahead and fill it back in with your clay. Let's see what else we got here. Right here, I'm still using the top of the form as a reference for my clay. I wanted to build up and match the top of the form. So that's what I'm doing. Right here, smooth transition. You can use a little water if you need to. Go ahead and fill those screw holes in even while we're at it. Still like the idea of my, top of my skull cap having the hump. I don't want to take that away. Definitely want to keep that. Definitely want to keep that. You gotta remember, you got thick hair on top of the head. It's gonna hide some of this stuff. Now right here, we got a big gap on this side. I don't know if you can see that. But I'm filling it in the same. Push it in there real good. Make sure it's in there. I believe I can almost just tie that off without any help, really. I'm going to use glue as well. It's going to help lock it in. Some people just use clay, but I use killer glue also for that step. Oh, there's a big old gap back here I need you to see. If you look right there, you'll see a bunch of clay. And it's going to take a lot, but I want to build that up too. Using the form as a reference guide, it'll tell you how you need to put your clay to make a realistic looking mount. Okay, there's a gap on this side too. Just push all this up with a screwdriver. Screwdrivers are real durable. Get that up in there. That'll work. Now what I mean is right down here, I can still see the base, the side of the form, and then the flat part on top. So that tells me I need to put a little bit more clay to build up the realistic skull cap to match up with the rack and the skull plate. Okay. Okay, pretty good. It's still, like right here, there's a little bit of an empty spot. It's right there behind the brow where the form ends and the skull begins. So I throw some clay in there Okay. Make sure I leave enough room for some tucking. I may need to put a little right in here in the front. What I'm thinking is while I'm tying it off, is there going to be enough material to keep the skin from sliding down when I'm tying, in other words. I mean, I want it to stay right around the burr when I tie. Glue's going to help, but I need something, there needs to be something below that glue, a little bit of body, and that's what the clay's doing. That looks pretty good. And smooth transition from the brow to the, this is a jacked up deer. Boy, he must have got hit by a car or something. Really, he must have. Okay, rebuilding the skull cap, making it look realistic. Keeping the hump in the middle. Smooth transition from the brow to the skull. Okay. So all this can be built up. Got some Bondo there too. Okay, all this can be built up. We want a realistic looking skull cap, in other words. This is taking a little bit longer. If I use mache, it'll probably dried up on me by now if I made a lot. If I made a lot of it at one time, you know, it definitely would have dried up on me. This, I'm going to build it up because when I tie, I'm going to be tugging backwards. So I definitely know that I need some here. Basically, I'm going to be pulling like I did when I made the Y incision. That's the way I'm sewing it back. Instead of slicing forwards, I'm pulling back with the thread in the same position. It's the same Y. It's the same Y, but I'm sewing instead of cutting, and I'm going in the opposite direction. Okay, there's an empty spot right here. Throw some clay right there. Work it in. There's enough room for tucking, but not much else. Right there, see? Right here is a little, smooth that off where it flushes with the skull right here. Yeah, I think you get what I'm doing. There we are. Fill up these screw holes. There's a little gap back there. Got little places where there's gaps and stuff. Feel free to go ahead and fill it in. There's one right here. Now remember the taper of the skull. It does start tapering down and back. You don't want it like super rounded and high right here in the back, in other words. So I'll work on getting this done and show you what I got as far as the overall shape. Covering my screw holes, I might as well while I'm at it. That is pretty good though, I'm telling you. Pretty darn good. One ear forward, one ear back. Let's see what we got here. It looks already almost good enough for a shape. Well, you kind of see what I got. A little bit of a high point right there with the Bondo, looks like. But I think it'll be fine. There's the back. And, you know, I didn't get too carried away with it. And I think that looks pretty natural. Had a little spot right here I forgot about. But, like I said earlier, when I sew it, I'm going to be pulling back the way I cut it, except in opposite direction. But the exact way I cut it is the way I'm going to be sewing it. So I'm going to be pulling back this way. And so the thread's going to go right up under this burr. The skin, I mean. The skin is going to go right up under this burr. The thread's going to cinch it in the back. And so I need a little bit of tucking material. I need a little bit of something here to keep the skin up, but the skin needs to be able to slide past it. And we're also going to put glue on it. And see, then I'm flushing it with a form and trying to make a smooth transition to the form here. And that looks pretty good, I think. Leaving just enough of clay room to that skin to ride up on there. See, right back here, I don't even want an empty spot back there. I want the skin to feel like it naturally wants to be up against the burr, if that makes any sense. So what I'll do is, plus we took a lot of meat off and everything. So I want the skin to belong there. So the meat or whatever has to hold it up against the burr. So that's why I'm kind of building up clay around through there. That looks pretty good. And here again, I'm thinking of how I'm going to sew him. And that's determining everything about how I'm putting the clay on it. It looks pretty good. I'm ready to let it ride, and I'll show you what we do next. Okay, here's a bullet hole. Luckily, they shot it where it's only on one side. But a lot of people sew and all that stuff. Whoa. Hair was really telling me it wasn't that big. Wow. Didn't know it was that big. But you see all the red meat around it? I cut that off. There's no hair on it hardly anyway. So it's going to make it show more if I leave it. So I cut off that red meat that doesn't have any hair. I guess it's from impact. But I'll go ahead and try to do it where you'll see it. But I'll go ahead and cut that stuff off. It's not doing any good. So I try to get as most of it as I can. Sorry I'm in the way. Hardly any other way to do it. Let's see, I can. See, now the hair is right. What I'm doing is when I cut that red off, it leaves all that hair right there where I can just cinch it up with some pins. You'll never see it. Unless you look for it, of course. But let's see. There's more red hair down here. A good sharp knife, scalpel, anything will get this off. I think it's from impact and it just blew all the hair off. But basically you want to get where right down to where the hair starts is where you want to cut. Wow, it goes back even into here. I think it was a bullet. Could have been bow or something. I don't know. May have been bow. I think it was. Telling you wrong. Okay. See, I'm cutting the red meat off from around. Anything that's good, I'm leaving. But if it's red and hairless, it's coming off. That's gonna be pretty good. That's good right there. Let me go ahead and wet that hair a little bit to make sure it's kind of out of the way. Clean some of that caulk out so it's not messy all over the deer. Just the whole area, you know. Yeah, I'd say about the midsection is probably a good place. I just grab a little bit right here on the end. Yep. Grab a little bit right here on the end. Close to the end as you can get and still have a good bite of skin is the way to do it. Right there. And come down from the other side the same way. And then kind of flush meat up with it. You have to use your little pin pusher. There we are. And before I push them in, I'll even get everything in place and then go back and just push them all in. And that way I know where all my pins are before, in case I miss a spot or something. And I try to go with the flow of the hair if I can. See, that would go good right down. Yeah, about right there. Okay, that's getting a little tight right there. Okay, that's good for that. Now I'll go down on the other side. If it's in a tough spot, like on a bobcat or something, where we're real tough skinned, I make sure I got everything in place before I start pinning so I don't have to worry about stretching skin. On something like a bobcat, the ears, you want them pretty close the way you want them. You probably want to go, I even sometimes do the mouth and everything already. I mean, I get it already done except for pinning. That way I know everything is in place where it needs to be. And it just works out good for me. Okay, there's one. And the sewing can be rough if you don't have the right stuff. Skin can be tough, in other words. Super, super tough. Let's see. Okay, that meets up right. That's look, that meets right there. Okay, just push that in. There we are. Didn't mean to kind of go like that, but it did. Okay. And if you feel like you got to get more of the hide paste out of the way, you can. Just grab your little Q-tip or something. And then just kind of get it out of the way if you need it. Kind of help you see what you're doing. Okay, now I'm going in from the other side. I'm going to cinch it up right here. Okay, that's it. I'm going to get right up to it, but you don't want to slide underneath it either, because that's not good. See, I'm kind of cinching it up slowly but surely. Kind of like if you were torquing a wheel or putting an intake on. You know how you have a torquing sequence? Well, you got kind of a pinning sequence. So, you know, you don't want it to be all tight on one side and loose on the other. You kind of get what I'm saying. But, yeah, you want a little bit of a... You can tell where the skin's relaxing and when it's getting a little tight. And that means you go up from the other side, is what I'm getting at. Okay, see what we got here. Here's another big one right here. I may do the same thing again and go ahead and kind of pop right there. Uh-oh, that didn't work. Okay. Have been known to use brads on this too. You get a super tough deer or something, you can use like brads. And they're more durable. There you are. Now there still may leave some hair from around that hole. When I cut the hole, I may have cut some of the hairs, but kind of get what I'm saying. You just keep on going. Sometimes you get a pin that doesn't have a point on it. You get a defective pin, so you gotta watch out for that stuff too a little bit. Unfortunately, okay, right here is where that one's gonna be. Right here on this side. It's a good spot right there for one. Try to stay out of the camera, but I apologize. Okay, there's the farthest part away. So I'm gonna bring it up right here. There we are. Now you can get as meticulous as you want with it, or you can get it where you think it's good enough and you know it's not going to show, and then just be done with it. Let's see, there's the skin right there. There we are. See, now I know where I don't have pins, where I might need to put a pin. Right here, I could use a pin right here. Okay. Yeah, I've got a faulty pin pusher. It doesn't push all the way in, but it gets them so far, which is okay. So go there. Well, he's about 1/4 of an inch or something like that. But at least it kind of guides them in. Then I go back with, sometimes I've used the end of a drill bit to do it. And I've also used, I don't know what they are, but they come a little, it's something ladies use for something. Or like a mascara thing. I use the end of that push in. I've used it for years. It's just a little, something to do with some kind of beauty supply, something. But I just, I guess you could say I've also had a faulty pin pusher for years too. Just kind of got used to working with what I've got. And now I just go back and push them all in with either a little drill bit or whatever you got, or if your pin pusher works, then you're in good shape, I guess. You just kind of cinch it up. I know when I'm on my bobcats, I try not to grab a lot of hair when I'm doing this. I mean, you can sew so far up on a bobcat, but man, that skin gets tough. I don't have the right utensils to sew with, but I will pin it and have real good luck with it. Even ones that are torn up real bad, a lot of damage. You'd be surprised how just pinning up will take care of all that stuff. It's amazing. You got a few more here. Put another one there. And keep in mind the tape's still wet where we just got him mounted anyway. So now we can that caulk ought to come out in the wash, I guess you could say. We get a little bit with a paper towel or something. It should be able to. For the most part, it should be not even noticeable. See. Now when it dries, nobody's not going to really know anything. But if it did show, yeah, if I didn't cut all the red meat from around, I've learned the hard way. If you don't cut all that red meat around and then pin it, you're going to it's going to look bad. So you got to cut that red meat around the bullet hole where there is no hair. You have to cut the hairless part off, or it's going to show. Or it'll be a whole heck of a lot harder to hide. Before I glue, I want to make sure I call that dry preservative off from around the eye. This is going to be a tight fit because the incision's so short. It makes things really complicated. I want to make sure I get some of that dry preservative out of that gap there, that groove. There in that back corner there. Of course, I'm using the good stuff anyway. Now what I do is I'll make just enough of the killer glue to do both eyes and glue the burrs. Because by the time I get the burrs and get it all sewed and everything, if I glued the rest of the face, the glue would already be dry. And it wouldn't stick good or nothing. So I've learned to proportion how much glue I use. Plus I'm not the fastest in the world. But yeah, I'll just glue the eyes and the burrs, and then I'll mix more glue for facial detail, and I'll reach in with my fingers and go over the face that way to the mouth and the nose. So that's just what I've gotten accustomed to do, and the reason is the glue dries too fast for me. And because of that, I've learned to just space it out. The longer the pin, the better. But sometimes, you know, like, you gotta get what you can get, like at Walmart or something. And what we're trying to do, here again, I'm fighting that small incision in the back of the base of the skull. It's what's causing all this. Causing a little bit of trouble. That's okay. As long as I can get it, that's all I'm worried about. I think I can get that tear duct too. I mean, it may be a little bit of a struggle. Guess I could have stretched the skin a little bit before I mounted it, before I put him on here. Didn't think that I was going to run into this though. But you get what I'm doing. I'm using pins to free me up some space so I can do what I want to do. Now I can reach all this from the inside probably, but I tend to like to get it. So I've got plenty of room. I mean, put another one there for a good guess here. There we are. Now I know I can get both eyes before the glue dries. So make sure all that's good. And so I'm going to go ahead and start. The incision is so small, I think what I'm going to do, thought about doing maybe one eye at a time. So I'd be using very, very little. Come to think of it, heck, I'll get all my glue in place, take all the pins out, pull it up, go ahead and do the other eye. That's the way I'll do it. And then I'll start pinning everything. So that'll work out pretty good. So usually I got enough room on both sides just to pull the head forwards because my incision's so long in the back. But it's such a short incision, and I don't want to make it any longer than I have to make it. So I'm having to make sacrifices in how I do what I do. Okay, here's the good stuff. Killer glue is what I like. Yeah, it's yeah, I've got killer glue. This works best for the dry preservative. And I think headlock might work pretty good, but I know stuff like Derma Grip, I haven't had good luck with it. I mean, I've had it drumming and all that. Tried some other stuff that wasn't really good for the dry preservative. Tan skin, a completely different story. So killer glue really works great. And I just cut out a piece of cardboard and mix up enough of 2 equal parts, a little bit of the cardboard, enough to mix up 2 equal parts. And then I just start applying it around the eyes, the cheeks. I get all that I can from back here. And then I go ahead and sew up my burrs and everything, all that in one shot. Because the killer glue, it dries so quick that you don't have really enough time to operate, I guess you could say. So you've got to learn to just make it as you go is what I do, pretty much. You know, within reason, you know, I get both eyes and the burrs, and then I'll get the face. So it's a two-step process of gluing for me. A two-step process of mixing glue for me. Now if you use a little cardboard, make sure you go up the edges. A lot of times I'll make a little bit of a perforation with my knife or something to kind of help it out, you know, on a table I will. And then I'll jack the ends up like that and go all the way around, make me a little bit of a bowl, I guess you could say, out of cardboard. And that's how I do it. And it's free. So, and if you do it right, it'll eventually kind of just stay up anyway, you know, good enough where it'll hold your contents, and then you just start mixing your glue. Now we're going to mount a deer from start to finish, I guess you could say. I like to go ahead and put some there too. So tight I can barely get in there. And it's in there. Here we are. Okay, right here. Okay, go on down the brow a little bit with it if I want to. If I can. At least right to there, yeah. So I can reach in from the other side. Now, since it's such a tight fit, I'm not even going to pin it right now. I'm going to go ahead and glue the other side. So I'm going to pull these out. There's plenty of glue on there anyway. And I'm going to lift this stuff up. Yeah, there we are. Brush all the borax off. Okay, now we're on this side. Same thing. It rocks like crazy. See, I want that glue to get all the way down there to the inside, close to the eye. Underneath. Okay, we got that side, that side. We want glue to go all the way to the end. Trying to do it where you can see it, but I apologize for getting in the way. You're right there down to the, or the cheek, I'm sorry. Get down on the cheek with that stuff. This ain't helping. Pull that pin out. Up area here that we want to get. Oh yeah, there we are. All this up here. Try to go ahead and get some. The indented areas are the areas where you definitely at least want to try getting some of this stuff. That's all going to be good. Might as well get some on here, right? I don't go all the way to the end with it, but I go pretty close where I know that when the skin bumps up against it, that the glue is going to be right there. About 1/8 of an inch away from the burr. I get that glue close enough where I know it's going to mesh up against it. When you put a little bit of, when you put a layer of skin there, it's going to zip right up to it. I want that skin to slide right up against it. Line everything up. I figured this way I'd give you a little bit of the front and the side as far as an angle. A lot of times if it doesn't meet up right here, Sometimes it helps to pull back like this. It seems to help. It's a pretty good fit. That's about where it needs to be. So I'll pop a pin right there. You can probably even put your earbud things in if you want to again. I may do that. It's all about proportioning now, but the glue in the meantime is starting to dry. So we gotta be kind of quick. Okay, I know he wants to be about like that. Let's see where we're at. We're right. Yeah. And it's gonna have an ear base. Okay, that'll work. That's going to kind of hold it. Now the inside corner of the eye, you know, where the upper and lower lid meet, where the nictitating membrane is, I guess that's what it's called. Go ahead and put a pin inside the corner of the eye. Sorry, these aren't long pins. But right there on the very end, you want to get enough bite of the skin. And even here in the tear duct, you want to make sure all this lines up. And it does. So right in here, in the tear duct. And reference pictures helps out a lot with this too. The white ring around the eye, it goes a certain way. Everything kind of fits, has its own certain way. Okay. So I use pins to kind of help me pull things where I think they need to be also. I don't want a lot of tight skin around the eye. You can tell if it's tight. So I'll push it up, maybe put a pin right there. Smaller pins are probably better, but okay, that'll work. Okay, now that. There, that's actually a better pin job right there. Okay, that'll work. And all this is accurate. See, it's right there in the... A lot of times I'll use these smaller pins for the detail work. Right here where the tear duct starts. I don't want the skin look stretched. I want it to look loose as possible. See, a lot of loose skin still right in here. Let's see. Now right up here the cheek, that takes some of it. You got to remember you're fighting gravity, so a lot of this is supposed to go upwards. A lot of this stuff. So just something to think about. A lot of it is supposed to go upwards. A lot of times I'll even tug up a little bit and then put a pin to ensure. Let's see, right here is where that goes. You know, you can feel some of the details in the form. Like right here. Oh, yeah. Sometimes I'll work them as they dry a little bit too. Right here, you want this to sink down. Right here is where it sinks down. And it goes all the way to the back. Now you can put a pin right in the back. That's how I was taught to do it. And it doesn't hurt to have reference pictures for this stuff too. I mean, you can feel details for all this stuff. I mean, in the forms. So that's pretty neat. Now there's a pin that's supposed to go right up here where the upper eyelid, But right here where the upper eyelid, there's a good spot to put another pin. So that is the top of the eyelid. Okay, there's where it ends. Okay. That's where it ends, right there. Okay, right there. I could probably put one right there. Let's see, that tends to help. So I'm stretching the skin. I don't like putting a pin back here because I'm afraid it will show, but I might have to. You know, maybe a small one. Okay. There's where with the eyelashes down while it dries. There we are. I can just kind of work that in as it dries. Okay. Every little thing helps here. And let's see. Sometimes you can keep those cheeks kind of where you want them. Not the best pin in the world, but it's serving its function. I think when it starts to dry a little bit, sometimes it sticks better and push details in. Sometimes I can keep my eyelashes down by grabbing a little bit of this skin here. So it's just helping out. Now inside the corner of the eye, look right in, you know, below the eyelid right here, it's trying to drum a little bit. None says I can't help it out right there. Okay, there's the back corner of the eye. Again, you want to make sure everything's kind of lined up as good as humanly possible. Let's see. Let's see, there, that goes back there. Remember, gravity's at work. Inside corner of the eye, where the nictitated membrane is. Pop that in. Probably get a Q-tip and get some of that off. It don't need to be on there. It's just getting in the way. Okay, here again, we want it to look natural. You're working against gravity right now. So let's see, right here, this goes into the tear duct. This is where it starts. Let's see, there's a part where the hair comes up, and I think it's right there. That's perfect. Go ahead and throw another one right in there. There we are. Make sure everything is even looking on both sides. And even these whiskers, you can, before the glue dries, you can have them going the way you want them to go. The eyelashes. Let's see what we got here. We got, that'll go there. All the glue drop down, of course. So everything is kind of gravity fed. I mean, gravity is playing a big part of it's what I'm getting at. And so I'll use pins as support to support my skin while I'm pinning in other directions. One right here in the front. Okay. Trying to get skin where it needs to go is not no easy feat. Make sure he lines up with the other side pretty good. And he does. Trying to get my symmetry and my pin in and everything just perfect. Okay. Having a skin that's not too tight has a lot of advantages. Looks like as it's drying, it's giving me a chance to put some of these details that are in the form, you know, that we put with the clay. It's letting us get where we can at least put them back in. Right up here. I'm going to push this other eyelid in. Let's see. Should be easy to find on the form. Yeah, there it is. Just for safety, if it's a tight fit or something and I don't want things to move, I'll put pins all the way around the eyes. Because, you know, the ears could be tight or something and start trying to tug skin away from the eyes. So I'll go all the way around the back of the eye and put pins. Because you never know. Just going around the back of the eye. Make sure everything is like I want it before I start to pinning too much. And that's going to be drying for a little while too, so it's a long time to work on that. With a little luck, I made enough. Oh, it's starting to get hard though. Wow. So I'll be able to push my details in a little while. Probably here in about 10-15 minutes. So I know I got the front already when I did the eyes. Right here, some glue. Right here, some glue. Plenty of glue down there. You'd probably be fine to use every bit of glue you got if you wanted to, and what you got left. Make sure you got plenty where you need it. Okay, now we're going to start sewing. Okay, now I'm just going to use a regular baseball stitch. Use my awl, AWL, make sure that skin is tucked under the burr. Because sure enough, it won't be. Like right here, it's not. And I knew I was going to run into that because this is it's got a jacked up antler. So I knew it was going to be a little trouble. But you're going to get them, so it's best to know how to work with them. That being said, before I go further, I want to make sure all this tucks. I mean, it's supposed to tuck, so I don't even know what it's doing underneath. It's not bad. And you can put another extra knot. Pull the hair back because it ties up underneath. Yeah, there we are. Now I'll cut my excess. I mean the side I'm not going to use. I'll snip it about like that. That's good. Now I'll do the baseball stitch. The first stitch goes underneath and then over. And then after that, the baseball stitch all the way down. And here on the other side, it's the same way. You go from underneath, up top, and then over on this side. And I'm going to take this one right here. There's a hole, right? Let's see. Yeah, there it is. Then I take this one. There we are. Now it's doing like I wanted to. Now while I'm sewing this, the glue is drying. Okay, now now we go 3 knots. 1 or 3 wraps. That's what I mean. 2 and then 3. Cinch it up. Make sure it's all going good under the burr like it's supposed to. Now I'll do it again. Three wraps or 2, something like that. Make sure there's no hair in the way. Make sure that's pulled up good where you can get to it. Make sure everything is like it's supposed to be. Yeah, that'll work. There we are. That lays down right there. That's good. Never get an ear butt material. Notice how long this thread is. Got one long one. Usually that's long enough. I can do I'll sew it up. Yeah, kind of see what kind of fit I got. And it determines, you don't want your ear sticking way far out looking unnatural. So what I'll do is, a lot of times I'll hold the ear up and see how much ear base it can hold. And you can always work in the details. You got that one muscle, and then one that's a little bit lighter, and there's like a crease right down the middle of it, for your ear butt. You can work that in, from your ear, which is what I tend to do. See, this is super tight anyway. Because of the incision again, like I keep bringing up all the time. There it goes. That's pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and get clay for the ear butt material on the other side. The other ear butt should be about the same size, really. So, yeah, definitely try to get that sucker in there if you can. That's about the same size as the other one anyway. Okay, that'll work. Plus this here is going to go back. with one ear to go back to show off the, I guess, the messed up side. Poor deer couldn't put his ear forwards anyway. Yeah, it's gonna look cool. Now we just start sewing. That's just a regular baseball stitch. Come up from underneath, over on the other side, and or just keep going that way. Now this is a shorter thread. One's going to go all the way down, the other's going to... T-pins are bad for hooking into your line. There we are. Keep it off your T-pins. Okay, now we're just going from underneath and over. Okay, we got one right here. Try not to get any hair while you're at it, if you can keep from it. And then we go over. God, it's hard not to. I put a lot of pins in this sucker. Okay, then we go over to the next one that doesn't have a thread in it. That one doesn't have a thread. Come up from underneath. Let it ride. Try to bypass as much hair as humanly possible. It's a good thing they got a lot of thick hair though. So go up from underneath. Then same thing again. Underneath. Just keep on making tracks. Watch out for points and antler points and needle heads and all that stuff. When you pull the direction you made the incision, because that's where you got to go anyway. Kind of keeps everything done. And with a little bit of luck, the glue will still be soft enough that we can put some detail like here. We just keep doing that and then cinching it up. Making sure we keep in mind where our ears are supposed to be on our deer and anatomically correct. Well, you can see what I'm doing. I'm going underneath at the next hole, going over, then going underneath on the next hole. Like that. Then I cinch it up tight. Make sure there's no hair, or at least not a whole lot. And it's good to do it, especially if it's a tight fit. About every one or two, pull it tight. If you wait too long, then you're going to have problems with the places where the skin is separating on your stitching. It's pretty much... I would do every one. And then pull it tight. I'm working my way back towards me. There's one. Pulling it through, find another one. So that's a baseball stitch, over and under, over and under. Pull it tight again, right like that. Find another one, right here. Keep doing it like that. I'm on my last hole on this side of the point. You know, when we made our Y incision, this is where it split off in both directions. One to one burr, one to the other. This is the middle of our Y. I guess that's a good way to put it. Well, it's the last hole. I'll go ahead and go through. Bam. Then guess I'll go ahead and go through like that. Make sure that's good and tight. Our previous stitches, you want to make sure they're good and tight. And you just maybe once or twice. You get it. Okay. Make sure that's all good and see, this is the last loop right here on that side. Make sure it's good and tight. You can go through, oh, I'd say about twice. I'll be fine. Yeah, there you are, see? And it tightens up. I cinched it tight one way, and then there was a loop there, so I went around it twice, tied it tight twice, then locked it in where it won't come loose. Now this is going to go all the way down. Okay, that hole does not have a piece of thread in it. Okay, we go there, go up from underneath on this side. I think that's this one, right? Yep. Make sure there's not any hair. Pull it tight till it comes together. Underneath, pull it tight. Then underneath, pull it tight. Try to keep hair from getting out under the stitches. It can make a little bit of a difference depending on certain factors. Pull it tight. Next knot. Pull it tight. Make sure there's not any hair sticking out. Go to the next stitch. One more right here. Pull it tight. This is that one. Pull it tight. There's this one right here. Pull it tight. Then there's this one. Where's it? Right here somewhere. There it is. That's it. Pull it tight. If it makes it a little easier to see, sometimes I'll get a spray ball to get on there. So I can see what I've got. I went through my last loop. Went through my last loop. Make sure that's good and tight, and then I go through here. I go through here. sure all the stitches are together. There you go. Okay, now to make sure that seam don't show, I'm also put some dippity-doo there, some hair gel. But basically, to ensure, well, especially on a tight deer, I'm gonna go ahead and get my ears in place just to make sure that when I put the back down that I'm not, you know, making the ears draw back or something. You know what I mean? Depending on how tight the form is. I'll keep that one in place. You can see on the form, obviously, you know, where the ears go. I just want to make sure they stay there. This is a good fitting deer though. No problems with this deer. So that's that works out really good. So maybe a little hair gel. They got different kinds. Some people just use clay and smear clay down the back. I've tried it. I don't know if it works that good or not. But I use hair gel, Mega Extreme Hold. They have different settings, you know, from 1 to 10 as far as how good they hold. Well, I'll just make sure that I got it where it's at. And it's a small seam too, which is one reason I had so many fits with it, because I knew it was going to come in handy, kind of. And just make sure I got plenty on there. Okay, I've got a little, it just didn't go down far at all, really. But T-pins are good for if you can get it through. Skin's tough. Now you can use T-pins or even your staple gun. I've done that before. Right here at the base of the skull. Let's see, you can put staples in it. The stitch doesn't go down far. I think I'm only about right here. I think most of it is kind of up in here. If you think about a staple gun, it can go into some Bondo, you know, and help you out there. Okay, you might see something that you might want to pay special attention to or something. That's actually pretty good though. This is sitting up. This could be in. This is the part that needs to. Yeah, that could be right there. But the killer glue is such good stuff. I think we're good to go. After the glue dries, it should hold it like really, really good. I think I'm gonna kind of set the ears like sort of how I want them. They'll still move around a little bit because I turn the head upside down to do the lips anyway. But at least this way, if the skin starts drying on me, it's not going to wrinkle as bad. If you've already got the ears how you want them. Let's see. Yeah, he wants this ear back. There. I need to keep touching those ears. Yeah, I think it's about how he wants it. Some people even shoot screws into their ears and they're done with it. Well, this isn't the final thing either, it's just well, that caulk I put in, wow, it really works good. I'm kind of making the earbud material. They're just like a crease, probably about 2/3 of the way down, I guess. Just like that muscle. You can put that in like right there. I don't like that ear out that far. You don't want it like projecting out or anything. Let's see, that looks pretty darn good. That'll work for me. Just sort of semi getting things in place. Just by far not done. Now before we start on the head, I'm going to go ahead and put a roller over all this. In other words, there's bubbles and stuff in the hide paste or the caulk, and I want to go ahead and get some of that stuff out. You know, you can do adjustments still, but this is just like an old paint roller. Wallpaper roller is the best one if you can find one, you know, to roll wallpaper with. And what I'm doing, I'm getting those bubbles out. That DAP is some pretty good stuff. It actually sticks to the dry preserved skin pretty darn good. But still, for good detail on the face, I like to use killer glue. So I just roll down on the other side, making sure everything still stays, you know, good and symmetrical, you know. Yeah, there's a little drumming in the armpit area, so we're gonna have to oh wow. Yeah, this is really flattening all that goopy stuff out. The caulk. You at least want to roll it, just at least flatten it out, you know. And a lot of those details will stay too. When you roll them, you know, you get that stuff flat down on there. Yeah, a lot of times it's just air. I've actually, you know, pushed air out the back of the form. And then didn't have any problems with it. Yeah, you can actually sometimes push air out of the form a little bit. That helped in more ways than what a person can imagine. What's going on here? I don't see any holes. It's just where he's been fighting. Well, that's definitely good enough for this. Now later we'll push details in like this, and you can actually feel it pushing into that caulk you put on there. And if it's not a super tight fit, a lot of times you don't have to do a lot of pinning, and you can work it over the next day or so if you need to. And those details will stay. You'll maybe pull out some, but you might even want them to pull out some. There's one. Let's see, there's one right in here somewhere. Back behind the head, I think. Put some. I even put some in the jaw, if you remember. Put a big gob of it. And that wasn't the best way to do it, but let's see. Now, a lot of times you can right here is where kind of getting ahead of myself. I need to finish the deer first, but I figured in case this cures or something a little bit, then at least we got this stuff mashed in right. Yeah, it goes around like that. That's where I dremelled the jaw. For whatever reason, I just like to put jaws on them a little bit. Not much. Don't want it to even stick out really. Just maybe a hint of it to the hair. There, right there, there, right there, there, let's see, right there. See that? That's all, this is all accurate right here. That was like that, and that goes like that. There's another wrinkle right there. Let's see. There's one right there. Wrinkles right here. See, there's one that, there's one right here. There's one right here. Yeah, it goes down so far. Like there's one right there, and then there's one right there. There it is. That's it. Okay, it goes down like this. And there's one, I think there's one more right in here somewhere. Yeah, that's it. There we are. So that goes around. Whether it stays that way, you probably won't. It might, I don't know. Okay, then that goes like that. Okay. Now there's details right here you can push in. We'll end up doing it again. I'm just doing it for the heck of it. But there's you can look in the catalog and see where the muscle detail is on these new forms. That might help you out a little bit. See, that goes around there. That actually goes all the way back, I think. Yeah, like that. And that goes around. And it goes up so far, I think. And then there's something right here. Yeah, here it is. There it is. I don't try to move the hair, I just try to push in. And we got that. That's the first one. Then there's also this one in general right here. let's see, there's one right here. I think we had a big bullet hole right there though. That might have messed things up slightly as far as hide paste. It's alright. There's that knot. Looks pretty cool. See, all of this will come out. It will pull out, trust me. Maybe not completely though, but it will pull out some. As far as the drumming underneath, it's not really drumming. It is a little, but not bad. But you can strip it. I guess that's what you call it. Like the same stripping material used on the back. You can go ahead and use it on the armpit area. Yeah, it's not doing bad at all. I'm going to put details in on this side. Just add a little bit of something else to it. Just goes right here. Not having a tight fitting deer, you know, on the face and the body has so many benefits. Details, the glue can hold without you having to pin it. There's so many benefits. Another thing about good measurements is, well, with the good glue, I don't have to worry so much about hammering. I use screws with pointy ends on them, is what I use. And I'll hammer around my burrs if it's a tight fit or something. But with everything, the measurements being so good, and the glue and everything meshing up, I don't even have to worry about it. Well, the glue's not completely dry yet. Let me see what it does here. Oh yeah, I get a little bit of, I think I can get a little bit more tuck. And push it in a little bit better, I think. But as it dries, see, I can work these details in and get them where they really stick really good, see. As it dries. Tomorrow ought to be fairly good. There we are, yeah. I'm gonna break it loose or anything. Yeah, the skin, the sagging, it's one good thing I like about the dry preserve is sagging will not be a problem before too long. Okay, now I'm going to trim the lips. Sometimes I'll make sure this is pulled up evenly and where it needs to be. And they go like that, right up the center. To make sure that the eyes are pulled up the same on both sides. Even all this hair up here above the brow, make sure it's even looking. The black strip that goes up the top of the deer's nose. Okay, like here on his nose and his lower lip. Probably, I don't need no more than right here. You can almost see where it lets you cut, but yeah, like here on the bottom lip. On a closed mouth, of course. Sometimes I can't see the trees for the forest, I guess because all the dry preserve and everything. So I'll find the center part. It's usually where the hair starts acting a little bit different. But right here is where it's at. And for symmetry reasons, you know, I'll put a little mark there. That's going to go on inside the deer anyway. You see it just a slight difference in color from the top lip and the lower lip. The most inside corner of the mouth. I may leave a little bit more skin there for tucking also. Down here you can see where the original outer part of the lip is. I don't need to leave any much more than that. So I just I'll leave a healthy 1/4 of an inch, I guess is the right word. And when I get here, I may leave just a little bit more, because it's a deeper hole there, so you've got more. You can put more skin in. It's the right word. Down here, now even though this lip is out on an open mouth, you'd want all this. You know, coyotes and everything got it. You know, the lower lip, that right in this area where it comes out, you got more lip line. Well, here again, I don't need any more than what I would if it was anywhere else. So I just trim off. And I take my time. I don't want to do shoddy work or anything, but yeah, probably healthy 1/4 of an inch, if not a little bit more. But that's my feel for it right there, is about right there. And then go around the top, you know, maybe leave a little bit more skin right there. And the same thing on the top. You know, you don't need any more than you need. We're just tucking. Everybody's different, I guess, but I like to just get just enough. Now towards the front, you hardly need to cut any lip off. I stick with a rule of thumb all the way around. About a 1/4 of an inch, a healthy 1/4 of an inch of skin. And I trim accordingly like that. All the way around. When I get towards the front, I don't need to cut anything. Typically your lip is about a 1/4 of an inch right in the front. If it was a tight fit, I probably wouldn't want to cut much anyway, because you know that's basically like this. That could end up being part of the bottom part of the nose where the skin tucks. If it's a tight fit, I would leave that. But if you got a good fit and do good measurements, then you're not gonna have to worry about it. This is not skin. This is just excess stuff that I never cut off earlier. I tend to wait until I get it on the form. See, the natural lip has not been cut into. It's just so happens at the front, it's about the right size anyway. So I don't even cut any off the front, per se. I just left healthy 1/4 of an inch. Probably less than 3/8. Somewhere around in there, between 3/8 and a 1/4 of an inch. Now we got a little bit here. You don't need all that lip, but you want to leave some lip, because you want when you tuck, you want that lower lip to show a little bit. So I'll take off just enough of what I need. And you can go back and trim later if you still need, maybe take a little bit more off than that. Don't need much. Let's see. That's perfect. That's all you need. For whatever reason, it suits me better to wait until I get the deer on the form before I start doing all the trimming like this. Let's see, I just got just a little bit for tucking and good enough. Dry preserve could shrink and make the lip show anyway a little bit more. So I'll slightly put it a little bit higher up than what I think I probably should or what it needs to be, just slightly, to allow for shrinkage. Plus I'm going to have glue on there. So even though the glue will stick, the skin, I guess where it's thicker because it's got moisture in it, when it dries it's still going to dry up a little bit. Okay, now with the nostrils, yeah, they're already just laying in there real good. Plenty of room. But we want some depth to show. But I don't want to get crazy with it. Sometimes I have been known to cut almost up to the hair, and it'll lay down in there. Make sure you follow the hairline all the way around, you know, where their hair is. About 1/4 of an inch. You can get pretty darn close to that hair, is what I'm getting at. Yeah, if this was a tight fit, you know, this upper lip would be up here, and you'd want to stretch his face out. You know, if you ever have to do a tight one. Thank God this one's perfect. Which helps out to be, a lot of people want that swelled neck and stuff like that. Sometimes you, to get the right form, you might have to accidentally get something that's a little bit tight or something. It happens. And make sure he's good and stretched. And went ahead and push this pin down because we're gonna use another pin to hold this skin back so we can glue. So I'll let's see, get it to, I guess the right word is get it to unravel. So we don't want to damage no skin or anything, but we'll go right up here up top. I'll at least hold it for the most part. That's a long pin, that's not a short one. Even a longer pin would come out better. Now, sometimes you can stretch it so you can put your glue in better. Just right here, yep. Oh yeah, that's perfect. I can go in there and do all my gluing and what have you. Try to keep the whiskers off. I don't want that glue going everywhere for me to keep from it. There we are. Free this up a little bit. Now we mix our 2-part epoxy glue. We go ahead and mix that. If you got any drumming anywhere and need to turn the deer upside down, you might want to do it now, you know, before you put glue on the face and all that. I mean, like right here it's drumming. Kids usually drum a little bit. Not bad though. Just on this side. Usually it's both sides. What I'll do is just get some of this stripping material. Just go out far enough that I know it'll take care of it. Sometimes I'll drum on the sides a little bit. This one totally is a loose fit. If it wasn't a loose fit, I'd be yes. What I mean by stripping is using this and then just putting T-pins in. And I kind of get, I'll actually work right there. So you just put T-pins in where it's pulling away from the form. Trust me, tighter fits, you have to do all this stuff. And it eats up a lot of your time if you got a tight fit. And I used to do all my deer that way because customers wanted, you know, a full-size deer. Puts a lot more work on your part. But over the next few days, if you see skin pulling away, go ahead and do this. I guess what I'm getting at is you're going to be watching this deer while you're working on other deer. You're going to make sure eyelids don't pull away and all kinds of weird stuff. Before I put my glue on, I like to level my deer out. And usually eyeballing it gets me good enough. There's times I can eyeball it and get it closer than I can with a float. Because the bulb on the float will still be a little bit to one side or the other. And I have been known to actually detect it. So a lot of times I do better just eyeballing it. I guess the thing that God gave us a little bit to be able to level things. Okay, now I've got my 2-part mixture of killer glue, you know, the hardener and the other stuff of the 2-part epoxy. And I don't know any other better way to do it than just to use my fingers. You get a little clay and put on this vein there, and it helps out. Right here in the inside of the nose where it could drum. A lot of times I don't even use a glove because you get more dexterity that way. Keep it around the nose. Like that. And you go in the nose, but we'll use something to get that in there a little better. Now we do the same thing the other side. I start from the furthest part back here at the jaw and then work my way forward. It seems like it's a little bit neater that way. This killer glue gives you plenty of time to work. Plenty of time. But that being said, you can work at your own pace and mix as much up as you need at a time. Like I made enough for the eyes and the antler burrs, but I didn't make enough for the face. So I went ahead and took care of what I need to take care of, the eyes and antlers, before I made more glue. I mean, if anything, you know, it's going to be more adhesive and brand spank new batch, I guess is the right word. Everywhere you see, there's details here. There's the veins there. You can put a little bead of clay over that and make the veins stick out. If you wanted to. A lot of people don't like all the details, but you don't want a deer without no details. You don't want just a cone shape with no details. That don't look good either. That's actually looks worse. So in, I guess, general anatomy of the face, you want this stuff on. Let's see. Go around there. Up in here, the dip of the nose, you definitely want some. Right in there. See, and when I mount it, I can mash some of it back, if I need be, to ensure no drumming. Because we are working with dry preserves, or dry preservative. And because of that, you want to take extra precautions. So, it's just something to think about. Plenty right there, right through there, right here. You want the glue to stick to the face. You don't want it to drum out, because when it drums out, you lose anatomy. It's not going to look as real, in other words. Right here on the end, I'll make sure I have enough right here on the end. It's going to be your nose. Make sure you got plenty right there. Even up here on top. You want a slight curvature up here on top with your nose. More like this, and the glue will ensure that it stays that way. The glue and pins, of course. There we are. Now we hadn't done underneath. There's more glue that can go underneath, but we hadn't got that yet. We'll get that a little bit later. Okay, now we got more of this glue, and put some inside the nose too. hold all that stuff in place. All that gets it. Way up in here even, where you're gonna right up in there you get some. Right in there some. It's an easy place to forget right there if you're not careful. Right in there. Okay, pull this pin out that we used to hold it with. And, oops, try to stay as neat with it as you can. Okay, now, bam, there we are. Now we go ahead and start tucking stuff in. That goes in there. That goes in there. That goes after that. That goes there. That goes there. That goes inside and up. Let's see, right here, that should be it about right here. And that's the back inside corner. And then that should tuck under like that. And that'll go in like that. That looks pretty good. And that goes like, that's a good spot for one, looks like. Yeah, I don't want that too far in, but right there is a good spot. I'll hold it on that side. I don't want to poke through on the other side. So it controls kind of how I do things a little bit. Let's see. This is that little bit that I forget what you call it, that part of the nose. There we are. It's actually holding pretty good. That's almost good enough right there. Smaller pins even probably a better option. I may put one or two. The long pins come in. If you can get long pins, you're better off. Now we go the other side, and well, down here too. I want to make sure that's perfect. That white fur on the inside of the nostril, you want it on the inside of the nose. Sorry about the deer rocking. The stand's seen its better days. Seems like it's easier to tuck from underneath first. And try to avoid hair slippage at all costs. Let's see, yeah, that's underneath. That goes like that. That goes in like that. Okay. Pins can help guide you too. This needs to go, that needs to go here. Let's see. Let's see what we got going on here. Okay, that's a little bit of caulk on there. throwing me off. Okay, here's the inside corner. Let's see, I want to get more of a bite on this side if possible. Get right here. There we are, that's good. Remember, these are semi-temporary. And then before it dries too much, I take the pins out. And then I mash the pinholes down where you can't see them. And then use a paper bag. I mean, not a paper bag, but a plastic bag. And it gets my job done for me. It sure does. Now, definitely long pins for this. Now, if it's a tight fit, a lot of times you can get help from your pin. Okay, without going through the other side. See, I know that pin is going to hold. And wherever you got the white hair on one deer, on one side, you definitely want it to be that way on the other side as well. Anatomically correct on both sides. Even if you are a little bit off, you can use paint to correct things. Dark brown matches up real good. You want to get as close as you humanly can though, because it's just a lot less headache in the long run that way. So I will definitely, I know part of this goes in. Let's see, it goes in. Let's see, I may have to. There again, see, I'm using some of the pin itself to guide me. And right in here, it looks like right here. I want this side to be the same as the other. That's pretty darn close. That's close. That's good right there. Plenty of pin right there. I might have to pull that one out. Now this goes, let's see. Okay, that is perfect. At least now they're the same on both sides, is what I'm getting at. There we are. Now on the bottom, see the way the nose relates to the bottom of the way the nose relates to the bottom of the front of the nostril here? It goes almost all the way in there. I just want to do the same thing to the other side. That's a good place for a pin. I think it'll hold. I think it'll hold. Perfect. See, the nostrils are lined up underneath the nostril. What it's doing on one side is doing on the other, in other words. That's a good place. It ain't gonna move. Not gonna move anywhere. So this is what we got. Everything's lined up good. Rake some of that stuff off so you can see a little better. See how the nose patch is even on both sides of the nostril? That's kind of what I'm looking for. Then we go upside down with him. Try to even him up again. Here then I got symmetry in mind always. Using that natural ability to level things. Here I'm leveling the deer. He's level. So I want to put some of this killer glue. Now when I put it in for the upper lip, which we do the upper lip first, okay, I start right here in the back and put a good portion right there in the back. Not a lot, it doesn't need a lot. I mean, it's already going to be locked in place, all the glue on the face anyway. But when I put the glue in, I want to try to put it on the side that the upper lip is going to tuck on. In other words, when I tuck in with the upper lip, I want to tuck so as to know that the lower lip has got its own slot, if possible. So when I tuck, I know it's a little bit aggravating, but I'm going to put some pins. I don't just tuck, I do some pins too. You probably don't need a lot with all this glue that I've got on it. And this is some strong glue as well. So as you can tell, I'm putting most of it on the, I mean, some is getting on the other side, of course. But I'm trying to keep it, you know, just on that side. This is going to get all glue right here. This is real easy for drumming. Just behind the lower jaw, just behind the padding. That will drum without glue and possibly even a little bit of screening material. But I'll show you that later. But here we are, well, almost to the end actually. But yeah, we just put it on this side, the furthest side this way, for the upper lip. Yeah, if that makes any sense. I mean, you know, try to. Okay, to the other side. It'll be enough for the skin to go up here, but even after it dries, it's not going to show. That's due to the glue and to the groove cutting, you know, the actual width of the slot that we cut. So it all kind of helps. And I did good with my T-pins because they're not poking through where I can't tuck. In other words, every place is tuckable because I don't have T-pins everywhere. Or I mean, the points of the pin where they came through. So we're good on that. Okay, right here where the lip is. The seam of the mold is actually right down the middle relatively pretty much. But you want to make sure the nose is centered where it's even on both sides. And then you can kind of tuck it. And you gotta be careful because sooner or later slippage is going to start. See how that's going in? Basically want it to go in. Now we got to think of anatomy too. This part, brown part, kind of sweeps down, and it goes about right here, and then it rides along through there until we get to this part. Yeah, we definitely got a lot of glue on there. Remember the black spot? Right there, the inside corner. Now, all this is tucking material. It's actually easier to use a pen because it'll grab a little. You can shove it down in there. But yes, yeah, it goes like that. It goes like that. It's a double pin. But you get the idea. So I'll put about 3. And when you put them in, you got to know that you don't want them to poke through the top of the nose or through the nostril area. So since you don't want them to poke through the nostril area, you have to tuck accordingly, if that makes any sense. And a lot of times you're good to go straight down, but I may go like straight back, so I'm not going to get on one side or the other, and yeah, like that. I'm at a corner. I'm at an angle. And I get my little pin tucking tool, whatever it is you like to use. And go ahead and start with it. You gotta be careful. I mean, you don't want to apply too much pressure. Okay, you want that up like that, you want that like that, you want that like that. Okay. You want to go deep so you can tuck the other side, but you want to be able to do this. See, not they're pinning, but they're also holding everything in place. And that's a good spot for another one right here. It's the same thing. You want to, in other words, I'm angling the pins away from the nostril or where they won't go through the top of the nose, like straight down, because these are kind of long pins. A lot of people don't even do all this pinning. They just put a bunch of T-pins in and they're good to go. And it's faster. You're right here in the backside corner. Let me make sure you can see that. I'm sure you can, but let me double check. Oh yeah. You're right here in the backside corner. Remember, you want the lip just to tuck just on the inside and not much farther, because you don't want to pull things in that you don't want to pull in, I guess is the right word. Let's see how that's pulling stuff in. And I'm pulling in a slight upward angle. I'm going straight back. And that's going to help pull that skin in too, until you go through accidentally or something, which I think I did right there. But there's so much glue in there. Next pin, come down about 1/4 inch or so. Now watch it. Make sure you get a bite of that skin. You may have to pull out and make sure it's in there good. Okay. Sometimes you hold it. There we are. And you don't have to tuck them right away. If you... Sometimes I don't tuck them right away. That way I kind of see where I got my pins. But there again, there's a lot of people that don't even pin anymore. I mean, we got such good glue out there. See this hair? You want it to ride right on the outside corner. So you definitely got to be conscientious of that. It's hard to say that when you got sinuses. Okay, then we go right there with one. See how it's pushing in, but I'm regulating. See, there's a curvature of the lip at the upper jaw, and right there it starts curving up. You know, if a competition work, you know, the lip would be like on the flat apart and show, but with this we're tucking, so because we know things are going to shrink with the dry preservative, but we got a lot of glue, so okay, there we are. That's already good enough right there. I don't really need another pin, but just for the heck of it, I may put one right there and try. Oop, that bent. That won't work. Heck, that might be good enough for you. You might want to leave it. Just go ahead and start tucking the bottom bit. But this will secure the bottom lip a little bit too, so. Let's see what we got here. Okay, it's in the skin. Now I want to put it at an angle. Now I can go ahead and pin this side if I want to. And I will. That. And you can control the hair. It starts showing right there. Pull right there. There we go. We'll let it go slightly inwards a little bit to allow for shrinkage. Right there. Okay, right here we'll go a little bit for shrinkage. Right there. And then right here. The head of the pin is what holds the lip in, obviously. Okay, then we go here. And that's hold it right there. Now we do the other side the same way, and we want them to match up. This white right here. There's a black spot right here. Let's see. That's it. Make sure it is in and going down in there. And then a slight upward angle. Now right here on the end, I want that anatomy right. In other words, I want the nose to go in on one side the same as it does the other. You want an even nose is what I'm getting at. Remember to point the angle of your pins. All these pins are doing is holding the skin in, so we don't want it to interfere with our nostrils, none of that other stuff. And the way you even it is you just get a bigger bite. You get a bigger bite, push it a little farther. That's pretty much it. That's what you do. Look at that, that's even. See how it's even? Yeah, it's not perfect, but it's close. Super close. That is so close, it is tolerable. Keep doing that. Okay, and see how you get a line of dark hair with a little bit longer hair. You want it to ride just on the outside, maybe very slightly inside corner to allow for a little bit of shrinkage. But you want all that to line up too. Basically what you do, you hold it in place while you put the pin in. That way the pin don't pull too much skin in. So that's how I do that. See, we line the nostril up, but we want the white to match too. So that's what we're kind of focused on right now. Don't want to go into the nostril, so try to make sure that goes inwards like that. Here we are. We just push them in. And what it does on one side, you want it to do on the other side. You don't want more hair sticking out on one side and not as much on the other. See how good that looks, the symmetry. Now the reason it looks a little off right here is, now you can tuck some skin right below that nostril. Other than that, it's pretty darn close. Got my killer glue again. I want to stay off the hair, you know, off the top part we tuck, but right here, any place where it thins out and gets white again is a place where it possibly could drum. So it could drum even right in here. This can drum. So we, now I don't put the glue all the way down into the, I don't want to put it all the way down to the groove. I'll stick up about 1/4 of an inch. And what that does, that keeps me from getting glue all over my deer. So what I'll do is I get it no more than 1/4 of an inch. And what it is when I pin, it slides all that stuff down. The glue slides down into the slot with the lip when I pin it, and it locks it into place. Here in the front, I may go down a little bit further because that's where the lip goes and tucks. But you can see how I'm kind of doing it. Want to try to be neat with it. All this gets it right here. I get low enough where I know when I tuck that skin, that glue is going to lock it down in there along with the pins. So it's not going to come back out. You gotta make sure you get down deep enough or far enough. Yeah, it's good enough right there. See how that is? It's not all the way down, but it will slide down in there when I pin it, is what I'm getting at, because it will grab some of that skin. Now right here, the inner side right here, that'll drum. Now back here we got the caulk for hide paste back there. And it's that stuff that dries really. It's silicone based. The DAP seems like it's relatively good. Now you get hair patches right here that you know, the lower lip, all that's got to be in place. All that's got to be in place. Should be the camera still. So there you get, right here is where the hair is. It goes right through here, or not hair, but that dark patch on the lower lip. This part right there it rides about right in here. Then you got, of course, the padding on both sides, and you got whiskers that hang down. So, right in here, there's an indentation right here before you get to the chin. You definitely need that right there. There. Let's see. You want to pull the skin over. Try not to. Here again, you want everything to line up real good. Okay, there's the center right here. We want it to match up with the center of the nose. There's actually a little bit of a crease there even. And we left that extra skin, remember, for tucking. And so it'll come in handy right here. Make sure that all the whiskers are out of the way. There we are. On the bottom, I like to use these little yellow-headed pins. I'll grab just a little corner of that, and I'll tuck it just out of sight. And then, bam, like that. It's holding, that's all that matters. Yeah, definitely everything along. You don't want short pins working on a deer head. You want long pins, nothing short. Back inside corner, right here is a good place to grab. And just out of sight, and then bam. Probably don't even have to use these many pins, to be honest with you, but let's see. I want to make sure my pen bites some of that lip. May have to poke it first even. And then push it out of sight, and then bam. And here's the spot, and poke it a little out of sight, and then bam. Well, there you are. Bottom lip. They have to go in. That goes in. That goes in. And of course that goes in. Get it about right here in the back corner. Make sure it's going in. That's perfect. Now this is the side that's definitely going to show. See the way the brown comes off from below the nostril? And then the black patch right here, the lower lip, and the white too. You want that to match. It's like it's doing this. It's like it's going at this angle and continuing from the upper lip down to the lower lip. Same with the white. And if you can get that pretty good, then that's going to make it look really good. So I just tuck out of sight and then put my pen. And right here, put another one. Let's see, right here. Right here is a good spot. And I can see that glue going right down into it. There we are. That matches pretty good. Let's see one right here. Let's see one right here. Then let's see. That's really good enough right here. I don't even know if I want to put another pin. Maybe one more. Let's see if that's right. Grab that skin though. Maybe one more right here, if it'll grab. Good enough right there. Everything perfect. Lined up with the other one. Good job right there. Put another one right here. Just out of sight, and then about right here. Bam. Another one right here. There we are. I'll show you how we do the lower lip. You just want a little bit of that lip to show. There's a pin on that side. We even got some skin down here that we saved. Right now is a good time to start pulling it up. That's about right. Yes. Now that's not even going into the lip, that's going into the skin that we saved from earlier. And now the other side. Well, that looks pretty even. There's some discoloration around, but we paint all that white later anyway, and you're just going to see the lip. Got some glue right here popping out. That's a little bit of, yeah, that's pretty good. And it's going to pull down a little bit because it's dry preserve. Now this we put in, like start right here in the inside corner. There's a dent there. And what this does, I'm mashing the glue kind of up into places where maybe it wasn't completely up in there. So I think that nose is pretty even. I think it is. Pretty darn close. You can even use a little paint to fix that up. It should be pretty even. Any place you had dents in the form, you go ahead, or I guess you could say dents or detail or whatever. You mash that glue in. So it shows, and I'm even bringing some around up through here. Then right through here's a dent. You definitely want that. You want it there with detail. It's hard to mount a good deer if you don't have detail. So you go the end of your finger, as long as your finger don't have big long fingernails, you can really get those details in there. And I tend to go back to about right here with that. And then right down here there's one. Make sure everything is, there's a lot of, had some glue right there, didn't there? Okay. Make sure everything's kind of lined up relatively good. May have to adjust that brisket, looks like a little bit. Okay, now right here, you have to kind of feel it. The glue is probably, okay. There's a little groove right there. And you want it to show. Without details, you know, you got much of a deer without detail. So we go, I did pretty good. The whiskers are showing those things out. Now a lot of this will pull out because it is dry preservative. So it's going to look just perfect if it dries for a little while. And if you see a flat whisker, you can pluck it out so it's not flat. You tend to lay down sometimes accidentally. But there's manicure work. Okay, then we go back to here, and yeah, there's a one right here. It starts down here, and then it actually runs in to that bottom detail. I mean, you can accentuate the vein if you want to. The vein is this right here. So I'm on just one side of the vein. This is doing kind of commercial grade work, I guess you could say. Push it a few times to make sure it's good and in there. Right here around the nostrils. See all that is, see how much that's pulled up right there? This is all natural. Oh, it goes all the way around. There we go, right to the nose pad. All this down here on the bottom where we put all that stuff. We put some kill glue down here too. Make sure your white patch lines up the same on both sides, and it does. Okay. Even right here, you can see we got some glue in here. A lot of people don't like these showing. So what I'll do is I might go over it and then try to brush the hair over the details a little bit to take some of it out. There's a vein that goes around here for the lower jaw, where it comes around to about right here. It's actually a vein right here. So that's where it stops. So I try to find them. And there's one there. And there's one here. There. We we get too carried away because a lot of people don't like that. It doesn't bother me at all. You know, the white usually runs right along the bottom when I think. You know, the white from the bottom of the jaw, I think usually kind of takes the bottom one. And there's the other one. And I just take it back until you get there's a vein there. That's it right there. I mean, it's going to pull out some. Now you just pull out some whiskers if they're for the glue sets. There's one whisker right there, a couple of whiskers sometimes right there. And there's one here on this side that's I need to pull out. Some under here that need to pop down. Yep, see that's drumming down there. Well, it's kind of hard to tell by looking, but this was a little bit actually off. Brisket. But all I did was get my all AWL and just moved it up. Make sure it's the white will run right along, I guess you call it like the bottom detail here, just like the bottom half inch or so of the head of the face, side of the face. Then it comes down and makes your white patch. That's how it does. Now, a lot of times for drumming, on more than one occasion, I have been known to do this technique. Okay, we pulled up the white patch below the deer, and we got it even. But I will get a T-pin in there to keep it from drumming. It's the places like that where it's an irregular feature. Any place an indentation is. It could be right here below where the neck and the lower jaw meet. Anything that's an indentation can drum if you're not careful. And it takes away from the realisticness of your mount. It's super tough though. This is a tough deer for whatever reason. Or you can use I got a strong staple gun that'll work too. And I have been known to do that. Put some pins there if it's trying to drum. It don't always do it. Sometimes it does. I have been known to use my staple gun right there, and it can do it. There we are. That's going to help. Now it's drumming under here a little bit. Kind of cut it to fit. Well, it's holding pretty good. Maybe a little bit right there. You can see it moving. Put a pin or two. Especially if I'm not sure about the kind of glue I'm using or something. Of course, I know the glue I'm using is good stuff, but the thing about pins, those holes won't show up. They might show up a little bit in the nostril area unless, oh, it is pulling over to one side on the nose. Okay, so I'm going to straighten that up right now. Simple fix. Looking good. Everything's great. Everything's great on that side. That side. See, that could hold almost right there. That one right there. That'll work for me. Now if you want this ear I think I want it just like that. I'll make sure it's on the face. And a lot of times you can maybe get another I could either secure it, I could shoot a screw through it, or I could continue to work it for the next few days. That's not going nowhere. Pull the pins out and mash them pinholes down. Shove plastic bags in there. It's the way I do it. Do some more body detail work. These are showing pretty good. There's one that goes right through here. I'm gonna mash that in. All that's been mashed in already. It looks pretty good. Right through here. More vague, but there's one right there. And everything is sticking pretty good, so I'm just going to leave it be. Now before it completely dries, I might start taking some of these nostril pins out. And the reason you don't want to let them dry too bad is you want to be able to mat down those holes. You know, push down and make the needle holes disappear. And then I throw the bags in the nostril. Stuff them super good. I don't want to like just yank, or you know, I want the skin to give away a little bit, I guess. But I'll show you how we take care of those holes. See, the skin's soft enough. All you gotta do is push the skin down. And those holes disappear. Just want to make sure the holes are good where they're not going to show. I've had problems with the nose getting out of alignment a little bit, so that's why I chose to go ahead and pin first and then put the bags in. Now just start getting some plastic bag pieces and start stuffing it in there. I definitely stuff that stuff in there. And I go right up in there just like I dremeled. Way up in there. Every place where I dremeled and there's some depth, I want that skin to mash in there. Kind of snipped off the excess so I could see what's going on. And you go to the other side and do the same thing. Reshape the eye a little bit. If you got to repin or re-glue, that's what you got to do. Sometimes these deer don't fit right. So right here I'm just kind of pushing that in to make sure it's in. It's in pretty good though. So we're just pushing that in. That upper eyelid showed pretty good. Kind of tucking it in where that groove was in our clay. Some of the pins you pull them out and it's already kind of really dry and the skin's already getting hard. Some places it's not. So you got to be careful with that. So I'm just kind of coming in where we already had our decals earlier. You know, making sure all that's in there real good. Let's see, right back here. Eyelashes are going down, that's good. You don't want the eyelashes popping up on you. another detail that comes out right here. Yeah, right here. That's natural. Even back here, there's kind of a little of something right here. On some deer it shows. So you might end up pulling some pins out and put other pins back in. That's possible. It's only been 2 days. Yeah, all this glue is dry already. Or semi-dry. The reason I twist is I don't want it to pull the skin away. What I'm getting at, if you wait too long, you're going to have a permanent hole in your mouth. Which I guess is a good reason to not put a whole lot of pins in the first place. So you got definite things to think about right there. For sure. That one's going to have to stay. Looks like it's got some glue on it. Okay, right here, same thing. I may help it out a little and push down past the glue. You know, I kind of know where the eye was at anyway. See, that was up there. Let's see, that was up here. That was up here. You can even put a little bit of glue back over it. I've done that before. To ensure your eyelids don't keep shrinking and moving around. Let's see, right here is where that detail is, the eyelid. Letting that go back in, tucking it in. Yeah, there we are. Sometimes that skin can actually be moved a little. Let's see. Okay. There it goes like that. So your soap goes right through here. Okay, now we're going to finish the deer out. Take everything out of the nostrils. Oh yeah, looks great. Inside the nostrils go real deep. They go up. Looks real good. All the pins come out. I usually, if you grab them by the heads, heads tend to pop off. So to save your pins, feel free to use a pair of pliers. Around the eyes. Sometimes I twist. I don't know, just don't like the idea of it pulling skin out or something, in case there is a soft spot or something. But usually they should, if it's dry good, just pull them out. I use these as brads. Obviously they're not really brads, they're just screws that I make sure have a real good sharp point on them. They usually come factory that way. Like this one has a super sharp point. What it does, it keeps the skin on the glue while the glue dries, keeps the skin from pulling away from around the burrs. But if it did pull away, I would find matching hair somewhere on the deer and put a little glue on the end of the hair, snip it off, put a little glue on the end of the hair, and then just stick it up in there and snip it off flush. That's a little cheater method, you know, in case the skin does happen to pull away from the burr. The deer's been drying for about a week or so in a real good dry place. Oh, a good warm dry place. Dry preservative method, it doesn't take long. Put a lot of T-pins down here. Don't like drumming in that armpit area, which is a place where they tend to drum. Probably didn't mention it earlier, but when you're pinning and tucking your lip, you know, while you're mounting the deer, when you tuck it up in there, try to allow for shrinking. Which just means you tuck a little farther than what you think, because the skin is still thick and plump, full of moisture, and as it dries, it's going to shrink. So I'd like to go probably close to 1/8 of an inch past what you can see, just to make sure it's tucked up in there real good. The glue should hold it, but it will shrink. And if you did a good job with your dremeling, you're still not going to have a gap there. If you do have a gap, you just get a thin worm-like part of the 2-part epoxy sculpt we're going to use. And what is a 2-part epoxy, and you just fill in the gap. But as you can see, well, you can't see it, there's not really a gap there because I did such a good job with my dremeling. So, time saved. I tend to fill out this area if there's a little separation around the lip. And that's with the epoxy sculpt, the 2-part epoxy. Here's the stuff right here, epoxy sculpt. You used to be able to buy it in hobby craft stores. Around where I'm at least, I have to order it from the taxidermy supply company. They got Sculptol too. I think Sculptol may be a little bit softer, but epoxy sculpt is great. Mix 2 parts together with lacquer thinner and gloves, of course, and then just mix it together and thin it down with a lacquer thinner to the softness that you prefer, and then I start using it. There's also waxes out there that people use. Since all the shrinkings went on, the eyes have actually gotten bigger looking. Well, they have gotten bigger because everything is shrank and not necessarily pulled away, but shrank. And all the plumpness is gone. The eyes are actually bigger. Oh yeah, if you do your deer good enough, you can finish him out on the wall, just on a screw. You know, as long as you don't have to turn your deer completely all the way upside down, so you've got mobility. Like right there, I usually hold with one hand. The McKenzie hangers, you know, they allow you mobility, and you don't have to put the deer back on your deer head stand and all that junk. You may have another deer you're working on. You may only have one deer head stand. Oh yeah, when you mount your deer head, you want this top part of your nose, you want it dish bowled out that way. You want it going around and nice, not too round, but just gentle roundness. You can just look at some good reference pictures. If you're doing a fallow deer, it'd be the opposite. It'd go around like this. You know, this part. It'd dish bowl in the opposite direction. Oh, if you decide to use staples on the back, you know, instead of T-pins, a lot of times the skin starts getting hard because you're using dry preservative. Make sure you staple with the hair, not this way. If you staple this way, you're going to cut hairs and it's going to end up being noticeable because you're basically chopping the hairs off and you can't make it disappear. But when you go with the hair, it's hardly noticeable. And I also use hair gel. I may not have mentioned it, but I also use hair gel when I mounted the deer before I put the stripping on to help cover the seam. Of course, I use staples with the hair, not against the hair. It's kind of like with the grain, not against the grain. Staple with the hair, not against the hair. And it's not going to chop your hairs off and be so noticeable. When it's dry and they're ready to come out, I just either pluck them out with needle nose or screwdriver, or a flathead screwdriver. Both work really good. Okay, now I got just like a toothbrush. And all the white powder, that dry preservative you use to mount the deer with, should come right off. don't know if you can tell it. I can see it popping up, but yeah, it should just come right off. Yeah, it's coming off, see. Sometimes on these eyelashes, they got stuff on there, and if you're afraid you're gonna, if it's not too bad looking, I'll get a Sharpie pen. Make sure you don't touch the deer, but I'll get a Sharpie pen and go over these eyelashes with a black Sharpie pen and darken them back up that way. Because when you're trying to paint them back with your brown or your black, you know, you've got to worry about overspray. See all this preservative coming out from there, all this stuff in the ears, all that stuff. And we'll take a blow dryer to it later, and that can get all the residue that's down in the ear canal that you can't get. It'll back blow it, I guess is the right word, and it'll all come out. I get that preservative everywhere, but I want to make sure even the inside of the ear is preserved. So all the, you know, while it's drying, because that's where a lot of slippage happens. But then it creates issues like this. I'd rather use a toothbrush than a wire brush. Wire brushes come in handy if you have spots where maybe stuff's a little hard to get. Right here, toothbrush comes in real handy. I actually like a toothbrush better for getting this stuff off of the hide. This works more generally speaking. Toothbrush is good for getting all this stuff, you know, off of the surface. You know, the stuff you can see. And the stuff that's down in the hair, I can use a blow dryer and blow it out. Kind of fluff the hair a little bit. Don't forget the back of the ears also. Pretty much anywhere you got that dry preservative. A lot of times I'll tend to leave that seam alone though. I don't want to brush too much on the seam because what happens, it pops back up and you see your seam again. Even inside the nostrils. Right here at the lip line. Of course, you can already be using a blow dryer and, you know, use a toothbrush. But you got to get real close and look, and you'll see that powder. And it's better if you don't paint over it. That's what I'm getting at. So I try to get rid of it. Blow all that dust out, you know. I don't know if you can see all that. Sometimes you might even need the help of a Q-tip, you know, in hard to reach places to get that stuff out. Just whatever you got to do. I use lacquer thinner and a Q-tip, and just to control where, you know, control my lacquer thinner, I'll use on the Q-tip and let it work into that glue a little bit to try to get rid of some of that stuff that's on the eyeball. Usually it works. That killer glue is pretty strong stuff, but the lacquer thinner, I think it helps. Soak for a while. I'll come back with an X-Acto knife and get it to come off. See it flaking off. Let that soak in a while. I got a good X-Acto knife and I'll just, there it goes. So I try to get in between the eye and the lids, the eye and the glue, and then just, of course, the lacquer thinner working on it a little bit, and pops right off. And do a little extra trimming here, and it just comes right out. Yeah, if you get glue on these eyelash hairs, a lot of times lacquer thinner, it'll work in and you can get it to come off. A lot of times you lose a hair, so I try not to get the glue on the eyelash hairs if I can keep from it. Okay, now I mix my 2 equal parts of epoxy sculpt. Now I just start mixing it together and fold it over a few times, kind of try to mix it as good as I can. And it's real thick right now, and I want to thin it down. Lacquer thinner is the way to do it. I'll make like a little dish bowl in the middle, something like that, and then put some in there and start folding it in, and after a while it gets real thin and soft and pliable. And then you start using it, you start molding it in, you fill the gaps in between the eyelid and the eyes. Any small pinholes around the eyes that you see, you know, where there's no hair to cover it, feel free to use this on it. Get a little bit more, put on there. See, it's already getting where it's super soft. And it's that lacquer thinner working in there and doing its job, melting it and softening it up and everything. Making it real good and soft and pliable. Just keep doing that until you get it real nice and good and soft. Okay, now with my X-Acto knife and my epoxy sculpt, I'll get a little bit on there and start working it in. The least amount that you're able to use, the better off you are. And this is rough right now. I'm just mashing it in. We'll go back over it with a Q-tip and lacquer thinner to smoothen it out. Now there's also waxes and stuff that people use. But this stuff's really good too. Now you can even rebuild tines with this stuff, but you probably want the bone color. It's hard to match. I've tried. It's hard to paint over that gray and get it to match the rest of the deer antler, but they do have different colors. They got like a, you know, bone, different colors specifically for rebuilding antler tips. So just keep that in mind. A little gap back here. Now as it dried, you lost a little bit of your eye shape. And ever so minutely, albeit minutely, you can still, you know, try to regenerate some of your shape by putting the epoxy sculpt on a certain way, and even how you paint it, you know, to try to hint off the way that the eye shape is supposed to be. It can help you. As you can tell, the eye shape changed after it dried. It don't look the same as it used to look. It looks a little bit more round. Up here under the eyelid, it looks like it pulled away a little bit right there. And it really don't take much. Most of it goes in your nose. Depending on how good you got with your nose. Yeah, see, I'm actually rebuilding some of the eye. Some of the shape of the eye. I'm actually rebuilding some of the shape of the eye by using the epoxy sculpt, however minutely that I'm doing it. I mean, almost not noticeable. Tend to put a little bit right here where I pinned it. It's kind of like got a hole right there. So I tend to fill that up a little bit. Sometimes it's pretty deep, sometimes not too much. You know, it just depends on how it dries. Got a little Q-tip on a lacquer thinner. And I'm just going to make sure that it's spread in there real good. And don't want to try to smear any on the skin if I can keep from it. It's just extra work for me to have to take off. But you want to make sure it's kind of melted and smoothed out and down in those grooves where the skin shrunk away from the eye. More lacquer thinner on my Q-tip, and I want to use the least amount that I can get away with, and you know, still have my good shape that I enjoy, that I think the deer is supposed to look like. So just keep that in mind. And we're going to paint over it, so that'll, I usually don't even use this much. Just depends on how the deer shrinks, pretty much. Now we're going to shape it a little bit. I'll even put a little lacquer thinner on the blade so the epoxy sculpt don't try to stick to my X-Acto knife. Now I know down here it goes down, and the lowest spot part is supposed to be back here. So if I go, I'll take off pretty much about as much as I can back here. That's what I mean by minutely shaping, if you can. About right back here. And that's the farthest part, it looks like. Now on the other end, then so it goes around and right there. That's the farthest part of the eyes right there. Okay. Now right here in the Q-tip, right here in the tear duct, there's a little bit, it's a little lumpy right here, and then it bends in. And then right here, yeah, right there, like that. You want to see a hint of it a little bit. Right there. And you kind of get what I'm talking about by shaping it minutely. I'll go back over with another Q-tip and smoothing it out. You know, try not to destroy the contour I just made, but that goes around, it goes up. Most of it goes out right here. Let's see, that goes around. Back farthest part, lower part. That ain't messing around with too much. Right here, I go down as far as I can with the epoxy sculpt, because I'm thinking how the eye was shaped before it pulled away. And let's see. That's going to look pretty good when we get a little paint on it. Now, depending on how your duct work looks, your tear duct right here looks, you know, where it sinks into the head a little bit. A lot of times I'll spray a little bit of black down in there anyway. And a lot of times if there is a pinhole, you can't hardly even notice it anyway. That's how the deer's eye looks. I think it looks pretty good now. Try to estimate how much you need for the nostril area. Here's the epoxy sculpt. And you want to use the least amount as possible. The deeper your nostril is, the better it'll look. Get it way back in there if you can. Let's get some lacquer thinner on my Q-tip. Push it back in there. Just get it back up in there. And yeah, just get it. Smoothing it out. Make sure it looks realistic. I'm actually done right there. May try to work on it just a little bit more. Make sure that it's good and smooth. I do a spinning operation with my Q-tip when I'm working. Always spinning. Seems like it helps with the smoothing process. There we are. It is done. You can't see it with the shadow, but here with the flashlight you can see it's pretty far in there and looks pretty good. That's how you kind of want it. You want this little area right here, you want it. When I Dremel, I made sure that was there. And then a deep hole back up in here that goes way up in. Back to my epoxy sculpt again. What I want to do is Put a super thin layer all over the nose pad. It's for a dandy noser we're going to use. You can use Mod Podge. I use I do both. I use Mod Podge to blend in the sides, and then just use a dandy noser in the middle. And I have just used the dandy noser. So it's kind of what you get accustomed to. You don't want to destroy the shape of your deer. You want it pretty, or you know, the original nose form or anything. You want to put it on pretty darn thin. You want it everywhere, but you want it so thin that you don't want it thick. That's what I mean. Spread it all the way to the corners, but not to the end. You know, get as close as you can, but don't go too far. Get as close as you can, but don't go too far. When you get down to the bottom, you can have it completely tapered out. A little goes a long way. I'll keep working on smoothing this. So I don't even want to get into the hair, because that's, you know, that don't look good. You know, the hair on the side of the nose pad, that's what I don't want to deal with that. But I will get as close as I can, and then let Mod Podge do its thing. You know, for, you know, blending in the sides. And that's just the way I do it. It looks pretty good to me. And I'll show you what we do next. Okay, I've got my dandy noser tool. And what it is, it's just has the imprint of a deer's nose pad nodules. So it don't stick to my dandy noser, the epoxy sculpt on my nose. I keep it constantly wet with lacquer thinner. And then very lightly, you know, I put my stuff on. Make sure I get the corners as good as I can. And it looks better if you go over it just once. So I try to get everything I can that way. Don't know if you can see it, but it looks pretty good to me. Now notice there's flat areas on the sides and up on the very tip top towards the corners of the nose pad. It's absent of the texture. So I incorporate that in with the Mod Podge. And I've got my Mod Podge and a brush. What I want to do is just put a drop, maybe even on some of the original ones that, you know, didn't pan out. Feel free to put some. This stuff will dry, and then you can paint over it. See, some of them are a little bit flat on top. I possibly could have put more, but also it looks pretty good just like it is too. So now I can carry this all the way out to the end if I so desire. Just make it look realistic. You may have to go over some of them more than once if you feel like they're not big enough. You know, not bumpy or big enough or whatever. Here's a place that's devoid of any. Well, Oh, see, I can put them in. This stuff dries clear, but then it's all going to be painted black anyway. Well, that's what I've got, and I'll let that dry, and then when we start painting. A lot of times, if you got a gap between your upper and lower lip and you can see it, it's not a bad idea to go ahead and get you a little worm. And you still don't have to put it back on a deer head stand to do it, but you make a little worm-like strand of the 2-part epoxy sculpt, and you put it around through here, and then you tuck it up in there, and then you push it up in there and smoothen it with a Q-tip with lacquer thinner on it, and then you go back through with an X-Acto knife at a 90-degree angle from the upper lip and go all the way across with the blade, and then cut off any excess epoxy sculpt, and then you go back over it again with another Q-tip with lacquer thinner and smoothen it off a little bit, and then you're done. That's if you got a gap there. I don't have a gap. I have a little bit of gap on this lip right here, and I don't take these Mod Podge nodules all the way down to the bottom anyway, so we're going to go ahead and put a little bit of epoxy sculpt down there and smoothen it out, and I'll show you what I mean. Now I've got my epoxy sculpt again, and you just basically make it like a worm. Depending on how well you did on your dremeling and tucking, which I've gotten pretty good at it over the years, you may want to go all the way around, all the way to the end, all that way, all the way to the end on that side with it. But fortunately, and I should have done this before I put the Mod Podge. I was getting ahead of myself, I guess, wanting to show y'all. And but there's a little gap between the lower lip, and the rest I can do with an X-Acto knife and Q-tips with lacquer thinner on it. I try not to get that. That's enough. That's right there. That's enough. There again, you just kind of roll it and make sure it's up in there real good. It was just a little gap. It wasn't even hardly noticeable. And yeah, when I tuck, I make sure I tuck more than enough to allow for shrinkage. And that's why I'm not running into the situation. I've gotten used to mounting with the dry preservative and getting used to the shrinkage. At least the shrinkage of this dry preserve. There's some that used to be out there that shrunk like crazy. So once I roll it up in there and know it's pushed up in there and it's covering everything, no skin showing, I mean no pins and no gaps and everything. Then I get my X-Acto knife, make sure it's good and sharp, or with a good point on it. Then I just go at a 90-degree angle and go all the way across. And then what's left, I'll pluck it off. There we are. Try to make sure that none's on the hair, because the next step, we just smooth it with a Q-tip. Now I just get my Q-tip, put some lacquer thinner on it, and re-smoothen it off. And there again, do this. I should have done it. I just got anxious to show you. See, it's still at a 90-degree angle. It's not flaky looking. I smooth it down. Now you can't even tell anything. Looks perfect. Yeah, went right across at a 90-degree angle with this upper lip. Just went straight in with the blade. Cut off any excess epoxy sculpt below it. Brushed it off. Went back with a Q-tip, lacquer thinner, and it's looking good. Now we're ready to start painting. Oh, if you ever have a whole lot of excess epoxy sculpt, you can make habitat material, obviously, like mushrooms and stuff like that. First color is white. clean up any areas that aren't white, I go ahead and make them white. Right in here, right there where the lip is. I use the least amount of paint I can use. The same to the other side. Sometimes I go up in there, but that looks like more like a rich brown issue, and it's not. I don't need to do it, so that's good. Depends on how much hair you got in your ears to determine whether you want to paint them or not. And this stuff also helps blow out some stuff that maybe the blow dryer didn't get. I don't thin my paint down much because if you thin your paint down too much, it really looks weird inside the ears. So I don't even thin it down, you know, for the ears. You want the paint to go through and stick to the ears. You definitely don't want to thin it down. Probably not at all, really. Let's see, right here, up there, right in here. Make sure you get, oops, caught it. Up in here even, behind that hair. I'm sure it's not going to show up on the deer, but I see, and some of the old Van Dyke guys used to do it, but the white around the eye, I don't know if you can see this, but it's actually, looks like it's got a little bit of natural flesh in it, just the white part. Some people bypass this and go from white to rich brown, but I like to use a little bit of natural flesh. I want to make my white this color right in here and right around here, all around the eye. It's almost white, but just a hint of flesh in it. It's just like a very, very white color of flesh. And every deer is a little bit different. Not always, but sometimes. Sometimes you may not want to use this. You may want to just use white. I mean, every deer is different. They vast array of colors. Okay, I think I've got a pretty good match. A lot of times I'll come right up. Right there. Okay. Looks like there's some parts up there. Okay. Same with the other side. Basically, yeah, you want to just go right above where the brown already is, and it kind of phases up into that little crease that makes the eyelid, right above the eyelid. It kind of phases into that, and a little bit of it right in there up under the eyelid. So do the same thing to the other side. The least amount you can really do for a natural appearance, the better off you are. Now you can also tone down some of your colors with a brush. Oh yeah, base coat sealer on top of everything first is usually best. Not real heavy, because it'll stick to your hairs and make things real gummy looking. And yeah, just very lightly put some base coat sealer on, See, this has got some red up in here. Really interesting. So you can come in from the outside, working your way in, bring some of that natural color back in. If you didn't get the color quite right. Right up here above here, I try not to put much paint up here above the eyelid because that's usually pretty good. Usually. Burnt sienna is another color. Sometimes you can use sienna in the ears. Every deer is different. Sienna, I have used it around the lip, even on the nose, like some of your piebald deer and stuff. Burnt sienna is a real good color for the nose, and a little misting around the lip line because it shows. A good reference picture, something if you get one in, it's invaluable. Either take notes or a little of both. Take notes and pictures. Just quick pictures with your cell phone or something. Now we're going to go to rich brown. Oops, forgot to get inside the nostril. I got my white again. And I'm just gonna, let me see, can you get it that way? Okay, hold on. Okay, got my white again. I gotta get right in the nostril. I forgot. Got carried away trying to work the camera. But what I'll do, you'll see an outline of the white hair that's on the inside. And I just go ahead and touch it back up. I stay out of the brown as good as I can. Hope you're getting that. Paint inside the nose solid white. Looks pretty good. Okay, now the nostrils are painted good and white. Okay, now we got rich brown, and this is your friend. You can cover up bad hair spots on your deer. It's the same color as a lot of the deer, at least around here. And you can even you can brighten up what's already got a little bit of brown on it. But you can make your deer too dark, and you don't want to make it too colorful. But it's the same color as this right here. Same color as all this. It's a really good color. If you see anything that looks unnaturally white, like around the eye, a couple of shots of this, it should be just like it was. But you got to be careful. Make your deer too dark if you're not careful. The white we put on earlier, this rich brown will take care of it. I could repaint this brisket and the customer wouldn't even know. That's how close this rich brown is to the color of 90% of the deer we mount around here. Now, if I'd have painted down here white, which 90% of the time I do, I'd have shot rich brown there, but your rich brown is already there. And so since I did the other here, I'll go ahead and do this here a little bit. It's already got color. That's what it does. It adds more color to what's already done. I'll show you. I think there's some blemishes on here somewhere that we can show how it works. Like say for instance, I want to do you know, it looks good, but say I wanted to change the shape of the brisket or the white patch under the face. So I could shorten it, I could do all kinds of stuff with it. This is a real good color for blending. And then a slight little bit of dark brown over it, and you would never know anything was going on. Don't know if you remember earlier, but this was all like solid white right in here. Where I put my white over, the rich brown toned it in where it looks like a natural color of the deer. Now I used to paint all that in there just black, you know, make it, you know, look like it's got depth. And I even had a shape kind of that I'd paint it black. But it's not wrong to paint it flesh because it shows up on the deer. Okay, pretty much what I used to paint solid black, I'm now painting with the flesh. I get way up in there. Make sure you don't have too much paint in your bowl. Get all that. A little bit up here. Don't come all the way out to the end, just the inside. That's it right there. Now there's a couple little white spots up here. And there again, I forgot when I had my white again. So I forgot twice when I had my white to do certain things. But I usually just paint a little white spot. You know, they're on the top of the nose right in here. I just used a brush because I keep swapping backwards and forwards. It gets old. But I'm going to put like a black dot in the middle of them. And just figured I'd let you know that yeah, there's some white spots on there. When you have your white and you're going inside the nostril and you're doing in your ears and you're doing your trimming around there, go ahead and pop them spots with a little bit of white. Okay, now I've got my dark brown. And a lot of times I do my adjusting while I'm painting the nose, pretty much because it's a wide configuration here. You can cheat a little if you mounted your nose and it's uneven, you can just paint it back right with the dark brown. Even right in here you can. Go back over some of your darkness around in here if you want to. Let's see, I'll do that later from the side. Go ahead and paint that nose pad, get it good and dark. This is dark brown. Sometimes there's a little white trimming that goes across the top of the nose. You see that? Go ahead and put it in. Every deer is different. Just go right to the edge of the nose, and if you mount it right, you don't have to worry about trying to straighten it up with your paint, but just stay inside your parameters. I'll get that done. I'll show you what we do next. Here again, I get the lower mouth. With my dark brown, I'm going to go ahead and carry the dark brown all the way up here to below the nostril line. And I'm going to go down here, paint the lower lip. I'm going to put a faint, not a faint, but a thin black line. You want it noticeable. And kind of trace out the upper and lower lip intersection. And that really looks nice. This is going to be painted dark brown, or it's going to get a coat of dark brown. It's going to be darkened up. Inside here is going to get some dark brown, real thin, just farthest in the back you can get. Then I'm going to carry it up right here, and then it's going to round off, and the top of it's going to round off and then intersect with the top of the eyelid crease. And then all this is going to be painted, you know, a light misting. And then you don't want to look like a raccoon or anything. You got to be real careful. And then a light misting around here. I don't worry about putting any dark much right up in here, but right down here it gets it. And then it goes all the way around and right through there. Then of course inside the ears gets it. Then this is going to get trimmed outside here. There's 3 prongs that come out right here. And it's very faint, but it's noticeable. Faint but noticeable. Sometimes I've used sienna, burnt sienna in there. It depends on the deer. Sometimes you use sienna down in here. Even around the eyes I've used sienna. It depends on the deer, how wide it is. Yeah, the indention in the ear, there's 3 prongs right there. There's one there and one there and one there. They're faint but noticeable. So you just got to control your airbrush. Okay, still got my dark brown. And go ahead and get this right here, darken it back up. I think I busted the diaphragm on my airbrush, so I'll be doing this a lot. Sorry. Okay, this right here gets it darkened up. Try to be neat with it. nose up. I like to take it up right below the white, and I've done the other side already, so see up here. Basically, I want to bring it down right in here. I want that just almost elliptical, a little bit narrowing towards the back. See here or some to get the so that looks okay. All this gets painted. Looking pretty good. I'll even throw some right on here on this. Now there's a faint line. Well, what it does, it accentuates the upper and lower lip and looks real neat. See that? Yeah, I think it looks pretty good. Now, I don't want to kill out that pink, but around that pink, it gets kind of a dusky black. So here you don't want to kill the white out. You just want to just kind of phase it in a little bit, make it a little bit dark. Hit it from different angles. And that's it. That's all I need. Here we are, right there. So we put our black line down through there. That looks pretty good. Right up here in this tear duct, it gets a little right as far back as you can get it. You want to hit it head on if you can. And you can use a brush and straighten, or a Q-tip even for that matter. Straighten up what you might have messed up a little bit. Right here around this eye it gets it, starting from right in here. Okay. And I'm just going to bring this out. I don't want it too sharp. I want it almost like a rainbow coming out and then intersects with that eyelid crease. And yeah, I did get a little bit dark with it there. And they come down there. You need to go around the lower lid gets. If you've seen a deer, it's almost like they got like a little bit of eye shadowing going on around their eye. And I may go back here just a little bit to bring some of this out back here. And that's really about the extent of it right there. I guess if you can get it down thin enough, you could even go right along that crease a little and bring it out a little. Let's see what else we got. I really do this good enough. But I do try to bring the stuff out sometimes. Didn't mean to do that right there. This out by doing this. Bring some of that out by doing this. Yeah, overspray is rough, especially if you got a faulty airbrush for some reason. Seems to be giving you trouble. If you got any spray here that needs to be taken care of, you can definitely get it taken care of. Okay, good enough for me. I'm going to clean the eye off and gloss the whole animal. Almost forgot to get the ear again. But here's what you do. Adjust your spray. Don't get it where you're blowing too much, but just enough. After a while, you'll get a feel of it. And there's 3 of these little prongs that come out. I call them prongs, but what it is shadowing. So there's 1, there's 2. Take them out far enough to the end. And then 3. The bottom one tends to have a little bit more coverage. And then I'll darken the back of the ear. And then, of course, not all deer do I do it, but every deer is different. But I trim the very outer edge of the ear. Just to give it a little bit of highlight. I guess that's the right word, highlight. Just like you do with fish feeding or something. But that's about the extent of the 3-prong approach. That's what it looks like from the front. And you'll see there's like 1, 2, 3. And it helps carry it all the way to the end to make it really, I mean, you want to be able to see it. Real easy to kind of screw up and obviously and not go out far enough with it. There we are. And then right there, right there. And make sure everything else is white, and then you And you trim the outer edge, darken it up real good, and make it not too much. You won't get carried away with it. Nothing will run a deer with too much dark paint, mess a deer up. Of course, then I brush the ear out and trying to just grab what hair's in there and try to make it look natural. You can even take some of the paint back off just by using a brush or something. Use paper towels, whatever you got to do to clean the antlers up. If you got stuff on your antlers, go ahead and brush. You can get all kinds of junk off the antlers, where you got killed and got blood on there. And you can gloss the antlers. Some people like to gloss them. So there's different things you can do, even with the antlers. Different things you can do even with the antlers. Left a little spot up under here. Now she's ready. I just clean my eye, and sometimes it helps to flatten out the tips a little bit, squeeze it. But make sure it don't drip. Make sure you take some of that wetness out. And here's what adds to the shine. Not only is the glass going to be shiny, but your gloss is going to shine. So that should help, is what I'm getting at. And get all the way to the back. Get as close as you can without touching. Go close to the lip. You can even you can scrape with your X-Acto knife and get it as well. Okay, yeah, you can get right up to the skin. Just be real careful. A lot of times the eyes I use are so dark, I don't really have to worry about this as long as, I get the center. And there's other methods. You can put stuff over your eyes and all that good stuff. And I got gloss top coat. If you cleaned your airbrush out, make sure the lacquer thinner is not what's spraying out. I've done that before. That's not fun. Want to get the nose? Oh yeah. I like to get the nostrils too. A lot of people don't. They want to keep it dry looking. I like wetness. I think it looks better that way. That lower lid. I'll start right on the eye. Make sure I get all that darkness around the eye. Make it look good and wet. I'll even go down to the tear duct a little bit. I have been known to go in here with it even. And do the same to the other side. It's done. Also, if you accidentally paint your your hairs around your eye, if they're a little bit white, you can go back over with a Sharpie pen. The only thing is, if you touch the cape, you got a black spot on your cape. So, but yeah, you can definitely darken them up with a Sharpie pen. Even your eyelashes, if they got paint on them. Done it a lot. Saves a lot of trouble trying to darken them back up or trying to clean them. Okay, got my dark brown again. And just want to say that sometimes you can, like if you got little gaps and stuff, fill them in, and voila, can't even really notice it. You don't want to get too dark with it, just tint it a little bit. And I'll show you another thing. Plot a little dark brown right here, and you can't even tell it now. See? Looks like part of the cape. I just did that for an example. I know you can't hardly tell it because I sprayed a little rich brown on it, but that's a spot under the burr that doesn't have anything. And it's really hardly even noticeable, but I'll show you how we can fix that. It's another little technique. And especially in situations a lot worse than this. Yeah, that seems kind of like a little bit of dark hair right there. So I find the darkest hair here on the back where nobody's going to notice. And then I snip me off a little bit. Got it right here in my hand. Give me a little glue on the end of it. And I'll hold that down as good as I can. And then pop it up in there. Try to get it to mesh however I know it's going to go. That looks pretty good. If you want, you can even trim off some of the excess. Look at that. I just found a place that was matching on the back. It was relatively close. And a good thing the glue dries clear, so you don't have to worry about it being noticeable really all that much. Here's a head-on view of it and a side view of it. There's a little bit closer. Not a bad looking deer. See, what I got here is natural flesh, and you know, after using your base coat sealer, a little bit of base coat sealer around the eyes. Now, if it's too dark right in here, a lot of times what I'll do is I'll get a little bit of natural flesh, and you know, maybe put a little bit of a. My goal is to match the white around the eyes, and sometimes just a little bit of flesh in there is good enough to match that. It don't take much. So every deer is a little bit different. So kind of let that be your guide. Now if you're afraid your deer is going to come out a little bit too dark, here's what I do. And a lot of times if you got damage, like around the white parts of the eye, you know, where you've been fighting and stuff. Now this is after you've whitened around the nose and all that stuff. You know, I'll go ahead and keep my white in my bowl. Now this is what I didn't show in the video, so I'm showing it now. You know, you don't want your deer with real dark looking eyes. So here is how you remedy that. Like right here, it's real dark. Go ahead and cover that darkness up with a little bit of, try to tone it in with the color you already got. And don't worry about overspraying the eyes, that comes right up. And rich brown, a little touch of rich brown can cover up what looks a little bit fake right now. Okay, like right in here, sometimes it's like super dark and you want to lighten it up. You know, you don't want it too dark anyway. You know, if I'm, you know, there's, okay, like here's a little bad spot right here. You can see it, just a little nick. See, kind of covered it up. And a lot of times if you don't want that too dark, go ahead and cover it over a little bit with a little bit of your white natural flesh kind of look. You know, you don't want to kill it completely out. So you just kind of, you know, a lot of times if there's like a wrinkle like that, that's kind of a good effect anyway for me. But yeah, you can see you can darken, and even though you're going to darken it back up, at least it's going to be paint and you're not going to have like an extremely dark eye, which is what you don't want. Okay, now I got my rich brown again. Got my airbrush turned down real low. Got to adjust my paint. Always got to adjust my paint. Now areas where it's like real white, usually up on top is where you see a lot of your rich brown. Well, see, I can blend that in and make it look virtually real. Depending on how much damage you got, you know. Let's see, even right down here where it's a lot lighter, you can still blend it in. See what I mean? And we get carried away with it too much and make it too dark. But I'm not going to get that because that's dark right there. So I'm just going to go ahead to my next color. And I've got a Q-tip. I've got lacquer thinner on it. And I flattened the end out a little bit and then got lacquer thinner on it and then rolled it one time in a paper towel. And you just want to get as close to the eye as you can. Our next color is a dark color anyway, but you can use an X-Acto knife and get all that off. I've done that before. I got an X-Acto knife and get it all off. You want to try not to. Now they got stuff you can put over the eye that helps. Then you just peel it off. So they got options. Just get as good as you can and scrape off what you can't get with a Q-tip with an X-Acto knife. You get right down to where the skin and the glass eye meet. And get right down to it. Now, if a little bit of dark paint gets on your eye, that's not going to be noticeable. You know, that's my next color anyway. And I'll still clean the eye off with a Q-tip, you know. But I may not get so exact as far as, you know, scraping the paint off or anything. But I think you get the idea here. You know, it don't matter because you're putting dark paint on it. Right here in the rear of the eye, you know, get right up to that glass even. Right here in the bottom. A Q-tip and a non-used Q-tip and kind of just clean everything off. And dark brown or black, either one. Most people go black. I go dark brown. I was kind of taught to do that, but it's not as harsh. Kind of got it thinned down like how I want it. Now this is after you paint the nose and the nostrils and everything else. You know, you can control your intensity here. A lot better than I did in the video, I guess I should say. But of course, right down in here. I get I do like I always do. Kind of go around the outskirts of the eye. Basically, get the eyelashes, the lower eyelashes. And that's about it. Places down here where you might have oversprayed a little bit, it'll come right up with a Q-tip. And you can even, if you want to smoothen stuff in a little bit, a lot of people like use a toothbrush, or like if you overpaint too much, you can use a toothbrush to take some of the bag off. That's your options there. A little bit of a bright spot there. Didn't want it that bright. Good enough. So a little Q-tip, rub some of that stuff off if you have to. You know, if you gotta lighten it up, that's a way to lighten it up. Just, you can do it. I'll get my Q-tip, flatten it out a little bit on the end, you know, and put a little lacquer thinner on it once. Roll it in a paper towel. Then I just get as close as I can to the eye. This is my way of doing it. No one's ever showed me this way. I just kind of done it. But I think somebody told me about mixing the white with the natural flesh to kind of blend in, you know, the white of the eye with some of the other parts. Depending on the eye that you use, you might want to scrape some of that dark paint off around, you know, get pretty close to the skin. Using an X-Acto knife. Just get my X-Acto knife and scrape right up to the edge of the skin. I know it's not the best way to do it, but it's the way I do it. It's more time consuming. We get all this down here and scraping off all that stuff that's in real close. That's good enough for me. Then kind of feather it off with a non-used Q-tip. Make sure you got all your little paint particles off. Sometimes you can get a little on the eyelashes. I try to get those off. You know, if you got a little white paint or left on there. Okay, and then after you gloss your nose and everything else, and inside your nostrils, I just get my gloss top coat. A lot of times I'll put a little bit right down in there. I get a good healthy amount of gloss. The gloss top coat. Put some on my eye. Make sure it hits that bottom eyelid. Then I go to the inside corner of the eye right there, and that is how I tend to do it right there. Kind of give it a good old wet look. Well, here's kind of what he looks like from a frontal view. I just wanted to do it just to show kind of, yeah, he looks pretty good. Just kind of wanted to show how I do it. I didn't do too good of a job on the video, that's why I'm doing it now. Well, something else I forgot to show you. It's pretty important. See how it looks like it kind of doesn't really flush up with that first wrinkle? You know, on above the eyelid, what makes the eyelid? A lot of times I'll go ahead and bring that in. Like that. You know, kind of make it look like it. If you know what I mean. Kind of make it look like it. And then you can do a little touch up. Now you still got your option with your Q-tip. Bring out a little bit of detail here and there. And kind of get what I'm getting at. Just sort of like that. That's kind of more like what I meant to do. I got my natural flesh. I don't know if I showed this either. I think I did, but it looks like it's not bright enough, but believe you me, you don't want to add red and all that stuff to it if you can keep from it. You'll kind of mess stuff up if you're not careful. Basically just right here in this nostril here. Now I usually like to shade. I usually like to put dark brown there to give the illusion of depth. But a lot of people just like that. They like that better. And so that's what I'm going to give them. But it's your call.